Third part is here guys, so like this video for more parts. Chapter 95. The base group that Jiang Ziliu came to was not a very peaceful place. Because the alien race that the base in this area has to face is the magical immortal race. The immortal race is a very special intelligent life on the planet, and the properties of their contracted alien beasts are strictly restricted. This attribute is the only attribute of the exotic beast they can contract. The undead clan themselves possess a special power of death, and the strange beasts they contracted include almost all undead beasts. Dead creatures like skeletons, corpses, ghosts, etc. are all undead beasts. There is one special thing about the undead clan, which is that there is no strict upper limit to the number of beasts they can tame. They can contract many undead beasts that are lower than their own level. An undead is a representative of the scourge of the undead. The number of undead people is very small, and their special death attributes make it very unlikely for them to give birth to offspring. If it weren't for this, the undead race would be enough to destroy humanity in the age of great destruction with just the terrible undead plague. But their numbers are too small, and they can only be regarded as one of the alien races that pose a greater threat to humans. The undead's numerical advantage is terrifying, but they also have huge advantages. That is, the probability of them dropping soul crystals after death is more than 20 times that of other races, so this area is also crowded with adventurers from various other regions, hoping to be lucky enough to kill an undead and get soul crystals to make a fortune. Jiang Ziliu doesn't care about it at the moment. He decided to live in seclusion here because there are a lot of people here, so he can hide well and improve his strength in peace. After buying a yard in a low-level base here, Jiang Ziliu prepared 10 safe houses outside to prepare for unexpected situations. Next, he wrote another letter to his elder brother Jiang Zikong, explaining that he had taken his parents away and that they were quite safe. Then Jiang Ziliu started the first thing he wanted to do. Improve his own beast taming space and evolve it. Jiang Ziliu had already obtained the secret method of evolving the beast taming space a long time ago, and he even had enough materials to evolve the beast taming space. But he never had the chance to execute it later. Now, he has the time. The beast taming space is a natural space rewarded when the beast taming contract is signed. Jiang Ziliu's beast taming space is only 100 cubic meters in size. If it weren't for the empty blue rock man Akun, the green-skinned shape-shifting elf Thousand Faces would both be very small beasts. With 3 of the size of the mutant electric snake White Snake, his beast space would not be able to accommodate the beasts. It is imperative to evolve the size of the beast taming space. The beast taming space itself is like a special small world. To evolve the base, one must start from the 3 perspectives of space, time, and life. Especially from the perspective of life, this is because the beast taming space itself is a small world where living things can exist. It is a special dimensional space with extremely strong life attribute power. If you want to evolve the beast controlling space, you need to use 3 materials: space, time, and life. And it has to be at least grade A material. All 3 are indispensable. Space materials are rare, but can still be obtained. Life materials are even more common, such as the water of life left in Jiang Ziliu's hand. And he discovered more advanced materials from the treasure of the Dwarf King's hammer. The roots of the SSS level Elf Mother Tree. Although it is unknown how the Dwarf King obtained a treasure of this level, if the elves knew about this material, they would definitely regard the owner of the material as their mortal enemy and would fight to the death. Because the Elf Mother Tree is the belief of the elves, it is their source, and a mother-like existence. Taking out a piece of the root of the Elf Mother Tree means that someone has harmed the Elf Mother Tree. How could this not arouse the hostility of the elves? With this thing, the life-related materials can be considered to be extremely well prepared. But the last one is the most troublesome. Time material. Time is invisible and intangible, and has no entity. The preciousness of time-related materials is even higher than that of high-level soul crystals. Jiang Ziliu was really lucky this time. He found a densely packed crystal bottle in the Dwarf King's treasure, with some grey dust inside. Don't underestimate this dust, it is a special time material, the dust of time. The dust of time is a treasure of inestimable value. It is only born in the turbulence of time and space. Only the strong ones who can move in the turbulence of time and space can collect this kind of time dust if they are lucky. It is really amazing that the dwarves were able to put a small bottle of time dust in the hammer of the Dwarf King. This time, Jiang Ziliu didn't need that much space to evolve the beast. He only needs a grain of dust of time to evolve the beast taming space. He also prepared the final space materials, which were still contributed from the treasure of the hammer of the Dwarf King. This is a SS and grade Hushan Haiyuan mud. This material itself contains spatial properties, but it is a very inert spatial property. However, this inertness can help the beast taming space increase its toughness, stability, and other properties at the spatial level. It is also very simple to evolve the beast taming space. You just need to put 3 materials together and touch them to the contract pattern on your eyebrow. The contract mark will automatically absorb the 3 materials that meet the standards, transform their power on its own, and promote the evolution of the entire beast taming space. In this process, the mark of contract is the real leader. It itself also desires the growth of the beast taming space and will automatically make the beast taming space evolve without the need for any operation from the beast tamer. The black mud of Hushan, the roots of the elven mother tree, and the dust of time were transferred to the beast taming space by the pattern of the contract. They gradually became ethereal, disappeared, and merged into the beast taming space itself. The entire beast taming space began to tremble, evolve, and expand. The power of space was vibrating, but it had no effect on the forging throne housed in the hammer of the Dwarf King. He transferred the other beasts to the small world in the hammer of the Dwarf King. The beast controlling space was expanding, and the space, time, and breath of life gradually became clearer. Even the entire space gave birth to a faint white light on its own. It was no longer a pure black space. This evolution lasted for nearly a day. One day later, Jiang Ziliu's beast controlling space evolved to 100,000 cubic meters, 1,000 times larger than the original size. Moreover, it actually gave birth to a piece of land, which showed the traces of a real small world. This time, the beast taming space has evolved. Not only has its size increased, but the space-time stability of the beast taming space has also been greatly improved. The life-holding capacity of the beast taming space has truly reached the SSS level. The original upper limit of life capacity was relatively low, only S level. The reason why it was so high was that he opened the soul hidden star, which indirectly increased the strength of the beast taming space. Otherwise, even if he could evolve silver-level beasts, he would not be able to put them into the beast taming space. Of course, the beast taming throne is a rather special existence. Its power blesses the beast taming space, which allows the hammer of the Dwarf King and its core fragments to exist in the beast taming space. But this blessing is temporary, while the current evolution is permanent. After completing this stage of evolution, the beast taming space will need a considerable period of stabilization and self-adaptation before it can start the next stage of evolution. Like the beast tamer, it needs to adapt and fine-tune itself after evolution. Chapter 96. The beast taming space has evolved and expanded, which is equivalent to the beast tamer's houses becoming bigger and more comfortable to live in. Moreover, the beast taming space has special functions that allow the beast tamers to recover and enhance in all aspects. After Jiang Ziliu completed the evolution of the beast controlling space, he put all the beasts into it. They still like this new environment very much. The hammer of the Dwarf King represents the outer shell of the forged throne and is located in the very center. The empty green rock man Akun, the mutated electric snake White Snake, and the green-skinned shape-shifting elf Thousand Faces are located in 3 positions on the 4 sides. They all seem to have instinctively marked out their own territory in the beast-controlling space. Next, Jiang Ziliu provided a large amount of resources, such as soul crystals, life-related medicinal materials, yuan crystals, etc., to his parents in the small world, allowing their beasts to recover one by one. After the beast was seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep, ordinary resources were useless. But Jiang Ziliu obtained the treasure of revival of the dwarf race in the hammer of the dwarf king. There were many high-level resources, and materials related to beast taming and healing were not scarce. He could completely restore his parents' beast taming. After recovering his parents, Jiang Ziliu stayed quietly in the base and opened a small shop as a cover. In this base, he grew up quietly for a year. A year later, he successfully reached the silver 9th star level and once again reached the critical point of unlocking the silver level soul hidden star. He used the highest quality soul crystals obtained from the ruins and 10 low quality soul crystals from the dwarf revival treasure to successfully open 9 silver level soul hidden stars, completely reaching the peak of the silver level. In the first month of a year later, he was living a peaceful life and broke through to the gold level at the age of 25. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, 1-star gold level Beastmaster. The feedback from the king level existence of the contract origin cannot be carried out, it is blocked. Lifespan, 25, 1023. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 102,351.9. Life level, gold level life form. Dark energy level, 10,368.5. Personal skills. Probability determination, birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Beast Tamer fusion, you can merge with the beast you control, forming a double increase in strength after adding up the combined strength. The cooldown time ranges from 1 day to 3 days. Feedback skills. Life breath convergence, SSS level. Earth space escape, A+. Electromagnetic control, SSS+. Lightning skies, A+. Flesh transformation, SS+. Emerald light, A. The skill feedback of the forging throne of the King of Origin is being sealed. Beast Tamer, 8-star silver level Sky Blue Rockman Akun, 7-star silver level Mutant Lightning Snake White Lady, 7-star silver level Green-skinned shape-shifting Elf Jianmian, King level Origin King Forging Throne. Beast Taming skills. Empty Blue Rockman. Life Breath Convergence, SSS grade, Rock and Earth Incarnation, S+, Rock and Earth Escape, A grade, Rock and Earth Invisibility, B and grade, Mutated Spirituality, A, Rock and Earth Stealth, A+, Sword Mastery, A+, 56.7% Dwarf Titan Bloodline, A, Earth Space Escape, A+. Mutated Electric Snake. Electromagnetic Manipulation, SSS+, Electric Current Attack, A+, Lightning Swipe, A+, Mutant Spirituality, A. Green-skinned Shapeshifter. Flesh Transfiguration, SS+, Plant Transformation, A. Animal Transformation, A. Super Digestion, A+, Emerald Light, A+. Origin Divine Power, Incomplete King Level, Forging Power, King Level. The Beast Tamer's life level is too low, knowing this may lead to unknown information risks, so it is not recommended to know this. Beast Level. Akun, the Rockman of the Sky, 8-star silver. Mutated Lightning Snake White Lady, 7-star silver. Green-skinned shape-shifting elf Thousand Faces, 7-star silver. Forged Throne, King of King Origin. Beast Status. The Kongqing Rockman is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The Mutant Electric Snake is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The green-skinned shape-shifting elf is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The core of the Forging Throne is incomplete, and the favorability towards the Beastmaster is 65%. Due to the rapid growth of several beasts, the life feedback generated together was only about 40%. Although they themselves were still only silver-level life forms, they still pushed Jiang Ziliu to the high life level of gold-level life forms. The gold level is the absolute king level combat power in an ordinary 3rd to 4th level small base. Among all the alien races, the gold level is also the initial stage of advanced combat power. It is the real top power and the basic part of the pillar power. Among 100 human beast masters, if 50 of them can be promoted to the peak black iron level by the end of their lives, it would be a good growth ratio. If 30 people can be promoted to bronze level, it is also a good chance of growth. If one person can be promoted to the silver level, it will be a huge progress in the training of human beast masters. Among them, 19 people completely died in the growth process, or were severely injured by the beast tamers and became civilians. This is already an excellent performance of the local beast tamer tribe's training. Under normal circumstances, for every 100 people who become beast tamers, at least 50 will be severely injured and become civilians, or will simply die in the process of growth. It is normal for 1 out of 1,000 people to grow to the silver level. There are few silver level beast masters in the 4th level bases because most of the beast masters are concentrated in middle and high level bases, ordinary official institutions, the military, academies, chaebol companies, noble families, or powerful adventure groups. This is why there are only a few silver level bases in the 4th level base. Under normal circumstances, taking into account factors such as accidental deaths during the growth process, only one person in every 100,000 people can grow to the gold level. Among the 100,000 people in the world, there are generally about 10 people who can grow to the S level with gold level talents. But a growth rate of 10 to 1 is still amazing. Among the 10 S level talents, only one can grow to the gold level. Jiang Ziliu grew up to the gold level, which is only 1 in 100,000 people, and he achieved it at the young age of 25. If this news were to be spread, it would definitely cause a huge storm and attract the full-scale sniping of hostile alien forces. An SS-level talent like Li Wangkai can grow into a diamond-level powerhouse. Every time a diamond-level expert emerges from the human race, it is an extremely amazing achievement. Therefore, there is usually a guardian around Li Wangkai to ensure that she can grow up. Without such measures, there would be a huge gap at the top of the human race. The last time Li Wangkai appeared, there was no guardian around her, which was a huge surprise. But potential is just potential, and Jiang Ziliu grew up on his own. Jiang Ziliu has reached the gold level. Even if his information is exposed now, the human race will only do their best to protect his growth and will not allow others to use tough means to get his secrets out. Because he now has the strength to do so. His potential is more worthy of attention than those SSS-level talents. With such a fast growth rate and 4 stages of soul hidden stars fully opened, he is destined to be a supreme level or even surpass the supreme level in the future. A role like the future guardian of the human race, and not one that is so active. Although the human upper class values their own interests, they are not all demented. They can naturally understand the huge benefits that the 25-year-old gold level will bring to the human race in the future. Jiang Ziliu knew this the moment he grew into the gold level. But he still had no intention of exposing himself. Before he fully grows to become the number 1 in the universe, before he becomes absolutely invincible in the world, he will still pursue the survival strategy of hiding himself. He has reached the gold level, and because the 4 stages of soul hidden stars are fully activated, his soul strength has reached the level of 100,000. Moreover, the quality level of his dark energy is at least 4 times that of the same gold level. This makes his foundation extremely strong and his life extremely vigorous. His lifespan reaches over 1,000 years, making him a true millennial giant who can live 10 lifetimes as long as an ordinary mortal. The lifespan of an ordinary gold-level person is usually only about 500 years, but his lifespan is twice as long as theirs. If this news were to be spread, it would be enough to make those gold-level experts envious to death. The improvements to Jiang Ziliu's beasts were not significant, they were all still at the silver level, and had not evolved much. But their life levels are constantly being elevated by Jiang Ziliu. When they reach the critical point of gold-level beast control, Jiang Ziliu will prepare them for evolution again at this stage, allowing them to achieve a double breakthrough in life level and bloodline talent at the critical point. Breakthroughs and progress under this state will be even more astonishing and will lay a better foundation for future evolution. The timing of the beast's evolution is also very important. Chapter 97. After Jiang Ziliu broke through the gold level, he did not relax the training of the beast. Anyway, there are enough resources and he can continue to grow. As for the combat training, practical experience, and other issues at each stage, he has also found solutions. But this method was not invented by Jiang Ziliu, but by Jiang Ziliu's fourth beast forging throne. The main body of this king of origin level being had already fallen asleep, but the little bit of consciousness and power left on the surface helped Jiang Ziliu solve the problem. He evolved a special fantasy battlefield for Jiang Ziliu in an area within the small world of the Dwarf King's Hammer. Jiang Ziliu and his beast entered the fantasy battlefield to train. In this process, they will face countless and various enemies. There are battle scenes of strong men, confrontations between races, and complete wars between beast masters. This setting is a bit like the reincarnation world where those reincarnationists train, which allows Jiang Ziliu to experience different struggle environments and equip him with experience in facing different struggles. The first illusion that Jiang Ziliu experienced was a battle between diamond-level masters. It was a forging throne that replicated the battle scene between two diamond-level alien beast masters in his memory, and everything in it seemed real. Jiang Ziliu's mission in this illusion is not to defeat any of the diamond-level warriors, but to survive the aftermath of their battle. Although he is already at the gold level, there is a complete difference between a diamond-level warrior and a gold-level warrior. The gap is huge, and even Jiang Ziliu's profound heritage is difficult to completely eliminate. In this fantasy world where powerful warriors compete with each other, Jiang Ziliu cannot leave the battle range of the diamond-level warriors, nor can he escape into the earth space. The two fighting beast masters belonged to two special alien races. One was the fire giant and the other was the wind spirit. The fire giants can only contract with beasts with giant bloodlines, and his beasts are the earth titan, the wind titan, and the volcano titan. The wind spirit clan can only contract beasts with wind attributes, but the beasts he can control are restricted by their attributes. The three beasts controlled by this wind spirit beast Tamer are the extremely miniature wind nature elf, the gigantic wind god pterosaur, and the ferocious-looking howling wind moon wolf. The two beast tamers started fighting as soon as they met. The fire giant first summoned the beast tamer volcano titan. The volcano titan was nearly 300 meters tall. It directly summoned three huge volcanoes that were 1,000 meters high and 1,000 meters wide, guarding itself and the fire giant beast tamer in the middle. Those three volcanoes can draw magma from deep within the earth, which gushes out and erodes a huge circular lava pool around it. Under the control of the volcano titan, the magma inside turns into a magma ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters to attack the enemy, or it can form a huge lava wall to form a defensive barrier. When that huge ball of magma falls on the ground, it can melt an area of ground with a diameter of no less than 20 meters and corrode a pit. The lava that falls to the ground may even grow natural rock spikes as it cools, limiting the enemy's movement space. The Wind Rider Titan is nearly 200 meters tall. It flies in the air, using the power of the wind to move quickly in the sky. But its method of attack was not the wind, but his own fist, which was as big as a house. Even though it is just a physical attack, its power is enormous. Even if a punch misses, it can still create a space explosion like thunder, and even form an invisible fist attack in space with a range of nearly 1,000 meters. The Earth Titan can create terrible power just by standing on the Earth. It has invincible defense and extremely powerful physical attacks. One punch from it can destroy an area of at least 3 kilometers. It is a complete humanoid nuclear bomb. It also relies on its own powerful defensive power to charge forward against the enemy's attacks, and is the main force of the Fire Giant Beastmaster's attack. The Fire Giant Beastmaster's opponent, the Wind Spirit Beastmaster, is no simple opponent either. The natural elf of wind is a natural elf-like beast born from the power of wind and is the natural darling of wind. It directly summoned a storm in the sky, covering the endless land, forming a cover for the opponent, using the power of wind to interfere with the opponent's vision and the opponent's power. The wind spirit is not good at fighting, nor does it like fighting, but it is a good assistant. The raging gale it summons can not only enhance the wind power of other wind-attributed beasts, but can also improve one's own vision with the help of the wind, while making the opponent's vision worse. The wind god pterosaur is a powerful beast of the dragon bloodline. It can be called the god of wind. It has the ability to harness the wind to create super wind blades, high-intensity tornadoes, gusts of wind breath and other powerful attack skills, which can form a powerful attack effect on the opponent. Powerful attack power and invincible aerial mobility are the hallmarks of Quetzalcoatlus. It is the main combat force of the Wind Spirit Tribe's Beastmasters and plays an absolutely offensive role. The Howling Moonwolf is the mount of the Wind Spirit Beastmaster. It is responsible for leading the Wind Spirit Beastmaster in large-scale irregular maneuvers, and is responsible for his own defense and movement, as well as observation of the entire battlefield. The Howling Moonwolf is also a beast that has both sonic and wind attributes. Its attacks are very unique and can achieve the effect of hitting the target from a distance to a certain extent. Two Diamond-level Beastmasters engaged in a fierce battle. The Wind Titan fights against the Quetzalcoatl, and the Earth Titan chases the Wind Spirit and the Quetzalcoatl. The Volcano Titan would occasionally compete with the Howling Moon Wolf. They are all Diamond-level beasts, and every strike they make has the effect of destroying the Earth. The aftermath of battle can occur on the entire land at any time. What's more troublesome is that the lava-cooled spikes created by the Volcano Titan to restrict the Howling Moon Wolf also caused great trouble for Jiang Ziliu's movement. This battle was like a small natural disaster. The sky was filled with turbulent clouds and the earth was shattered into dust. The only thing Jiang Ziliu could do with his three beasts in such a scene was to run for his life. He would also launch attacks while dodging, but he and the Beastmaster's lightning and electromagnetic attacks were all used to offset the aftermath of the battle between the Diamond-level Beastmasters. Their aftermath was extremely powerful. Every time the aftermath of a fight reached Jiang Ziliu and his three beasts, he would extract metal from the rocks to form metal shields to resist. However, every time his metal shield blocked an attack, it would be torn into pieces by the force of the strong wind, or melted by the force of the magma flame. He and his three Beastmasters were not worth the attack from 8 Diamond-level beings. They could only escape from the chaotic battle by attacking to counter the aftermath. His ability to escape into the earth was restricted, otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. But this is to train his ability to survive on the battlefield. If the ability to escape into the earth is used, it will not have any training effect. The first time he entered this illusion, he and his three beasts could only hold out for less than 30 seconds. The second time, he held on for nearly 37 seconds. The third time, he survived for 43 seconds. Jiang Ziliu brought his three beasts into the illusion for survival training again and again, and did this nearly 137 times before he finally survived the 3-day competition among Diamond-level Beastmasters for the first time. Later, he survived more and more battles between Diamond-level beings. Only when no further progress could be made did the Forged Throne stop this illusion. But a new experience in the next illusion is waiting for him. In this way, Jiang Ziliu lived a peaceful, stable, and improving life outside, but in his small world, he was in dire straits every day when it came to training time. Chapter 98. The second wave of illusion training that Jiang Ziliu experienced was a natural disaster of alien beasts. That was the scene of the destruction of an intelligent civilization on a life planet that the Forged Throne had observed remotely. This advanced being reproduced it in the illusion. This planet has already formed a beast-taming civilization, but after careful preparation by the alien beasts, a devastating tide of alien beasts broke out. Ultimately, due to conflicts of interest within the leadership of this civilization, they delayed and lost the opportunity to counterattack, leading to the complete destruction of their civilization. Intelligent life will always engage in various struggles for their own interests. While wisdom brings progress, it also brings more complex interests and struggles. This was not a civilization destroyed by a disaster caused by alien beasts, but a civilization destroyed by internal strife among the upper echelons of the civilization. What Jiang Ziliu needs to do is to hold out as long as possible in this war of alien beast invasion and kill more alien beast enemies. His Earth-related skills, such as Earth-space escape, are no longer restricted and can be fully utilized in the illusion. There are too many enemies, too many to count. The sky and the ground are filled with all kinds of strange beasts with red eyes that want to devour all intelligent life. Their types and attributes are also very complex. There are land type, sky type, ocean type, and many special beasts that roam deep in the earth. There are even many special beasts with special talents that have space and time-related skills. In this situation, no matter where Jiang Ziliu stayed, he would be discovered by certain strange beasts and face endless attacks from them. He could only delay as long as possible and kill some of the strange beasts that were chasing him. These strange beasts include powerful ones and weak ones. The powerful ones are even supreme level ones, while the weak ones are only at limestone level. It is like a pot of porridge with mixed ingredients that are difficult to distinguish. However, they all have only one characteristic, that is, they are full of murderous intent towards intelligent life and are full of desire for their flesh and blood. Jiang Ziliu has only one choice: fight. Kill the enemy. He had never experienced a war of such high intensity and bloody fighting wherever he went. When he first entered the fantasy world, he unfortunately encountered a time-related monster. The opponent used a time-stopping skill, which prevented him and the three beasts from even having a chance to react, and they were fixed on the original timeline. However, the time stop had no effect on the strange beast. Then he and his three beasts were easily killed by this golden level beast. This round is tragic. I died as soon as I appeared on the stage. The second time he entered the illusion, he successfully survived for half a month before being found by a sandworm with earth attributes and swallowed up. The opponent can shake him out of the earth space level like a dream butterfly. The third time, he died as soon as he appeared. This time, at the beginning, he encountered a diamond level monster, the petrified Banshee Medusa. The other party's eyes looked at him for less than a second, and he was forcibly petrified, and then the other party's snake tail smashed him into a pile of dust. This experience made Jiang Ziliu realize once again that in the face of absolute power, his ability to survive was still insufficient. He thought about this and determined the next evolutionary goal of the Kongqing Rock Man, which was to upgrade his skill of Earth space escape to at least SSS level. Only with such an ability to escape in the Earth space, he would not be easily forced out from the deep space by the powerful alien beasts. This dream experience allowed him to discover the areas where he needed to improve, and it also greatly enhanced his experience in dealing with various battles. Such as experience in dealing with large-scale attacks of alien beasts, experience in dealing with coordinated attacks of different alien beasts, and experience in dealing with sieges by silver or even gold-level alien beasts of the same level. In these scenes, all the strange beasts are extremely terrifying, and their skills are complex and varied. They are brutal, bloodthirsty, and cruel, but their fighting skills and sense of timing are amazing. The more advanced the beast, the higher its intelligence, and the more intelligent its combat power and skills are. He experienced this illusion 97 times in total. The last time he survived for nearly a year, being chased by strange beasts every day, fighting, escaping, fighting, escaping. This cycle continued all the time, and he even developed stronger combat instincts in the process. Jiang Ziliu can intuitively sense in advance where dangerous and powerful beasts are, so that he can quickly avoid the areas where they are. After escaping like this for a year, he was noticed by a large number of exotic beasts above the gold level. They set up a tight net and finally trapped him and the three beasts a year later. Jiang Ziliu was completely destroyed after a bloody battle in which he killed 13 gold-level beasts, 120 silver-level beasts, and severely injured an entry-level diamond-level beast. After this experience, he finally ended this illusion trial. It's not that he doesn't want to continue, but the Forging Throne has determined that he can't survive much longer, and continuing to stay in this illusion would be a waste of time. The third illusion that Jiang Ziliu experienced was a siege by a group of human beast masters. This was an encirclement and suppression war observed by the Forged Throne, in which the Western Beastmaster forces launched an encirclement and suppression war against an enemy of a certain force. But in the illusion, Jiang Ziliu was the one who was surrounded. His mission was to survive the siege of 10 human gold-level Beastmasters and 40 human silver-level Beastmasters and to counterattack them. Every human Beastmaster has at least 3 beasts. Moreover, most of them are capable of both offense and defense, and possess powers of various attributes such as earth, water, wind, fire, thunder, life, light, darkness, and death. Humans are intelligent. Their coordination and skills in taming beasts are better than those of beast tamers from other races. Generally speaking, below the silver level, human beastmasters are weaker than those of other races. However, at the silver level and above, as the number of human beastmasters increased and their skills became more diverse, comprehensive, and balanced, the combat power of human beastmasters changed and improved, gradually surpassing those alien beastmasters whose contracts had specific restrictions. This is also the reason why the alien race is trying its best to weaken the potential of human beastmasters. Because the human race that has grown up has no weaknesses in its abilities, is too powerful, and too terrifying, it poses a major threat to the interests and survival of the race, which makes them unite to assassinate the bottom-level geniuses of the human race. Elander learned this from the conversation among the dwarven leaders, and finally told him during his communication with Jiang Ziliu. In the third illusion, Jiang Ziliu was very difficult to defeat. He went through 152 illusion experiences before he successfully avoided all murderous intentions and finally completed the difficult counterattack against the enemy. After this experience, he realized how difficult it was to deal with a human beastmaster at the silver level. There's no way, their abilities are too comprehensive. After reaching the gold level, they become more difficult to deal with sharp attacks, strong defenses, powerful healing and recovery abilities, and even their ability to save their lives and escape are more obscure and more powerful. Human beastmasters all like to keep one or more of their tricks hidden. You will never know how many powerful cards are hidden beneath the opponent's apparent strength. The human beastmaster is not difficult to defeat, but it's too hard to kill. In this illusion, the training goal given to Jiang Ziliu by the Forging Throne is to kill all the human beastmasters who are besieging him. In 152 battles, he defeated his opponent in only 31 trials, but it took him a full 121 trials to complete the counterattack with great difficulty. After this illusion, his combat experience has improved to a very terrifying level, and he can be regarded as a true veteran of many battles. Although this illusion is fake, all his attacks, defenses, and use of strength are real. He is actually using his own power and the power of the beast he controls. The price of the illusion being repeated again and again is that this corner of the small world is severely damaged. The fourth illusion that Jiang Ziliu experienced was survival in the ocean. He needed to escape from the ocean environment full of strange beasts and return to the land 100,000 miles away. This is an alternative survival fantasy test. The fifth, the sixth, the seventh. One illusion after another has greatly improved Jiang Ziliu's combat experience, combat ability, combat wisdom, survival ability, escape ability, and other aspects. Days like this passed one after another, and 2 years later, all of Jiang Ziliu's beasts were upgraded to the 9-star silver level. It was also time for them to evolve and finally break through to the gold level. Chapter 99. From silver level to gold level, Jiang Ziliu relied on the knowledge he had learned to complete the preparation of the potion formula. But he did not do so immediately. He asked Aland, the weapon spirit, for advice. First of all, there is the issue of the evolution of the Kongqing rock people. Empty blue rock man. Life breath convergence, SSS grade, Rock and Earth Incarnation, S+, Rock and Earth Escape, A grade, Rock and Earth Invisibility, A grade, Mutated Spirituality, A, Rock and Earth Stealth, A+, Sword Mastery, S, 69.9% Dwarf Titan Bloodline, A+, Earth Space Escape, A+. This is its current information. Its Dwarf Titan bloodline has reached the level of 69.9%. Its bloodline has evolved to a bottleneck state. The Dwarf Titan bloodline level from 69.9% to 70.0% has been stuck at this step for a long time and has not moved at all. Although now the Kongqing Rock Man-A-Kun can also be directly upgraded to the gold level. But upgrading to the gold level during evolution is the best choice, and it can also bring about a qualitative change in its strength and skill level in all aspects. Jiang Ziliu's original idea was to allow it to break through the blood concentration barrier of 70.0%. But Alan gave him guidance, thinking that what he should do was not to break through the barrier of blood concentration, but to make the blood of the Kongqing Rock Man develop towards a higher level. Strictly speaking, the Dwarf Titan bloodline is just a weaker and lower branch among the countless branches of the Titan bloodline. So, what you need to do is to evolve the bloodline itself, not to improve it. This is what Elander said. Jiang Ziliu understood, and he felt that this was the true direction of improvement and evolution. The bloodline of the Dwarf Titan has a relatively direct evolutionary direction, which is to evolve towards the bloodline of the Earth Titan, allowing the bloodline to achieve a qualitative and specific sublimation. But it is not so easy to achieve this. In order to achieve this directional evolution, Jiang Ziliu needs to find the blood essence, heart, or beast core of the Earth Titan. Without any of these three, he would not be able to elevate the Dwarf Titan bloodline to the Earth Titan bloodline. This is the conclusion Jiang Ziliu reached after consulting with Elander and making a probabilistic judgment. The blood, heart, or beast core of the Earth Titan are undoubtedly extremely precious treasures. However, these three things are not included in the dwarf's revival treasure. If he wanted to evolve the sky-flying bluestone man-A-Kun according to the best route he had envisioned, he had to find a way to get one of these three treasures. With me as the center, what is the probability that there is the essence of the Earth Titan, the heart, or the beast core within a radius of 3,000 kilometers on the Earth? There was no other way. Jiang Ziliu could only use probability to determine the possible locations of the three treasures. The answer was within his expectations. 100%. Jiang Ziliu used probability to make an accurate location determination, constantly narrowing the scope, and finally figured out the location of the treasure he needed. It was a beast core of the Earth Titan, located 1,250 kilometers to the north. This time, Jiang Ziliu did not go to pick it up in person. Because he made a probability assessment of the danger and determined that the place where the beast core of the Earth Titan existed was not dangerous at all. So he let the Kongqing Rock Man-A-Kun run away by himself. Now that it has reached the 9-star silver level, the wisdom of the Kongqing Rock Man-A-Kun has become very powerful. He can perform some tasks, and he can also deal with many situations on his own. Jiang Ziliu prepared a space orb for it and asked it to recognize the space orb as its master. There are resources such as Yuan crystals and beast cores inside, which are enough for it to consume along the way. All the Kongqing Rock Man-A-Kun had to do was run over, put the beast core of the Earth Titan into the space orb, and then bring it back. This time, it went relatively smoothly. Jiang Ziliu is not a protagonist who influences the fate of the general situation. Every step he takes is thrilling, and he soars into the sky with unparalleled luck, and his life is full of twists and turns. A week later, the Kongqing Rock Man-A-Kun brought back the beast core of the Earth Titan. This beast core is only an S-level beast core. From its appearance and the strength of its power, he can judge that this beast core was left behind by a young Earth Titan beast after it entered the Blue Mercury and fell. It was most likely left over from a war in which alien beasts invaded Blue Mercury. Because it is only a young Earth Titan, its beast core, like its life cycle, has not grown to that level and is only equivalent to a gold level S-level beast core. But for Jiang Ziliu, it's just right. A beast core that is too advanced will make the evolution process of the Kongqing rock people's dwarf titan bloodline to the earth titan bloodline too intense, resulting in some unpredictable risks and reducing the probability of successful evolution. During this period, Eland also taught Jiang Ziliu a lot of advanced knowledge about earth titans, dwarf titans, and other titan-like giant life forms. This knowledge was extremely important to Jiang Ziliu, making him more confident about the bloodline evolution of the sky blue rock man Accompany. Through learning these advanced titan bloodline knowledge, Jiang Ziliu has a better grasp of the plan to evolve his bloodline. He also listed more detailed plans for evolution centered on the beast core of the earth titan. Then he began to make probabilistic judgments on these options. The lowest evolution probability is only 0.23%, but the highest option increases the probability of bloodline evolution to 81.3%. But Jiang Ziliu was not satisfied with this. He made continuous adjustments to the details, optimized each plan, determined the probability, and made continuous adjustments based on the optimal plan. After nearly a month, he successfully completed the best plan. This set of plans increases the probability of bloodline evolution to 97.6%. At this point, Jiang Ziliu could no longer find any room for improvement, not even by trial and error using probability determination. He had no choice but to decide on this bloodline evolution plan. However, this plan requires an SS-grade high-level material, a high-level crystal rock treasure called the Heart of the Mountains. This is a treasure formed by the power of the earth, the power of the mountains, and dark energy. Jiang Ziliu was very lucky, as among the treasures he obtained, there happened to be such a Heart of the Mountains. The plan and materials are all ready. After everything is ready, Jiang Ziliu began to evolve the bloodline of the Sky Blue Rock Man. Chapter 100. After making sufficient preparations, Jiang Ziliu began the evolution of the Beastmaster Kongqing Rockman. But this time, he didn't dare to evolve the beast in the base, nor did he dare to evolve it in the beast taming space, or in the small world of the Hammer of the Dwarf King. Because the transformation from a silver-level Beastmaster to a gold-level Beastmaster is special. This is a real qualitative change in life. The transformation of all silver-level Beastmasters to gold level can only achieve the greatest effect in the real universe. However, when evolving in the beast taming space or the small world, the improvement of the beast taming will be one level lower in origin. This is also confidential information that is strictly kept secret by the human race's upper echelons from ordinary Beastmasters. What they want to ensure is that low-level Beastmasters can become gold-level beings, but cannot become strong ones with combat power higher than that of gold-level Beastmasters. What the upper class wants is their suppression and control over ordinary people in the human world at all levels. If it weren't for the weapon soul of the Dwarf King's hammer, Eland, reminding Jiang Ziliu would not have known this. Because this secret is something that cannot be obtained even through the exchange system of the King Wu base. Only in the real universe, when the transformation of beast taming to the gold level is completed, the effect will be brought to a higher level. Moreover, this also involved an important change, which prevented him from performing blood transformation on the Kongqing Rock Man in the base. Jiang Ziliu came to the wilderness and began the entire evolution process in an underground cave. He integrated the beast core of the Earth Titan into an S-level life colloid. This kind of colloid is made from the bones of gold-level exotic beasts, A+ level blood-transforming grass, the juice of B-level bone-corrupting poisonous tree, and the gastric juice of snakes with the bloodline of basenet. The blood-dissolving grass can dissolve blood and flesh, and the juice of the bone-rotten poison tree can dissolve tough bones. Together they form the best raw materials for making bone glue. But they are extremely toxic. After being combined with the gastric juice of the special beast with the bloodline of the bass snake, this poison that can knock down gold-level life can be eliminated. However, this colloid has no other use and can only dissolve treasures such as beast cores. Moreover, it can preserve the power of the inherited bloodline of the exotic beast contained in the beast core, and then use other life solutions and high-grade materials such as the heart of the mountains to prepare a yellowish-brown potion that contains the great power of the violent earth. When the potion takes shape, an illusion of the earth will appear in the sky above it. That was the potion phenomenon caused by the overflow of earth power. Only S-grade potions can produce such a phenomenon. As long as Akun, the Kongqing Rock Man, drinks this potion and absorbs it in a dormant state, he can complete the transformation. Jiang Ziliu added an ingredient into the potion that slowly released the effect, allowing the Beastmaster Kong Qingjian Shi Man to absorb the potion within a controllable range of life, on the safe line of the most stable bloodline evolution. The moment the potion was formed, the Kongqing Rock Man Akun's life instinct made him desire it infinitely. After getting Jiang Ziliu's permission, it couldn't wait to swallow the potion in one gulp. Then they fell to the ground, and faint energy shadows like the earth began to emerge from their bodies. That is a sign that the bloodline is transitioning from the dwarf titan to the earth titan. This potion also contains ingredients that can make it fall asleep, because the blood change process is quite uncomfortable. If it is awake and has stress reactions such as struggling, the effectiveness of the drug will be reduced. Only when you are in a completely deep sleep can you absorb the power of the medicine with the best and greatest effect. At the beginning of its evolution, its body began to shake uncontrollably, which was its instinctive reaction to being in a state of severe pain. The evolution of the bloodline of life, like the shedding of a snake's skin, requires a huge price to grow. Jiang Ziliu asked Elan to call upon a bit of the demigod power contained in the hammer of the Dwarf King to suppress the disturbance of the empty blue rock. He, with the mutated electric snake White Snake and the green-skinned shape-shifting elf Thousand Face, guarded it, while keeping an eye out for any powerful alien beasts or beastmasters approaching the area, in order to take precautions. The Kongqing Rock Man began to change. Its skin became more and more delicate, like a humanoid life made of flesh and blood, but its appearance became more and more special, like the Earth Titan that Jiang Ziliu had seen before. However, the Earth Titan he had seen during his experience in the illusion was an Earth Titan whose bloodline was not very pure. That kind of Earth Titan, or more precisely, a subspecies with this bloodline. The Dwarf Titan is also a subspecies of Titan. A true full-blooded Earth Titan is at the silver level when it is born. The gold level is only its adolescence. A peak Earth Titan may grow to the level of a demigod or even higher. Jiang Ziliu's Kongqing Rockman is also a subspecies of Earth Titan after evolution, unless its bloodline concentration reaches 100%. At this time, the Sky Blue Rock Man Akun was constantly undergoing changes at the microscopic level of his life. His original Dwarf Titan bloodline was evolving bit by bit into the more advanced Earth Titan bloodline, and his life form was also affected after the bloodline was upgraded, which was reflected in his appearance. This evolution lasted for nearly 10 days. The appearance of the Kongqing Rock Man Akun is getting closer and closer to that of a Titan, like a child version of a Titan. 10 days later, the Sky Blue Rock Man Akun finally completed the transformation of the Dwarf Titan bloodline to the more advanced Earth Titan bloodline. Suddenly, a golden light descended from the universe, and then the light stayed in the sky above the underground cave where Jiang Ziliu was, and turned into a golden shadow that seemed to be a 10,000-meter tall Titan giant. A golden vision appeared between heaven and earth. This strange phenomenon stayed in the sky for dozens of seconds, and then turned into a golden stream of light, penetrating the earth and completely merging into the body of the Sky Green Rock Man Akun, allowing it to complete the transformation of its bloodline into an Earth Titan and achieve a breakthrough in its life level from silver to gold. Why does life have a golden level definition for beast tamers and beast masters? It is because the core of a beast master is beast taming. When the beast master's life level is raised to the gold level, the universe will send down a golden vision of heaven and earth, and integrate the power of the vision into the Beastmaster's body. When the Beastman undergoes this change, a golden vision appears, which is a reward from the universe and the beginning of a new life. The appearance of the huge golden vision was the reason why he was unwilling to complete this transformation in the base, because there was no way to keep his information secret. After the Beastmaster evolved to the Golden level, people called this realm the Golden level because of the Golden phenomenon. Later, for convenience, the previous realms were defined as Limestone, Black Iron, Bronze, and Silver. It was this Golden vision that gave rise to this series of graded names for the levels of life. Kongqing Rock broke through to the Gold level, and his entire life entered a new stage. But Jiang Ziliu had no time to investigate, because the appearance of the celestial phenomenon of the Golden level Beastman's evolution was enough to absorb the chi of the strong people in the area of thousands of miles. The Golden vision was too big and too obvious, as conspicuous as a huge peak that suddenly appeared. What Jiang Ziliu did immediately was to take back the Kongqinjian Rockman Akun who had completed the transformation and ascension, and erase all traces of himself, then slip away. Chapter 101. Jiang Ziliu ran back to his new home in the small base, then entered the semi-artifact small world, and summoned the Kongqing Rockman Akun to check on its condition. But not before he checked the information panel. He heard a voice. Master. I'm so happy. I can speak. It was a very stuttering and intermittent voice, as if a person who had not spoken for a long time suddenly started speaking but could not speak anymore. Jiang Ziliu widened his eyes. Because the one who spoke was actually his own beast, the sky blue Rockman Akun. It actually started talking. Although his speech was not fluent and smooth, Akun, who had only been able to communicate through thoughts generated by the connection of the contract pattern, was indeed speaking. Jiang Ziliu felt a huge surprise. You can speak now. Kongqinjian Shi Akun nodded and expressed his thoughts with difficulty. Master. I have always wanted to speak, but I can't say it. This, for the first time, I can speak. I am very happy. It expresses its excitement at being able to speak. In the process of constantly expressing its meaning, its speaking ability becomes more and more fluent. Okay, that's great, you can finally speak. This way, we can communicate well in the future. Jiang Ziliu was very excited and wanted to pick up the little guy. But when he hugged the Kongqing Rock Man, he found that he was very heavy. It seemed that he was not hugging a humanoid beast that was only half the size of a child, but a heavy mountain. Master, I'm sorry, I forgot to control my weight. I'm very heavy, but I can control my weight now. The wisdom of the Kongqing Rockman Akun increased after his strength increased. He actually felt the difficulty of Jiang Ziliu in holding him up. Then, its entire weight suddenly lightened, as if it had disappeared. Jiang Ziliu didn't feel the slightest bit of strain while holding it. This made Jiang Ziliu realize that it could actually control the weight of its own body. No wonder when it stepped on the ground, the terrible weight just now did not damage the ground, allowing it to hide in the soft soil. So Jiang Ziliu couldn't wait to open the information panel and read the information about Kongqing Rock. Empty Blue Rock Man. Life Breath Convergence, SSS+, Earth Incarnation, SSS, Rock Escape, S, Rock Invisibility, S, Wisdom Spirituality, S, Earth Stalking, S, Sword Mastery, S, 10.3% Earth Titan Bloodline, S, Earth Space Escape, S+, Gravity Control, SS, Earth Tremor, S, Earth Leverage, S. The strength of the Beastmaster Kongqing Rockman Akun has greatly improved. Its life level was raised to 6-star gold level in one go. This is a continuous breakthrough of the 5 small realms after the gold level. It is the result of huge accumulation, accurate timing, and multiple blessings from the strange phenomena of heaven, earth and the universe. The bloodline evolution from the dwarf titan to the earth titan brought tremendous heritage and a deep life foundation, and also allowed its life level to be raised by at least 1 star after its breakthrough. And Jiang Ziliu chose the potion, which maximized the probability of evolution and allowed the efficacy of the potion to work more on other aspects of Kongqing Rock Akun, causing its life level to grow uncontrollably by at least 2 stars. The last one is the golden level celestial phenomenon, which is a reward for the beastman's evolution to the golden level in the universe. The reward from this strange phenomenon of heaven and earth at least allowed its life level to break through 2 stars. Under the combined influence, Kongqing Rock Akun not only broke through to the gold level, but was also promoted to the middle level of 6-star gold level in one breath. The golden celestial phenomenon is very special. It will not occur in response to the breakthrough of the Beastmaster, nor will it occur in response to the breakthrough of the exotic beasts. It only occurs to the Beastmasters. This is very special. The Kongqing Rock Man Akun was a contracted Beastmaster, so he gained huge benefits from it. This time it's not only a leap in strength, but also a transformation in its bloodline. Its Dwarf Titan bloodline completely transformed into Earth Titan bloodline. Although the concentration of the Earth Titan bloodline is only 10.3%, its bloodline level has reached the S level. This is real high blood. From now on, as long as the Kongqing Rock Man Akun continues to advance along this bloodline path and continuously improves the concentration of his blood, it will continue to strengthen. The first change brought about by the Earth Titan bloodline is that all its original abilities have evolved to a higher level. None of its original skills are below S level. Its new skills are all above S level. The emergence of the Earth Titan bloodline has given rise to its new skills. Gravity manipulation, Earth trembling, and Earth leverage are all advanced Earth-related skills, and they are all powerful skills. They are all powerful abilities brought by the Earth Titan bloodline. Among them, gravity manipulation allows Kongqing Rock Akun to have the ability to control the gravity of the planet. The shaking of the earth is a powerful earthquake-type skill, and its range of destructive power is extremely terrifying. Relying on this skill, the Sky Green Rock Man Akun can create terrible earthquakes at any time. The last earth-borrowing power is special. It allows the Sky Green Rock Akun to borrow the power of the earth from the ground beneath his feet, giving him powerful and pure physical power. As long as its feet are on the ground, its power will be unmatched. This skill increases its physical destructive power to an extremely terrifying level. After all, Jiang Ziliu had seen the destructive power of the subspecies Earth Titan. Another change brought about by the Earth Titan bloodline of the Sky Blue Rock Man Akun is that its original skills have evolved and all have been upgraded to S level or even higher levels. The most important skill among them, the convergence of life breath, was upgraded to SSS and level, reaching the limit of his known skill level. The original S and rock and soil incarnation was also upgraded to an SSS level earth incarnation. The levels of its other skills have also been significantly improved, which are all benefits brought by bloodline evolution. Most importantly, the mutated spirituality was upgraded to S level intelligent spirituality. Having wisdom and spirituality means that the Kongqing Rock Man Akun has the wisdom and ability of a real intelligent life. At the same time, this wisdom and spirituality also allows it to truly speak and communicate like a normal person. The last change is the biggest. This means that the Kongqing Rock Man Akun has broken free from the constraints of his original beast nature and evolved into a more advanced intelligent life. With wisdom, you will have stronger problem-solving and analytical abilities, as well as strong execution capabilities. This is of great significance to Jiang Ziliu. The Kongqing Rock Man was upgraded to a gold-level life form, and a 6-star gold level at that, and the life feedback it brought was also very powerful. Jiang Ziliu had been suppressing it, and only after he understood all the information after the Kongqing Rock Man evolved into a golden level life did he begin to release this suppression and welcome the life improvement brought to him by this wave of life feedback. Chapter 102. Life feedback appeared, and Jiang Ziliu's strength rose rapidly, and soon reached a higher level. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, 5-star gold level Beastmaster. The feedback from the king level existence of the contract origin cannot be carried out, it is blocked. Lifespan, 28, 2566. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 121,577.2. Life level, gold level life form. Dark energy level, 52,365.9. Personal skills. Probability determination. Birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Beast Tamer fusion. You can merge with the beast you control, forming a double increase in strength after adding up the combined strength. The cooldown time ranges from 1 day to 3 days. Feedback skills. Life Breath Convergence, SSS End Level. Earth Space Escape, S+. Electromagnetic Control, SSS+. Lightning Skies, A+. Flesh Transformation, SS+. Emerald Light, A+. Beast Tamer, 6-star Gold Level Sky Blue Rockman Akon, 9-star Silver Level Mutant Electric Snake White Lady, 9-star Silver Level Green-Skinned Shape-Shifting Elf Jian, King Level King of Origin Forging Throne. Beast Taming Skills. Empty Blue Rock Man. Life Breath Convergence, SSS+, Earth Incarnation, SSS, Rock Escape, S, Rock Invisibility, S, Wisdom Spirituality, S, Earth Stalking, S, Sword Mastery, S, 10.3% Earth Titan Bloodline, S, Earth Space Escape, S+, Gravity Control, SS, Earth Tremor, S, Earth Leverage, S. Mutated Electric Snake. Electromagnetic Manipulation, SSS+, Electric Current Attack, A+, Lightning Swipe, A+, Mutant Spirituality, A. Green-Skinned Shapeshifter. Flesh Transfiguration, SS+, Plant Transformation, A. Animal Transformation, A. Super Digestion, A+, Emerald Light, A+. Origin Divine Power, Incomplete King Level, Forging Power, King Level. The Beast Tamer's life level is too low, knowing this may lead to unknown information risks, so it is not recommended to know this. Beast Level. Akon, the Sky Blue Rock Man, 6-star Gold. Mutated Lightning Snake White Lady, 9-star Silver. Green-Skinned Shape-Shifting Elf Thousand Faces, 9-star Silver. Forged Throne, King of King Origin. Beast Status. The Kongqing Rock Man is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beast Master. The Mutant Electric Snake is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beast Master. The Green-Skinned Shape-Shifting Elf is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beast Master. The core of the Forging Throne is incomplete, and the favorability towards the Beast Master is 65%. 1 beast reached 6-star Gold, and 2 reached 9-star Silver. The combined life feedback continuously improved Jiang Ziliu's strength. Now he has transformed into a 5-star Gold life form. At this point, his strength is already comparable to that of a low-level Diamond level warrior. Although the gap between Diamond level and Gold level warriors is very large, Jiang Ziliu has twice as many skills as an ordinary Gold level warrior. Moreover, the level of starvation skills is mostly above S level, and the lowest level of others is A level. Coupled with his soul strength of up to 100,000 levels, completely Diamond level, and the quality level of ultra-high quality dark energy. The combination of various advantages allowed him to make the leap from Gold level to Diamond level in terms of combat power. The evolution of the Kongqing Rock Man is complete, achieving the essential evolution and transformation of his bloodline. Next, Jiang Ziliu turned his attention to the other 2 beasts. The first one to evolve is the Mutant Electric Snake White Snake. This little female snake has been with me for so long and has made great contributions and hard work. Jiang Ziliu chose 2 evolutionary paths. One is to continue to improve along the path of the snake and bloodline, taking the power of thunder and lightning as the core, and finally transforming into a being like the god of thunder and lightning. The other is a special direction of transformation. From snake to dragon. The transformation method into a dragon is the evolutionary path of exotic beasts with the colors of Oriental civilization, and it is a relatively rare path. There is actually no difference between the 2 paths. The snake transformation path is actually a gigantic path, which allows White Snake's giant snake body to continue to grow and strengthen, evolving towards becoming even bigger. Become a high-level existence like the Bashan or the world-devouring snake. This path requires a terrifying amount of resources, and it is also a path of quantitative change in a sense. The potential of the dragon transformation is also quite strong. It transforms from a snake into a dragon, and from a dragon into a dragon, and then undergoes a new transformation within the dragon bloodline. Jiang Ziliu thought it over again and decided to respect the beast's own wishes and see which path it was willing to take. The path they judge based on their own life intuition may be the most suitable path for their own growth. Jiang Ziliu passed his ideas to the mutant electric snake White Snake. Although its intelligence was not high, it still thought carefully, and it also followed Jiang Ziliu's reminder and made a decision instinctively. Finally, Jiang Ziliu got its decision. Running dragon one way. Because Jiang Ziliu told it the advantages of every path, when the giant snake reached the end, although it was extremely huge, its terrifying size also brought terrible consumption. It needed to sleep frequently to avoid the consumption of its oversized size. It can be said that the world serpent bloodline is an enlarged version of a gluttonous snake, which needs to be replenished with large amounts of food at all times. You will not be able to move freely and may often fall asleep, which are the problems that will arise at the end of this path. But the mutated electric snake White Snake yearns to live like humans, so that she can see more beautiful scenery of the world with a smaller body size. It is not so keen on the pursuit of absolute power. It is difficult to transform into a dragon, but in the end the body size is not very large, and the food consumption is not as terrible as that of the world serpent. After it transforms into a dragon, it can freely enjoy the scenery of the universe and move very conveniently. Since the mutant electric snake chose to transform into a dragon, Jiang Ziliu began to prepare for its evolution. To transform into a dragon, you also need to prepare special dragon evolution potion. Other resources are easy to get, as he already has them on him, and he can also use Yuanjing to buy some scarce materials. But there is one resource that Jiang Ziliu needs to find a way to get on his own. That is the dragon's blood. The dragon's blood essence is the trigger for a snake to transform into a dragon, and it is indispensable. Moreover, the dragon's blood essence is a treasure that cannot be found within 1,000 miles of the area where he is located. Even if there are treasures of this level are definitely treasures that belong to a noble family or the core of a force, and are impossible to sell. In order to obtain the dragon's blood, Jiang Ziliu had to go to some advanced bases in the swamp or by the sea. He had to find a way to hunt dragons. Only by hunting down the exotic dragon beast could he extract the dragon's blood essence and complete the golden level evolution of the beast-taming mutated electric snake. Chapter 103. While Jiang Ziliu was thinking about the evolutionary path of the beastman, the appearance of the golden-level celestial phenomenon caused a huge wave. Countless gold-level experts came to this area to conduct secret investigations. They wanted to know the information of this new powerful golden beast masters so that their forces could prepare for the upcoming changes. After all, the emergence of a gold-level strongman can affect the changes in the power structure in a small area. No matter they are humans, aliens, or beasts, they are all treated with caution. As a result, they did not find any information about this gold-level fighter, but they accidentally discovered a big move secretly brewing by the Undead clan. The Undead clan actually created a new S-class copy world in a certain area of this belt, and used this copy world to attract countless undead beasts, preparing to accumulate their numbers to a certain level and launch an undead disaster on the human race in this area. The Undead clan prepared their newly researched rune array to block the monitoring capabilities of the human high-level officials. Only then were they able to quietly gather a terrifying ocean of undead right under the noses of the human race. In fact, they had only completed 1/3 of their preparations. But this time, the Kongqing rock man Akun was promoted to a golden level life, which triggered a golden celestial phenomenon and attracted the investigation of countless forces. As a result, Jiang Ziliu was not exposed, but the arrangement of the Undead clan was exposed instead. Therefore, Under such circumstances, the undead had no choice but to detonate their invasion of the human world prematurely when the plan was one-third complete, launching this incompletely prepared, small-scale undead disaster. Woo! A huge and shrill alarm sounded throughout the base city, and even Jiang Ziliu was startled. He quickly escaped through the Earth's space, left the base, and came to a high mountain outside the city. The S-level Earth space escape he used now had the same effect as direct long-distance teleportation. It was at the highest point of the mountain that Jiang Ziliu saw what was happening. The entire Earth has turned into a huge ocean composed of grey-white beads, covering all the low-lying areas. These beads are the grey skulls of undead skeletons. They are densely arranged together, there are countless billions of them, together forming a sea of undead covering the Earth. In the sky, the sunlight seemed to be covered. They walked on the Earth, like a grey-white tide of disaster surging forward. During this process, some undead skeletons accidentally fell down, and were stepped on by the skeletons behind them, breaking them into pieces, becoming one of the undead skeletons who died before they could accomplish their mission. Dark clouds drifted across the sky, blocking the sunlight and casting large patches of dark clouds on the ground. But that was not a real dark cloud, it was a ghost cloud made up of flying ghosts. Ghosts are not what people think they are, creatures that die when exposed to light. In this world, although they are undead creatures with death attributes, they are a special type of exotic beasts. They can also move normally in the sun. Ghosts are beings that are prone to mental damage. They are able to fly and pass through obstacles such as walls. But a single ghost doesn't cause any physical damage, only mental damage, which is relatively small. Everything is balanced. Ghosts have many advantages, so it is not surprising that they are weak in attack power. Today, a huge number of ghosts, which are no less in number than the undead skeletons, have formed one huge group of ghosts after another, covering the sky like dark clouds. In addition, Jiang Ziliu also felt that there were also a large number of undead creatures advancing underground. That's a corpse. They are a kind of dead life that can perform the same earth escape ability. They are buried in the earth, move around in the earth, and like to move underground all their lives. They are the type of monsters among the undead that hate sunlight the most. But these are only the three most numerous undead races. In addition to them, there are also high-level undead beasts such as undead knights, skeleton dragons, and undead mages. Jiang Ziliu also discovered their presence in the surging sea of undead. The undead knights wear undead armor made of bone and ride hell skeleton horses that emit soul flames. The necromancers sat on the backs of skeleton dragons. They are the most feared of all undead creatures by humans, and are also the most likely to be attacked by humans. The necromancer is the core of the entire undead scourge. Their skills are very special, which is that they can summon three kinds of undead beasts, ghosts, skeletons, and corpses from living creatures that have just died. Humans are the best source of undead creatures, and they also like to attack humans the most. Because only human corpses can be summoned by the necromancer at the same time as ghosts, skeletons, and incubi when he performs the death-life summoning. The flesh and blood of a human corpse are peeled off and turned into a corpse, the bones turn into a skeleton, and the mixture of spirit and soul turns into a ghost. After death, the human soul is also divided into three parts by the necromancer. The larger soul fragment is used to form a ghost, while the smaller two fragments make up the simple soul cores of a skeleton and a corpse. Other alien races, or the corpses of alien beasts, can only summon one of the three. The undead, like demonic beasts, are one of the greatest enemies of all mankind. At this moment, what appeared before Jiang Ziliu's eyes was a vast natural disaster of undead, like a surge of sea water. They completely surrounded the base where Jiang Ziliu was originally staying, ready to destroy this human base at any time and transform the hundreds of thousands of people inside into ghosts, corpses, and skeletons. But Jiang Ziliu also knew that the vast and boundless undead plague in his eyes might just be a small-scale undead plague. Because among them, silver level and above undead beasts are extremely rare. Jiang Ziliu could sense that there were less than 6 gold-level undead inside. Moreover, among these 6 gold-level undead, there is only 1 necromancer, 1 gold-level ghost, 2 gold-level corpses, and 1 gold-level skeleton. They don't have that many high-level combat forces. There is not a single truly powerful undead, such as undead knights, undead dragons, or special types of high-level undead. There are not many high-level combat forces, which means that this undead disaster is not well prepared and strong people are scarce. They can only deal with low-level, low-quality undead, balancing their advantage with numbers. However, the number of dead Lu has reached this point, which is also very terrifying. Even if they are left to be killed, it is enough to tire ordinary beastmasters to death. How the war will turn out depends on humanity's ability to cope with it. Next, a war between alien races and human bases will break out on this land. Chapter 104. The power of the undead scourge surrounded the entire base, and all the beastmasters in the base were pulled up to the tall walls of the entire base for defense. The base itself was built with many huge towers that were taller than the city walls. These towers are the ground air defense forces of the entire base. They are evenly distributed throughout the base and form an air defense system with the combat forces in the sky. Moreover, the power of mankind does not only include beastmasters, but also primitive technology and dark energy technology. Chirp! 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 The first wave of fire came from long-range attack weapons and rocket launchers hidden in the city wall fortress. Countless rocket launchers roared into the distance, like dense raindrops, evenly scattered throughout the ocean of skeleton undead. When a rocket launcher falls, the force of gunpowder can destroy at least 10 to 30 skeletons. There are tens of thousands of fixed rocket turrets hidden on the entire city wall, and each of them is equipped with at least 30 box-type rocket launch tubes. In this first wave of attacks, at least 1 million undead skeletons were destroyed. Then the human defense force quickly replaced the rocket box and launched the second wave of rocket attack. Although Jiang Ziliu is far away, he is now a gold-level life form. His eyesight alone was extremely abnormal. He could see images there from dozens of kilometers away, as if his eyes had turned into an astronomical telescope. The soul power of over 100,000 greatly enhances and expands his vision and observation field, allowing him to see a wider world, a clearer and more distant world. For example, normal people can see 3 colors, and other colors are combinations of these 3 colors. But Jiang Ziliu can see the most essential color categories, which are 8. This is the difference between golden level life and ordinary life after transformation. He could easily observe the activities of the entire base. The entire scene of humanity's counterattack was clearly presented in his vision. Rocket launchers are a very cheap range attack weapon that is still useful in this era, and with the skills of beastmasters, they are even cheaper. For example, if they can cooperate with beastmasters who have fire skills and steel manipulation skills, and learn a certain amount of knowledge, they can produce hundreds of precision metal parts in a day. A beastmaster with metal manipulation skills can easily separate and extract massive amounts of metals from poor quality ores. The entire process is not only environmentally friendly, but also low cost and high yield. It is no problem to produce hundreds of tons of metal in a day. The beast taming feedback skill brings a terrifying increase in human production capacity. Humanity's original simple technological creations are quite cheap. Only information industries such as the Internet are difficult to achieve completely. Because the interference and destruction of the strange beasts are too powerful and difficult to defend against. Only the technology and production capacity related to beast taming are the core, and also a huge difficulty. Under such circumstances, humans can easily achieve mass production of equipment such as rocket launchers. In this area, humanity's ability to deal with the scourge of the undead has long reached its limit, and rocket launchers, a cheap and highly effective equipment for dealing with the sea of the undead, have also been used to the fullest. At this time, in less than an hour, a total of 10 rounds of rocket attacks were carried out on the defense walls of the human base, destroying at least 20 million undead skeletons. The advance of the sea of undead skeletons towards the base was restrained by the power of the rocket launchers, temporarily slowing down their advance. The fierce battle in the sky also continued. The first weapon to deal with ghosts is the anti-aircraft gun, which is also very cheap, but the shell material used in this anti-aircraft gun is very special. When it explodes at high altitude, it will directly form a large dust cloud. This dust cloud covers a very large area, but it uses a special extraordinary material, the dust of light. This is a kind of dust created by soaking materials in a light-related liquid called holy water. It contains very little light-type power, but it can effectively restrain ghost-type power. This dust creates a dust cloud that spreads in the sky, which has a slowly killing effect on these ghosts, and can also form a protective canopy for the base in the sky. At the same time, explosions at high altitudes can also effectively kill ghosts. But these are not the most powerful anti-aircraft means. The most powerful one is on a high tower in the base, where there is a special sun holy crystal, a special SS-level crystal with both holy light and sun attributes. After being activated with the rune array, it will produce a strong holy light. If ghosts or other undead creatures get too close to it, they will be directly annihilated by the high-intensity holy light above. The dead spirits are not afraid of sunlight, but they are afraid of special holy light. This sun holy crystal is enough to protect the sky of the entire base. All the ghosts can do is to launch intensive attacks or send strong men to rush down from the clouds to destroy the sun holy crystal. However, the entire base has a special energy defense shield. Without breaking it, the strong undead cannot get through at all. The ghosts were able to break through this layer of energy defense shield, but they were restrained by the sun holy crystal. It will continue to serve as a defense until the energy is exhausted. The underground army of yin corpses is also approaching here, and humans have also prepared means to deal with them. Under the base city here, humans have opened up a special underground multi-layer space. In the walls of the underground world, humans have added a flame-type material that is specifically designed to restrain the infernal corpses, specifically to guard against their underground assaults. The yin corpse can travel underground, but it can be restrained by the power of fire, and the power of fire can even kill them. They are very strong in ground penetration, but are relatively weak in other aspects. Their only way is to rely on their huge numbers, just like the ghosts and skeletons, to wear down the entire base's defenses, supplies, and huge energy reserves. The powerful middle and high-level members of the undead clan have been behind the sea of the undead. The Greystone-level undead have no intelligence and can only mechanically follow the orders of higher-level undead. The Iron and Bronze-level undead have some intelligence, but they still instinctively obey the orders from their superiors. Only Silver and Gold-level undead life has transformed into a fully intelligent life form. Like humans, they have wisdom and the instinct of self-preservation. In this attack, the Silver-level and Gold-level undead beasts all commanded from behind, letting the low-level forces composed of ghosts, corpses, and skeletons attack regardless of quantity and cost, using their lives to drain humans' physical strength, energy, and supplies. Anyway, there are as many low-level undead as the sea, so they are not afraid of being consumed at all. If the attack is ineffective, these Silver and Gold-level undead creatures will not choose to fight to the death, but will choose to protect themselves. High-level undead obey the orders of the undead. They will only take action when the numerical advantage of the undead scourge takes effect and the power of the undead scourge consumes the strength of strong humans, and then they will crush the enemy with absolute advantage. This is the unchanging pattern of action used by the undead clan to control the undead beasts for thousands of years. They would keep high-level undead beasts, consume low-level undead, and select the strongest among the undead through wars. For them, low-level undead can be easily created, but the appearance of each high-level undead is an event based on probability and must be cherished. This set is also very useful. Humans know this routine and have made targeted preparations. But the number of humans and resources are limited. When the number of undead controlled by the undead clan accumulates to a certain level, that is the moment when they gain the upper hand. Chapter 105. The undead scourge came like a tidal wave, but was quickly dealt with by rocket launchers. Humans have not only ground-to-ground rocket launchers, but also many anti-aircraft rockets, which were not revealed until the ghosts truly launched a tidal wave of attack. Although the tide of undead continued, a true Beastmaster war did not break out between the two sides. The human race and the undead fought for nearly 3 days. During these 3 days, rocket launchers continuously destroyed wave after wave of undead. The undead and high-level undead don't care at all about the reduction in the number of low-level undead by billions. For them, they can have as many cannon fodders as they want. As long as they have a special type of beastmaster like the necromancer, it is very easy to create ordinary undead. 3 days later, all the box-type fixed rocket launchers on the human defense wall finally fell silent. It's not that they have been consumed, but that the reserves of steel materials in the base are insufficient and are almost exhausted. The people behind the undead clan used massive amounts of low-level undead to wear down humanity's reserves of resources such as steel. If there are sufficient reserves, we can produce as many rocket launchers as needed. But a base is only so big, and other resources need to be stored to supply all beastmasters. It is impossible to use all the space to store steel resources. Even using space equipment won't work. But even so, humans only killed 60% of the low-level skeletons, ghosts, and corpses in the entire undead plague. The remaining 40% is still a vast sea of undead. After the rocket launcher, the most effective means of attack against the undead, ceased to exist, a huge tide of undead surged to the edge of the city. But as soon as they approached the city wall, humanity's backup technological military means came into play. Countless barrels were launched from the huge human wall that was hundreds of meters high, then fell to the ground and shattered, with black liquid gushing out of them and spilling everywhere. A black zone instantly formed around the entire base. Then countless fireballs were fired from the city walls, forming a huge wall of fire that directly split the entire sea of undead into 2 halves. Then, metal windows opened one by one under the city wall, and mechanical devices stretched out. They quickly unfolded, forming mechanical arms that stretched out beyond the city wall. At the end of the mechanical arms was a rotating blade with an unfolded diameter of nearly 10 meters. It turned, and the blade moved at a very fast speed, cutting the surrounding skulls into powder one by one. The undead did not have a very strong mind and could only crawl forward instinctively, with the ones behind pushing the ones in front, causing the skeletons in front to be constantly cut into pieces and crushed into bone powder under this circumstance. The skeletons' bones had very poor toughness and were constantly chopped and killed. The same was true outside the flame wall. The skeletons behind pushed the skeletons in front forward and pushed them into the sea of flames. The skeletons of the undead could also burn, forming an endless wall of flames. This section of the flame wall continued to burn, but a large amount of skeleton fuel was constantly added in. In the war in the sky, humans still use the power of technology. This time, countless laser weapons were activated. The lasers could still hurt the ghosts and have a powerful killing effect on them. Under the irradiation of lasers, the ghost army still finds it difficult to do anything. And underground in the base, a special rotating mechanism similar to a crusher is running. Their power devices on the top, and special metal blades that can harm the corpses are placed on the rotating cylinder. This is a forest of rotating knives that can chop into pieces any corpses that try to invade from underground. They can burrow underground, but their true form will be revealed once they leave the rock or soil. Any physical or energy damage will be ineffective against them. In some places with weaker defenses, beastmasters are responsible for guarding them. At this time, the combination of various scientific and technological means allowed humans to deal with more than 98% of the undead forces. Less than 2% of the undead beasts are dealt with by beastmasters. But the power of human beings is obviously more than that. After a whole day of fighting like this, when the blades of the knives on the city walls were all cut and bent, humans began to use several other powerful weapons. Throughout the day, the walls of the base continued to throw out flammable fuel to maintain the existence of the wall of fire. The entire base also uses special backup underground air ducts to draw air from secret places to control the temperature of the entire base. This method also lasted for nearly a day. At night, the firewall emitted flames that illuminated the entire night. The smoke clouds it produced reached high into the sky, interfering with the vision of the undead dragons and other sky forces. They couldn't attack directly from the air before completely breaking the energy shield. The base's energy shield only reaches the city wall, right next to the wall. So on the next day, these undead skeletons began to pile up and stick to the surface of the energy shield, eroding the power of the energy shield with their own breath of death. It was on this day that the base finally activated the last bit of technological power against the remaining undead army. Countless missiles took off into the air, then fell rapidly, finally causing a violent explosion. However, this explosion was precisely designed to be a planar diffusion explosion. The power of the explosion was like a circle of spreading sharp blades, destroying everything on the ground. Such an explosion could destroy everything within a radius of nearly 2 kilometers. Their impacts collided with each other, producing more and more scattered shock waves, which continued to cause greater damage. This wave of attacks is relatively costly, but the effect is very good. Under the action of countless missiles, at least 200 million undead skeletons were destroyed. The same was true in the sky. Countless missiles rushed into the dark cloud composed of ghosts, directly destroying at least 50 million ghosts. Although in theory, ghosts and skeletons are all undead spirits that win by numbers, bones exist longer, so the number of skeletons is far greater than that of ghosts, and the number of ghosts is greater than that of inferi. Yin corpses are very special, but their number is relatively small. They are very dangerous when humans are unprepared, but they are much less dangerous when humans are prepared. In this insufficient wave of undead plague, the main force is still undead skeletons. As a result, with humanity's last-ditch technological advances, the number of undead skeletons was reduced to less than 15% of its original number. But even this 15% is still like an ocean. This 1.5% of undead skeletons still number 500 million, and next is the battlefield for the Beastmasters in the entire base. The human Beastmaster summoned his own beast, walked out of the protection of the base's walls, and went directly out of the city to engage the enemy. They had to reduce the loss of the energy defense barrier as much as possible, because that was the last resort. As long as this base could hold out long enough, reinforcements from other places would be able to arrive in time. Every time they fought off the invasion of the undead, it ended with the arrival of reinforcements from the top base. But what they didn't know was that this time they would face a tough battle. The undead tribe did not achieve their full goal this time, but they were well prepared. All high-level and low-level bases in this area were facing the invasion of the Scourge. Moreover, the strong ones in the undead Scourge are still waiting to deliver the decisive blow at the critical moment. Chapter 106. Boom! A giant red-scaled snake stood upright on the ground, its giant eyes looking down at the earth. It opened its mouth and endless flames gushed out, scorching large tracts of land and burning the countless skeletons on it into ashes. Fire, ice, strong wind, water waves, lightning, rock, and soil. Tiger, leopard, cat, mouse, wolf, cow, pig, snake, eagle, crane, sparrow. Beastmasters of different power attributes and species formed a high wall of war. The spacing between the rows is large enough to prevent their forces from affecting each other. There are several rows of Beastmasters at a suitable distance behind. The Beast Tamers with strong defense are in the front, the Beast Tamers with strong attack are in the back, and the auxiliary type of Beast Tamers are at the end. Together, they form a kind of ladder-like defense network. Their commander, the Beastmaster, hid behind a small window on the city wall fortress, commanding each of their beasts to cooperate in combat. Usually a team of Beastmasters who are familiar with each other line up together and cooperate with each other in battle. The power of the Beastmen was terrifying and efficient. They quickly wiped out batch after batch of undead skeletons. The flying beasts in the sky also fought with all their might, destroying a large number of ghosts. However, among the undead skeletons at this time, a large number of middle and high-level undead appeared, and the low-level beast-taming army of humans was now at the forefront. Therefore, the middle and high-level beastmasters among humans, that is, the silver level, as well as the beastmasters below the silver level and the undead also joined the battle sequence. This level of fighting is even more terrifying. One strike from them was a terrifying force that could destroy a building. Gradually, within their combat range, all low-level undead and beasts could no longer approach them. If they got close, they would be destroyed by the aftermath of their power. The earth cracked, the sky was bloody, the flames were blazing, the thunder and lightning roared. The chaotic war scene, as if the end of the world is coming, unfolds on this land with the most disordered and terrifying scenes, outlining the iron-blooded and cruelty of the most terrifying extraordinary war. There were large-scale collapses of undead skeletons and ghosts, and there were beastmasters that collapsed tragically with their bodies covered in blood. The war between humans and the undead was extremely terrifying from the beginning. But the most powerful thing about the undead clan is that they hide very well. Until now, it was the undead creatures they controlled who were starting the war, while they themselves and the high-end forces they controlled did not suffer any losses. After the beastmen joined the battle, the human side initially had an absolute upper hand. The various powers of the beast tamers, combined in exquisite coordination, fully demonstrated what it meant to crush someone with exquisite use of power. However, the dark energy of the beastman, the dark energy of the human beastmaster, and the soul power are constantly consumed in this process. The human beastmaster's endurance is not very good. Even though they have crystals, beast cores, and potions specifically for recovery, the biggest advantage of the undead scourge is their terrifying numbers. The huge numbers make it easy to kill them, but they can constantly wear down the strength, spirit, will, and supplies of human beastmasters and their beasts. After the human beastmaster came on the scene, this advantage only lasted for half a day. After most of the day, they began to weaken, and were gradually beaten to a draw by the power of the undead scourge, and were even suppressed by their terrifying numerical advantage. As a last resort, a large number of exhausted beastmasters retreated back to the base's energy barrier to recuperate. The army, civilians, and aristocratic families' beast-taming forces continued to take to the battlefield, but they were all defeated in the end and had to retreat. Because everyone understands that once the undead plague breaks into the city, they will not care whether you are from the upper class, aristocratic family, or a person from the lower class. As long as you are human, in their eyes you are the best material for resurrecting the undead. In the eyes of the undead, all humans deserve to die. Everyone, in such a situation, has only one choice: fight. After all the beastmasters have gone over, the human base can only build energy barriers to reduce the number of undead scourges in the area. A large number of skeletons, stacked layer by layer, eventually formed a skeleton wall as high as a city wall. Using their own breath of death and power, they continuously consumed the energy of the human base's defense barrier. There are also gold-level strongmen among humans. But they did not dare to act rashly, because the gold-level strongmen in the undead scourge had already set their sights on them. When the energy barrier can no longer hold, it is the time for these strong men to take action. It's not like humans haven't made any discoveries yet. Precisely because of these discoveries, a certain number of gold-level warriors will appear in this base to prepare for any unexpected events. However, the number of gold-level strongmen in the human race is less than that of gold-level undead creatures. At this point, the total number of the undead scourge was less than 0.1%, but among this 0.1%, most of them were more threatening ghosts and infernal corpses. The undead skeletons have been almost worn out by the power of human beastmasters, and there are not many left. But overall, humans are now at an absolute disadvantage. In terms of time, the entire base has been delayed for quite some time. Judging from past experience, reinforcements should have arrived 2 days ago. At the very least, the first batch of strong men who came to support arrived, and the follow-up troops arrived a day ago. But this time it was beyond the expectations of the base's top management, and until now, they have not waited for the arrival of reinforcements. Jiang Ziliu, who was watching the battle, also felt strange. From what he had seen in all the historical wars against undead creatures in the entire base, there had never been a situation like this one, where there was not even a trace of reinforcements. The energy defense barrier only lasted for 2 days before it gradually dimmed. Apparently, the Yuan crystals used in the energy defense barrier were on the verge of exhaustion, and the last bit of defense could no longer hold. What they were about to face was a terrifying battle between powerful men that would affect a wide range of areas. Jiang Ziliu has already found the secret hiding place of the undead clan through electromagnetic induction, which is also the location of the commander of this invasion. Contrary to his expectations, there were only 3 commanders of the invasion this time. 3 gold-level undead races. He knew that because of the power of death, the birth rate of the undead population was very low, but he did not expect that there were only 3 undead people in command. Obviously it's not that they don't want to send more people, but that they really have too few people. But it also revealed their control over the power of the undead scourge, a level that is far beyond the reach of ordinary beastmasters with death attributes. Eland, can you observe why the human reinforcements haven't arrived? Jiang Ziliu also felt strange. It was impossible for the upper class of human beings to be so slow in fighting in their hometown. They were all stopped. A large number of diamond level, gold level, and even some supreme level undead creatures appeared. They intercepted the human rescue force and held them back. Elander consumed the power of nearly 10,000 A-grade crystals before he saw the situation that Jiang Ziliu could not observe and gave him the answer. Obviously, the people of the undead clan were too well prepared this time. What Jiang Ziliu didn't know was that their prepared plan was not completely completed and he accidentally ruined the result. He accidentally triggered the invasion prematurely, but also minimized human losses. After understanding the reason, Jiang Ziliu began to think about a question. Should I take action? Chapter 107. Just when Jiang Ziliu was hesitating, the consciousness of his 4th beast forging throne, which had been in a semi-sleeping state, awakened and gave him a hint. Master! I suggest you take action. You can do it secretly. Jiang Ziliu was a little surprised when he heard what the forging throne said. Because the forged throne's name is different, the other party used to just call him Yu, even though the forged throne is the 4th beast under his contract. In terms of relationship, they are a master-slave relationship, but the forging throne is too powerful and can affect the control contract itself and even seal the life feedback it produces. The forging throne is the owner of the advantageous position among them. But this time, a powerful existence at the level of the forging throne actually bowed his head and took the initiative to acknowledge that he was the master of the forging throne. Why do you call me master? And why should I take action? Jiang Ziliu was confused, so he chose to ask directly. Because you were not strong enough before, master. But now, master, you have shown me your strength. This time, the undead invasion was triggered by master upgrading your beast to a golden level life form. It was master who allowed humans to discover the undead's preparation for the undead invasion before the fateful event. But in the human destiny I have observed, things are not like this. Humanity was originally unable to detect this undead disaster, and in the end, the humans on this land suffered heavy losses. The number of people who should have perished was over 70 million. But now, because of your inexplicable influence, an event beyond the plan of fate has occurred. The even more terrifying undead disaster has been detonated ahead of schedule. The 70 million people who were supposed to die in this battle have been saved because of you. The fate of the entire human race has undergone a huge change because of the appearance of the Master. And my Master, you have obtained the Hammer of the Dwarf King, which is a change of fate. Master, you have also played a role in changing the fate of mankind in the struggle between mankind and the evil cult within it, changing the fate that was originally unfavorable to mankind into a fate that is favorable to mankind. Master, all your actions are independent of the great events of fate, but they invisibly determine the uncontrollable changes in fate. Changes in fate that are beneficial to you, the Master, and to the human race that you are with, have occurred because of your actions. After hearing this, Jiang Ziliu understood something. I understand. According to what you said, I am the legendary child of destiny, the child of time, or the child of mankind. It is a being that fate itself is leaning towards me. In his analysis, Jiang Ziliu is likely to be the fateful protagonist of this era. But the forged throne overturned his idea. No, Master, you are wrong. You are not the child of destiny, the child of time, or the child of mankind. Those are the ones chosen by destiny, the ones controlled by destiny. You are not, you are an existence beyond destiny. It is not destiny that controls you, but you, Master, who controls destiny. To be honest, as a king of origin, I can see part of the destiny of others. But I have never seen anyone who can directly influence and control the direction of destiny, even if it is unintentional. Master, you are the one who has surpassed us, the king of origin, and you are the one who controls fate and changes the course of destiny. In our philosophy and vision, such an existence can completely become the master of the king of origin. Because you are destined to be great. Hearing this, Jiang Ziliu felt as if he had heard an extremely clever flattery. But every word the other party said was sincere, and he felt it very clearly through the contract. He seemed to have been changing the fate of many people invisibly. In other words, he is a bit similar to those special beings that are not in the three realms and outside the five elements. He is not the protagonist of the times or the darling of fate, but he is a person with special influence that transcends the times and fate. But Jiang Ziliu knew very well that it was not because he was so powerful, but because the power behind the ability of probability judgment was too powerful. It was it that transcended fate, and he was just a life medium for it to change fate. It's not that you are great, but the probability that determines your greatness. It was his own invisibly changed destiny that shocked the existence of the throne of origin, which was beyond his cognition and imagination, that made him sincerely call himself the master. Of course, this is also a good thing for Jiang Ziliu. When he forged the throne before, he was thinking of restoring his own strength with his own hands, but now he truly recognizes himself. However, he thought of another problem. So, why did you suggest that I take action? What's the benefit of it? Yes, there are huge benefits. Every life has a fixed amount of luck. In your human understanding, this is called fate, or luck. Everything in the world has its destiny. Individual lives have their own destiny. Races have their own destiny. Even an era has its own destiny. The distribution of luck in a race and era is uneven. It will appear on every life or object within the scope. Those who have more luck are the sons of the race and the sons of the era. Master, you have accidentally saved tens of millions of humans, which makes your human luck very strong. And now this base has hundreds of thousands of people and has no backup. Master, you are their only savior. This is a change in fate, and it's a change that leans towards you, my master. What the master has to do now is to follow fate and get more blessings from the luck of the human race. When luck favors you, heaven and earth will be full of power, and everything will go smoothly. Master, you must not miss it, otherwise after fate tilts towards you, it will be disgusted with you when you don't get a response. This is in line with the principle of you humans. If you don't take what heaven gives you, you will be punished. The forged throne, from a higher perspective, gave Jiang Ziliu reasons from a broader perspective, making him understand that the humans in this base must be saved. In the choice of fate, what is the probability that my best choice is to save enough humans in the base? Jiang Ziliu did not obey blindly, but carefully made a probability judgment. The answer is obvious. 98.6%. This answer made him realize that saving the humans in this base was truly the choice given to him by fate. After I attack, what is the probability that it will have a negative impact on my development? But Jiang Ziliu did not forget that his most fundamental path was to develop quietly and watch the situation change until he became invincible, and this could not be changed. The answer is out. 0.07%. This number is very low. In other words, as long as he is careful enough when making a move, it will have almost no impact on his future development. After seeing this answer, Jiang Ziliu has decided to take action. At this moment, the battle between humans and the golden level life of the undead has completely broken out. Chapter 108. The gold level battle was first started by humans. Because they couldn't just watch the undead complete their erosion of the base's energy protection barrier. If the energy barrier was broken, then everything would be over. As long as they delay a little while and allow those exhausted beast masters to recover under the protection of the energy barrier, they can continue fighting, continue to consume the enemy's troops, and buy time for the arrival of rescue for the entire base. The energy protection barrier must not be broken. So at the critical moment, they took action against those low and middle level undead creatures. The destructive power generated by the mid to high level silver level beastmaster and gold level beastmaster is extremely terrifying. In just 10 minutes, all the low and middle level undead near the city wall were killed by them. But during this process, the gold level and silver level strongmen in the undead scourge did not take action and still chose to wait. Wait until a new wave of low-level undead pounces on them, and let them continue to consume the resources, strength, and spiritual will of human silver-level and gold-level beastmasters. They are waiting for a special moment when the opponent's strength drops to a certain level. One day later, these powerful human beastmasters began to switch defenses with other low and middle-level beastmasters who had completed their recovery. But at this moment, the silver and gold level undead in the undead plague rushed up. They came on stage at a special moment. There was no other choice, and the human gold level powerhouses had to rush onto the field. Don't they know about this situation? No. They know, but they have no other choice. The current course of action is the most effective option for humanity. Even though we know we will be targeted by the enemy, this is the best course of action. When gold-level warriors fight each other, it is a true boundless natural disaster. The flames turned into a sea, burning the land for miles. The breath of death is like a corrosive fog that destroys the vitality of the world. Thunder and lightning struck the sky, and the mighty power of heaven awe-inspiring everyone. The wind blew up into a tornado, and everything was cut into pieces. Their fighting can easily destroy a hill, cut off the flow of a river, and ruin the vitality of a forest. It can be said that the places where they fought were large areas of land without any life. Wherever their power rages, it will be a battlefield like a natural disaster. A gold-level powerhouse can also be said to be a terrain changer. Jiang Ziliu saw that a gold-level undead skeleton used a bone knife. With one cut, it directly cut the ground into a huge scar that was nearly 100 meters wide and nearly 3 kilometers long, creating a large rift valley. In the future, this place may very likely become a small deep water lake. The number and condition of gold-level warriors on the undead scourge side are better than those on the human base side, even though the human side has many gold-level beastmasters. But most of their beasts were of silver rank, and each person only had one beast that had been upgraded to gold rank. A gold-level beastman blocked a gold-level undead. Only with the combined strength of these silver-level beastmasters and the beastmaster himself can they resist another gold-level undead. The two extra gold-level undead were fought together by the base's silver-level beastmasters, but they only served to delay the attack. The human side succeeded. The gold-level undead creatures were ready to take the opportunity to directly destroy the base's energy defense barrier, but they were prevented. But the humans are also losers. Because their top forces were completely suppressed, defeat was only a matter of time. At this point, Jiang Ziliu was also ready to take action. But he would not do it alone. He took out an S-level sword with dual attributes of rock, earth, and gold and handed it to Kongqing Rockman. When it comes to sneak attacks and assassinations, Akun, the 6-star gold level Kongqing Rockman, is very good at it. Its earth dive is an S-level skill. Moreover, it also has space-type skills, and can launch raids from the space level. In addition, in the past, in the illusion battlefield created by the Forged Throne, the Sky Blue Rockman Akun had already mastered the abilities of sneak attacks and dirty tricks to perfection. He, Jiang Ziliu, was able to successfully complete various tasks in the fantasy battlefield, and the sneak attack ability of the Kongqing Rockman Akun played an indispensable role. Don't worry, Master. Although this undead race is as despicable as the Master. No, that's not right, they are smart. The Kongqing Rockman Akun's wisdom is getting higher and higher, but his personality is also getting more and more naughty. Under Jiang Ziliu's unfriendly gaze, it swallowed the word, suo, into its stomach, and then ran away quickly without waiting for Jiang Ziliu to get angry. Jiang Ziliu has determined the true location of the hidden undead race through life electromagnetic induction. Their hiding ability is very strong, but their life magnetic field makes it difficult to find them through dark energy sensing. But Jiang Ziliu has trained his biological electromagnetic induction ability to an extreme level, and can lock onto their extremely weak electromagnetic reaction force field that is incompatible with the surroundings. The empty green rock man went to launch a sneak attack. Jiang Ziliu is also quietly preparing, his target is the other two. But his action was not a direct attack. Just as Akun, the Kongqing Rockman, said, Jiang Ziliu's attack was despicable and vulgar. This guy had just arrived here and after understanding the basic situation, he prepared a special poison specifically for dealing with powerful undead and immortal beings. Being able to destroy the enemy without showing up, being able to destroy the enemy without fighting, and destroying the enemy with the most effective and safest plan is one of the important principles of Jiang Ziliu's Go Dao. For him, poisoning silently is a necessary and common skill for those who practice Taoism. If the enemy cannot see you, he will not know that you are his enemy and will not cause trouble for you. Your safety will be guaranteed and you can eliminate or severely injure the enemy and then develop steadily. Defeating the enemy without fighting is the safest approach, and he has no psychological burden about using poison. The poisons he is going to use now are very special. They are bright and beneficial to normal life. But for the undead race with the breath of death, the undead life, it is a deadly thing that restrains them. This special poison, which is not easily discovered by the undead and the spirit creatures, is very expensive. He spent nearly 3,000 S-level crystals to prepare a small part, but now this small part came in handy. He used his feedback skill, Earth Space Escape, to quietly place the poison next to the other members of the undead clan. They were all lurking in the grass above the ground, observing the battlefield through special beast taming secrets. Jiang Ziliu did not deliver the poison directly, but quietly let two birds fly over where they were hiding, and the feces fell right beside them. This very natural way of delivering poison did not arouse their vigilance. Jiang Ziliu began to wait, until the moment they realized they were poisoned, which was when the Kongqing Rockman Akun took action. Chapter 109. Jiang Ziliu carefully watched the status of these undead tribe members. They are semi-human creatures with faces covered with blood red, grey-white, or pale green bone masks. Moreover, on their backs, they have special bone wings that appear to be made of tattered cloth. The bone wings were surrounded by black and grey dark energy, reflecting special illusions that looked like the wailing of souls. The bone masks on their faces are either their equipment or their own organs. It looked like the hollow in a certain death story. For the undead, the bone mask represents their level of strength. The bone mask is constantly broken and gradually grows a human-like face. The more powerful the undead race, the smaller the bone mask. Now the bone masks of the several undead that Jiang Ziliu was targeting were broken to less than a quarter. This means that each of them is a golden level life form, and is also a special undead disaster-type beastmaster of the undead race. At a certain moment, the undead clan he personally attacked finally felt something was wrong. They discovered that they could not mobilize the power in their bodies at all, and they fell into a drowsy state. They immediately noticed something was wrong and prepared to put the gold-level undead spirits that remained with them on alert. But at this time, Jiang Ziliu also took action directly. Boom! Boom! 2 special electromagnetic cannons, carrying S-level metal bullets, blasted out and directly smashed the heads of their gold-level undead beasts. The vitality of golden-level undead life is very strong. Even if their heads are broken, the soul fire, which is the core fire, is only severely damaged and falls into chaos. But this state will not last long, they will be able to recover. This little bit of time is all Jiang Ziliu needs. His 2 S-class metal cones pierced directly from the Earth's space level, piercing the heads and hearts of several undead people. Moreover, there are various mixed poisons on the metal cones, which makes them unable to recover even if they activate special feedback skills. Gold-level life is very strong. Even with a broken head and a hole in the heart, it still held on for a long time with the help of instinctive recovery skills and gold-level vitality. However, it could not withstand Jiang Ziliu's mixed poison and eventually died together. When Jiang Ziliu was taking action, the sound of the electromagnetic cannon attracted the attention of the undead on the other side. At this time, Kong Qinjianshi launched the Earth Spike, which directly hit the undead guarded by the gold-level undead. Kong Qing Rockman Akun also made the finishing move. It then activated its gravity control ability, and used powerful gravity to instantly act on the injured undead, crushing him and the gold-level undead around him into pieces under the gravity. Akun, the Kong Qing Rock Man, is a 6-star gold level. His powerful bloodline allows his actual combat power to explode, which is comparable to the peak gold level or even diamond level monsters. Everything was over in less than half a minute, and all the undead people who were planning the operation here died. The death of all members of the undead clan represents the complete end of the entire war. Outside the walls of the base, as the energy defense barrier was crumbling under the aftermath of the gold-level battle and as several gold-level beastmasters were struggling to defend it, everything suddenly changed. Those golden-level undead suddenly stopped in the sky, and then they seemed to be struggling, erupting with terrible death power. The terrifying force seemed to explode, blowing the surrounding human gold-level beastmasters and beasts far away. Then they suddenly fell silent, as if they had lost their color and their soul aura had completely disappeared. The physical gold-level skeletons and corpses fell directly to the ground, creating large holes in the ground. But then something even more shocking happened. Countless undead skeletons paused, and then they fell down one by one as if wheat had been harvested. The breath of soul fire in their bodies also completely disappeared at this moment. The army of ghosts in the sky kept exploding one after another, shattering themselves, and turning into black energy mist with the attribute of death. But the black fog is purely the remnant of the ghost after death, ghost dust. The yin corpses underground, on the other hand, undergo another change. They are completely motionless, with an unpleasant smell of smoke emanating from their bodies. Then the entire yin corpse turns into a real corpse, waiting for time and the power of nature to completely rot and dissolve it. As for high-level undead like bone dragons, undead knights, and necromancers, they also fell from the sky or fell to the ground. In less than 5 minutes, the undead plague that was raging on the land suddenly stopped and collapsed on its own. The beastmasters in the entire base were stunned and extremely confused. But then, one person cheered excitedly. The man didn't know what was going on, but he knew one thing. They survived. The entire base was saved from this terrible undead disaster. Their families were also saved. The first person's cheers stirred up the emotions of the others, and they also reacted. Then, all the beastmasters on the city wall laughed, shouted, and jumped loudly in a crazy manner. And their beastmasters also realized that the undead plague was over. They seemed to be relieved as well. They collapsed on the ground and didn't want to move. Some even fell asleep quickly. People's cheers gradually turned into crying. This sudden situation made their emotional changes and transitions particularly intense. Many of them died, and countless beastmasters lost one or more of their beasts. Humanity just won a ruthless victory. The people below didn't know what was going on, but the gold and silver level beastmasters in the sky were very clear-headed. They know what happened. Strictly speaking, all the undead in the undead scourge are beasts controlled by the undead beastmasters. Everything that happened here. It only proves one thing, that the undead people who controlled this undead disaster were completely wiped out. There were several people from the undead clan, all killed in an instant. This is a very incredible thing. Because they know that the undead's ability to hide their breath is truly powerful, and is in no way inferior to that of the alien races that specialize in assassination. They know that in every undead disaster, the undead who control the undead are the real enemies. But they knew the weaknesses of the undead scourge, but couldn't find their hiding place. Unless they use ultra-large-scale, disaster-level range attacks at all costs. But that approach is costly and may not necessarily succeed. That's why they felt it was incredible that someone could actually do this. Jiang Ziliu didn't know that he was relatively lucky this time, because the few undead people who came here this time did not pay too much attention to their own defense. Because in every attack they made on humans, their own safety was never a problem. This situation also caused them to slack off on their own security, which allowed Jiang Ziliu to succeed easily. But no matter what, he successfully ended the undead scourge crisis at the base and saved hundreds of thousands of people. Chapter 110. How dare you? Who dares to kill members of our undead clan? At this moment, a huge illusory face suddenly appeared in the sky, covering nearly one-third of the sky. The other person's bone mask seemed to be non-existent, leaving only a completely human face. But those eyes were as cold as ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. Jiang Ziliu has called back his beast, the sky blue rock man Accompany, and escaped into the depths of the earth's space. Tamer, the soul of the hammer of the dwarf king, also quickly burned countless crystals and transformed them into the power of a semi-artifact to help him hide his breath. Jiang Ziliu was worried. As expected, the enemy was not so easy to kill. It's obvious that the younger one was killed and the older one is coming. He knew that the undead had difficulty reproducing, and each one of them was extremely precious and powerful and could not be abandoned. The children of the undead clan are bronze-level life forms as soon as they are born. Yes, the children are all bronze-level beings at the third level of human transcendence. But even at this level of life, less than a quarter of their children are able to successfully survive the erosion of the aura and power of death and survive to adulthood. Every member of the undead clan who reaches adulthood will reach the gold level. But the number of their people is too small, and the population of the undead in the entire universe will not exceed 100,000. And on the blue planet Mercury in this world, the human population is over 100 billion. This is the human population that has developed over countless years after the planet expanded due to natural disasters and the Great Destruction. But the actual human population is definitely more than this. Jiang Ziliu is very sure that there are blue Mercury humans in other worlds, but he just can't contact them at present. With such a small number, the death of an adult member of the undead clan is a huge matter for them. But for the human race, the death of one person is a great blessing. Jiang Ziliu did a big thing and took great advantage of others. Now their revenge has come, and the super strong man has appeared in person. The faces of the people in the entire base changed as well, and they felt that their fate was darker than ever before. In front of such a strong man, they have no chance of survival. But things are sometimes so wonderful. At this moment, a gun shadow came from the depths of the void and directly shattered the huge projection of this super strong undead. It seems that not enough people from your undead clan have died. Let the Supreme Blood Nether come here in person. My spear just needs the blood of a strong man like you to be dyed red. The one who appeared was the Thunder Spear Supreme. Impossible, you were trapped there, How could you come back so soon? The super-powerful man of the undead clan screamed in disbelief, as if the appearance of the Thunder Spear Supreme was a terrible nightmare to him. Obviously, their actions this time have taken into account the super-powerful humans. But they also did not expect that Thunder Spear Supreme would be able to come back so soon. At an unknown advanced level, huge energy fluctuations appeared. It was a terrifying fluctuation that seemed as if the heaven and earth were destroyed. But it did not affect the real blue mercury. Jiang Ziliu took advantage of this opportunity and quickly slipped away. The strong men of the undead clan did not notice him, which meant that he would not enter their sight and become part of their kill list. In fact, when he killed those golden-level undead clan members, a grey-black energy mark suddenly appeared on their bodies, trying to cross the void and stick to him. But this mysterious mark was blocked by the power of Elan's semi-artifact. Apparently this was a mark of revenge of the undead clan, and it could be used to target the people who killed their members. Once this mark is applied, as long as one appears within the range of the undead clan or the undead beings they control, he or she will be quickly locked onto, letting the undead clan know that there is a guy here who is killing their people. This mark of revenge may seem disadvantageous to people like Jiang Ziliu who killed the undead, but the actual cost of creating it is very high, both in terms of strength and resource consumption. If the undead clan had not had too few members, they would not dare to prepare such a mark for every member of the clan. When there are too many members in the tribe, playing like this will cause the tribe's resources to completely collapse. Jiang Ziliu also understood at that time that the undead race was difficult to kill, but killing one was also a huge trouble. Fortunately, he also had a strong backup plan, and the mark of revenge of the undead clan could not touch him at all. Who has two big guys on him? He did not touch several of the undead's spatial items. Although they were excellent trophies, no one could be sure that there would not be any mysterious items among those items that could allow the undead to track him. Some treasures and resources are not to be coveted. He did not move, but these remnants would become opportunities for other human beings in the future. Jiang Ziliu acted quickly. He ran away as soon as the Thunder Spear Supreme appeared and ran away to a very far place, without any intention of meeting the Thunder Spear Supreme. But what he didn't know was that when he was running away, Thunder Spear Supreme noticed the corpses of several undead people, and also caught a faint scent belonging to Jiang Ziliu near this base. He had met Jiang Ziliu, and he had left the hammer of the Dwarf King behind on purpose. So he naturally understood that this mysterious little guy Jiang Ziliu was the savior of this small base. If the power projection of a powerful undead had not appeared here, he would not have rushed over. Because he was busy rescuing other bases just now, and now that he has returned, other powerful human beings have also discovered something wrong and have already set out. The actual impact of this large-scale undead plague is not that great. The Thunder Spear Supreme quietly cleaned up the last traces left by Jiang Ziliu and solved the last trouble for him. He was familiar with this breath, otherwise it would be impossible to know who attacked the undead clan with this little bit of breath left. Jiang Ziliu was able to grow quickly to the gold level, which made the Thunder Spear Supreme very pleased. He had long noticed that Jiang Ziliu's talent was not that good, but his growth rate and the solidity of his foundation were truly extraordinary. He understood at that time that Jiang Ziliu was destined to be a formidable strong man and a pillar of strength for mankind in the future. He, the Thunder Spear Supreme, would like to see a super strong person emerge among humans so that humans can gain a greater advantage in the competition against all races in the heavens. Jiang Ziliu is very careful and cautious. However, the other party did not choose not to take action when facing the danger of the human race. This made Thunder Spear Supreme, a special beast-taming martial arts expert, value him even more, and made him more certain that the choice he made against Jiang Ziliu was correct. Jiang Ziliu didn't know that the Thunder Spear Supreme had been eyeing him for a long time and was secretly helping him. He quickly sneaked to the safe area of other human beings. Here, he sent a letter to his eldest brother, stating that he would leave the Chang'an base area, and gave his eldest brother some resources and treasures that could be used to save his life. Afterwards, Jiang Ziliu began to move towards the great wilderness in the east. The wilderness there is not the heartland of mankind, but a truly wild land, also known as the Million-Mile Great Broken Range. To the east of the Baiwanli Dajuanling Mountains is another advanced base group of humans that is comparable to the Chang'an base. In this base group is a huge inland sea, and the opportunity for the mutated electric snake to transform into a dragon will appear there. Chapter 111. Duanling College is a secondary college in the Chang'an base group. This academy is named Duanling Academy because it is located on the edge of Dajuanling. The entire academy is mainly responsible for guarding the western section of a mountain road in Dajuanling and ensuring the connection between the human Chang'an base group and other super base groups on land. Chang'an main base is a supreme base above the first level base. To the east of the Dajuan Mountains, there is also a supreme level base, under which there are thousands of human subsidiary bases. There are 3 mountain roads in Dajuanling, connecting the 2 main bases. But Dajuanling is completely inhabited by strange beasts and descendants of alien races. It is a very chaotic place. Duanling Academy is responsible for guarding one of the 3 mountain roads. There are many beast tamer students in Duanling Academy, numbering as high as 1 million. The entire college adopts a credit model similar to exchanging contribution points for various rare resources and knowledge. The school's various competitions, learning tasks, and related field tasks all have a large number of credits. Among them, the credits for various field-related tasks account for about 70%. All students at Duanling College will carry out at least one field mission every month. A large number of field missions include intelligence reconnaissance, collection of special resources, elimination of high-level exotic beasts and descendants of alien races in special areas, etc. During the mission, the students can also exchange the large amount of extra resources and wealth they receive for other resources at school, or high-level currencies such as yuan jing. Under this model, all students of Duanling College are experts in actual combat and survival in the wild. Moreover, they are very rich. Another great thing about Duanling Academy is that their healing abilities are very strong, and they have a large amount of water of life that can be exchanged for credits. Even if you are a beast master and your arms and legs are broken, as long as you have enough credits, you can get a package to regenerate the broken limbs. If students perform well, the entire Duanling College will even support installment payments of credits and provide early treatment for students' disabilities. The foundation of all this lies in the Dean of Duanling College. She is a top 9-star diamond level beast master. Not only is her realm high and her strength formidable, but she also has an extremely special beast to tame. Tree of Life. The Tree of Life is a mutated variety of the elven mother tree and is also the greatest treasure of the elves. But when she was young, the elders in the Dean's family forcibly snatched a young Tree of Life from the elves and made a contract for her, allowing her to become a famous healing master in the family since she was a child. The Mother Tree of Life gave birth to 12 offspring, which are the foundation of the powerful healing ability of the entire Duanling Academy and are also the most core wealth of the entire academy. The limb regeneration package that students exchanged for credits is the ability of these 12 secondary substrains of the Tree of Life. If the Tree of Life itself were to come, let alone broken limbs, even if your heart was broken and your head was gone, as long as you were still alive, the Tree of Life would be able to save you. On this day, Jiang Ziliu came to the area where Duanling College was located. He was planning to head east of the Great Broken Ridge, but after seeing the information from Broken Ridge Academy, he analyzed the situation of his third beast master, the green-skinned shape-shifting elf Thousand Faces. It has also reached the peak of the silver level and can be upgraded to a gold level life form. But the issue of Kunmian's evolution in this process is particularly important. So Jiang Ziliu conducted an analysis and concluded that if a leaf from the Tree of Life was used as the core material to prepare an advanced potion, Kunmian could evolve into a more advanced bloodline of the Fairy of Life. Even more, based on the bloodline of the Fairy of Life, it will have the potential to grow into a being like the Goddess of Life in the future. As long as it keeps moving forward along the path centered on life attributes, the green-skinned shape-shifting elf Thousand Faces will not just be a nanny-like role, but also a being with strong growth potential and the possibility of becoming a super life above the supreme. After discovering this, Jiang Ziliu made a probability determination. 73.2%. As long as the leaves of the Tree of Life of Duanling Academy are used, even the lowest level formula he analyzed can make the green-skinned shape-shifting elf Thousand Faces evolve into a more advanced life fairy with a probability of 73.2%. This is a very high probability, and it can be optimized by adjusting the preparation process of the medicine and more advanced resource utilization. On this basis, the probability of evolution can definitely be increased to a level above 90%. He also asked the consciousness of the Forge Throne and Eland, and they all thought that the leaves of life were very good. If the heart of the Tree of Life could be used, the effect might be better for Qian Mian, and he might even obtain the blood of a high-level life fairy in one step. Jiang Ziliu was heading east, and Duanling College was right on this road. Since it was something that could be solved along the way, Jiang Ziliu set Duanling College as the target of this eastward journey. It is impossible for him to obtain the heart of the Tree of Life. In that case, he will face the pursuit of the entire Duanling Academy and the powerful family behind the dean. But if he could get the leaves of the Tree of Life and find accurate information, he felt that it would still be possible. After all, everyone has necessary needs, right? What the other party is anxious about is also his chance to impress the dean of Duanling College and get the leaves of the Tree of Life. Moreover, he is now a gold-level beast master, so his strength is guaranteed. In addition, the semi-artifact hammer of the Dwarf King controlled by the weapon Soul Aland gave him the confidence to plan. Of course, in this process, the word Guo is still the core of the action. After arriving at Duanling Academy, he asked the Kongqing rock man Akun to use the SSS-level Earth incarnation to synthesize a clay immortal with rock and soil. Under the control of the SSS-level skills, this clay master is completely indistinguishable from a real person. It is simply a rock and earth clone that is difficult for others to see. This true man of mud brought a large amount of yuan crystals to the black market in the area where Duanling College was located, where he bought the information that Jiang Ziliu needed, information about the dean of Duanling College. But the female dean of Duanling Academy is indeed a diamond-level expert, and even more so a member of a powerful family. He spent nearly 10,000 S-level gold crystals that he had no use for, to buy the other party's detailed information. But after the incarnation of the Earth Master left the base, it was targeted. The intelligence dealers on the black market did sell the intelligence, but they also did the opposite, selling the information that the incarnation of Mud real person had gathered about the dean of Duanling College to forces related to her, especially the gold-level reconnaissance force within Duanling College, which subsequently set their sights on this incarnation. Duanling Academy's control over information in this area has reached a new level, and any disturbance cannot escape their vigilance. However, Jiang Ziliu had anticipated this situation, and after his clone looked at the situation, the Kongqing rock man relayed the information to him. Then the Kongqing rock man collapsed the clone on his own, leaving the other party with nothing to catch. Next, he used the same method to explore nearly 10 black markets in the area and found intelligence dealers from different forces. His clones were targeted every time, but he also successfully obtained relatively detailed information about the dean of Duanling College. The information problem in planning the Tree of Life leaf operation this time has been solved. However, his actions also caused turmoil and undercurrents in the area, and even alarmed the college's top management and the powerful family behind the dean. Chapter 112. The other party became nervous and conducted a large-scale search for people who could gather information about the president of Duanling College, causing undercurrents in the entire area. However, Jiang Ziliu temporarily calmed down under such circumstances, leaving the other party with nothing. Because he succeeded in finding something more important here. The knowledge and information about the evolution of beast taming were unfamiliar to him. After all, this was an academy, so he could get knowledge about beast taming research more easily. So Jiang Ziliu decided to stay quiet for a while and take action after careful analysis. The information he obtained about the Dean of Duanling College was actually only semi-public information, and he did not get much core information. Apparently, the intelligence personnel in this area were very wary of the president of Duanling College and did not dare to sell out his core intelligence easily. Jiang Ziliu didn't care about this. He first spent a lot of money to buy this knowledge and information, and spent nearly 3 months studying very quietly before he began to plan the leaves of the Tree of Life. Semi-public information shows that the Dean of Duanling College is Nangang Qingliu. Although this woman is less than 200 years old this year, she is already a super female strongman at the peak of the diamond level. She is only one step away from becoming the most powerful supreme being of the human race. She is a very special person. Because the Dean of Duanling College is very famous and beautiful. Her figure, appearance, and temperament are all perfect and natural. She is like a goddess that makes all men intoxicated. 45% of the considerations for male students to come to Duanling College are the Dean, Nangang Qingliu, who has the temperament and beauty of a goddess of life. Many people were intoxicated and deeply attracted after seeing each other's information and activity documentaries, and their consciousness quickly shifted towards Duanling College. When they come here, some of them even think that they would be satisfied just by looking at the goddess from afar in real life. Of course, the various conditions and teaching level of Duanling College itself are not bad. Because this dean is so beautiful, she has attracted so many outstanding male teachers, and her special temperament has also made countless outstanding female talents willing to work under her. This Nangang Qingliu's appearance alone is peerless. It can be said that Li Qingcheng and Li Wangqiu, who are also beautiful women, are nothing in front of Nangang Qingliu. Compared to them, Nangang Qingliu can be called a peerless goddess. But up to now, Nangang Qingliu, whose strength is close to the supreme level, is still a single person and does not even have a boyfriend. The goddess is unmarried and has never even been in a relationship. Under such circumstances, it can be said that 9.999% of the men in the entire Duanling Academy are her admirers. A woman who is so beautiful that she can be said to be peerless is born to attract the attention of all men. As for the remaining point, it is either blind or has an abnormal tendency. Why did the entire academy react so strongly when he investigated Nangang Qingliu? The reason was that almost all the high-ranking male students in the academy were her admirers. If I can't get her, no one else can get her either, not even close to her. This is why many men have dark thoughts when facing peerless fairies or goddesses. When Jiang Ziliu saw Nangang Qingliu's portrait, to be honest, he was uncontrollably moved, and felt that this kind of woman was what men pursue. Such women have peerless temperament and appearance. In ancient times, they would be women of the same level as Daji, Baosi, and Xi Shi. They can be called epic beauties. But Jiang Ziliu restrained his desires and emotions. This woman is very beautiful, but for a person like him who lives in a humble way, she is a deadly poison to his path. Unless the other party is willing to survive like you. Nangang Qingliu is obviously not that kind of person. She is destined not to be the dish that fits Jiang Ziliu's path. Jiang Ziliu noticed an important message. That is, Nangang Qingliu encountered danger when she was a child. Her talent was so good that it was frightening, so she was assassinated by the aliens who had carefully prepared it. That time, it was one of her cousins who saved her with his life, but her cousin paid a terrible price. His soul was severely damaged and he became a vegetative state that no one could wake up. Later, Nangang Qingliu begged the elders of her family to snatch the Tree of Life from the elves so that she could make a contract. She wanted to use the Tree of Life to revive her brother. Unfortunately, she failed. All Nangang Qingliu could do was to use the Tree of Life to keep his cousin alive. She also used the most precious elixir to extend the life of the man who was already in a vegetative state, and he is still alive and well in the Tree of Life in the central forbidden area of the academy. And Nangang Qingliu seldom left the academy just to protect him. This is a piece of public information known to everyone, and it is also the fundamental reason why everyone who pursues Nangang Qingliu fails. Nangang Qingliu is too talented, grows too fast, and is too powerful. It took her less than 200 years to reach a powerful level, just one step away from becoming the Supreme Being, and she could break through at any time. It is impossible for a normal person to reach this level without 400 years. No one can pursue Nangang Qingliu emotionally, and no one can suppress her physically. Nangang Qingliu is a very nice person with a very gentle personality. She is simply like a living goddess of life, like the hope of life. But if anyone dares to confess to her, she will be a peerless witch, and will use her own methods to make the other person understand what it means to be worse off than dead. Gods and demons are one, immortals and demons are two different sides. This is Nangang Qingliu. All her suitors gradually realized as time passed that Nangang Qingliu had an inner demon, and that demon was her cousin whom she had been protecting and hoping to wake up. When this inner demon is violated, she will become the most terrifying person. When Jiang Ziliu learned this information, he understood where his chance to obtain the leaves of the Tree of Life lay. It was her cousin whose soul was deeply wounded. The entire human race may not have any way to deal with this matter, but Jiang Ziliu is not difficult. After all, Jiang Ziliu's fourth beast is under the forging throne of the King of Origin. Jiang Ziliu was not in a hurry about his plan, because he knew that countless powerful male beast masters were eyeing Nangang Qingliu. They didn't want anyone to save her cousin. Because Nangang Qingliu once publicly stated that she would marry anyone who saved her cousin. Everyone knows that once Nangang Qingliu's cousin wakes up, she either had to marry the man who saved her cousin's life, or marry her cousin. No one else had a chance. If you can't get it, no one else can get it. This is love, hatred, and vengeance, but it is also extremely dangerous. Jiang Ziliu decided to stay quiet for a while and make careful plans before taking action. He was waiting, because the main consciousness of the forging throne was about to wake up from its slumber, and only then would the forging throne be able to help him. His fifth beast control will also be achieved by then. Chapter 113. Jiang Ziliu didn't have to wait long before he finally got the moment he wanted. The main consciousness of the forging throne awakened from its slumber. This is the moment he has been waiting for. Master, are you waiting for me to wake up? Are you having any problems? This person is indeed a high-level being. Not long after waking up, he discovered Jiang Ziliu's situation and dynamics. Yes, that's right. I want to use the leaves of the Tree of Life to evolve my third beast, the green-skinned shape-shifting elf, into a life fairy. But to get the leaves of the Tree of Life, I need to help a woman solve a problem. Her soul was severely damaged and she has been sleeping for nearly 200 years. After hearing what Jiang Ziliu said, Forging Throne did not feel embarrassed at all. This didn't seem to be a big deal to him. This question is not that difficult, but I need to know the extent of his soul's damage. Master, can you tell me the location of that place? I will know it at a glance. In the eyes of humans, mountains, forests, high walls, and other things are huge obstacles to vision. But for a super life form at the King of Origin level like the Forged Throne, it is not a problem at all. Even the boundless distance between the planets may not be able to block its prying eyes. It's in Duanling College in the east, the person sleeping in the main body of the Tree of Life. But this is only semi-public information I know. I am not completely sure whether that person is really sleeping there. Jiang Ziliu told the information he knew, but in fact he was unable to judge the authenticity of the information. That person is here, Master. The information you got is true. Moreover, this person's soul is indeed severely damaged, but it is also very easy to solve. However, this method is rather unconventional, and the human race does not have such means at all. However, after using this secret recipe to repair this person's soul, he will lose some memory. Hearing that someone was there and there was a solution, Jiang Ziliu breathed a sigh of relief. In this way he would be able to exchange for the leaves of the tree of life that he needed. The forged throne directly gave him this recipe. Jiang Ziliu took a look and found that it was indeed a very alternative folk remedy. Its main body is still made of soul crystals, and it can only use B-level soul crystals, higher or lower ones will not work. In addition, what makes it even more special is the conditions for use. This folk remedy can only be taken during the full moon. And it must be done under moonlight. For the next month, this person must not face the sun directly. The other parts are materials, such as the resurrection grass, the undead flower from the undead copy space, the red spider lily, as well as the water of life, the aquamarine spirit stone, etc. He already had 70% of these materials, so it wouldn't be too difficult to collect the missing parts. Jiang Ziliu spent less than 3,000 A-level crystals and successfully collected 3 sets of materials. He then successfully prepared 3 doses of the potion. After the preparation was completed, he made a probability judgment. What is the lowest probability of using any of these 3 potions to repair that soul and awaken that person? 96.7%. This answer made Jiang Ziliu feel relieved. There is absolutely no problem with this method. Next, the question is how to conduct a transaction with Nangang King Liu. He had already asked the forged throne, and he used the leaves of the tree of life to evolve the green-skinned shape-shifting elf Thousand Faces, which was just right. 2 advanced resources are actually not good for evolution. Appropriate ones are best. After careful consideration, he decided on a solution, which was that he himself would never show up, but let the incarnation created by the Kongqing Rock Man Akun contact Nangang King Liu and use the incarnation to complete the transaction with him. After getting the things, he left. The powerful existence behind Nangang King Liu naturally has the forging throne secretly helping him to block it. In this way, even if someone uses fate or divine skills to figure him out, it is impossible to really catch him. Human beast masters have a wide variety of skills, so he has to be on guard against this. The forging throne is the reason why he dares to make such a deal. The most important thing is to never reveal your true identity. Since no one knows of your existence, you are absolutely safe and can continue to develop. However, there is a problem now. His intelligence is insufficient and he cannot find a way to secretly contact Nangang King Liu. When Jiang Ziliu was racking his brains for a solution, the forged throne solved it for him. Don't worry about it. I can see her location directly, and even send her a voice message to ask her to arrange a place to meet you. There is a way to forge the throne, Jiang Ziliu breathed a sigh of relief. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that this was not right. If the message was transmitted to Nangang King Liu in this way, the other party would definitely not be able to find any trace of the person transmitting the message. This can only make people understand that there are supreme or even more powerful people here. If this situation is noticed by other people, wouldn't it attract more terrifying and powerful people from the human race, causing a bigger commotion? This is not what Jiang Ziliu wants. He wanted to ask Nangang King Liu out and give her the precious medicine in his hand to treat the people she cared about, but he also didn't want her to be sure that the person who asked her out was a super strong person, which would pose unknown risks to her. Jiang Ziliu thought for a while and came up with a compromise. He found a typewriter and typed out what he wanted to express. He did not touch the paper with his own hands to ensure that his DNA information would not remain on it. Not writing it yourself is also to prevent your handwriting from exposing yourself. What if someone has the skills to track people through handwriting, then wouldn't that expose oneself? Jiang Ziliu must ensure that all his actions will not reveal his real information and ensure that the other party cannot track his true identity. Wearing medical gloves, he folded the paper into a paper airplane, and then asked the forging throne to help him deliver the paper airplane to Nangang King Liu, preferably when she was alone. Jiang Ziliu's series of cautious operations surprised the forging throne. But his caution made forged throne appreciate him even more. Only a person with such a stable attitude can truly develop steadily. He is more and more optimistic about the future of his master Jiang Ziliu. An origami airplane flew slowly over the wall of Duanling College, bypassed one inconspicuous corner after another, and finally landed in an ancient and classical-style courtyard in the center of the college. Inside, a beautiful lady in green was sitting in a bamboo forest reading a book. In the yard behind her stood a super-ancient tree that was lush and green, emitting lush green light, like the source of life. Chapter 114. Interesting. Nangang Qingliu had already noticed the arrival of the mysterious paper plane. Even when this paper plane approached Duanling College, her huge spiritual power sensed its appearance. She didn't move, just wanted to see where this paper plane that appeared out of nowhere and had an extremely strange flight path would fly to. Nangang Qingliu noticed that this plane was flying entirely relying on its own speed and airflow, without any external force. But it accurately avoided all buildings, trees, and other obstacles and passed through the entire Duanling Academy. What's even more interesting is that its flight path perfectly avoids the sight of everyone in Duanling Academy, and it takes an extremely secretive and safe path. Finally, it actually flew towards its own yard. As a diamond-level expert, Nangang Qingliu naturally knew that this was not a coincidence. It was obvious that this paper airplane was controlled by someone to fly here. As for how it was done, she could not understand it yet. The paper airplane landed precisely in front of her, landing on the stone table in front of her in the bamboo forest, and stopped there steadily. At this point, she clearly understood that the paper plane was aimed at her. Nangang Qingliu stretched out her bare hand forward, not worrying at all about any hidden means or poison. She possesses SSS level or even higher life skills, so she is not afraid of such means at all. Perhaps, Nangang Qingliu's combat power is not strong, but in terms of survivability, she is definitely much stronger than some supreme life forms. After opening the paper airplane, Nangang Qingliu noticed that it was a letter. But when she saw the content of the letter, she could no longer sit still and stood up. I have a potion that can save the person you care about. It is specially used to repair soul damage. The black sticky substance on the paper is a sample of the potion, just enough for you to conduct a test. If you want to get it, please do not alarm anyone, take 10 leaves of the Tree of Life, go to XX location, and trade with me at XX time. The content of the letter hit the nail on the head. But she didn't believe it easily, because over the years, countless people approached her with the excuse that they could heal the people she cared about. They all have a special purpose and perhaps certain means, but none of them are effective. Having experienced such things so many times, she no longer believes what many people say. Your method is quite unique. Don't let me down again. Nangang Qingliu didn't hold much hope, but she didn't mind trying because she wouldn't miss any opportunity. Then Nangang Qingliu summoned a girl ghost-type beast. This is a half-soul creature called a soul-calling banshee. It can call upon and even forcibly control the soul of life, and is extremely sensitive to all changes in the soul. The beast that Nangang Qingliu contracted was a special beast that was half-living being and half-soul. Her original purpose in contracting this soul-calling banshee was to heal the person's soul trauma. Unfortunately, it can't. But this soul-calling banshee can accurately determine what is really effective for that person's soul injury. After the banshee was summoned, Nangang Qingliu instructed it to be tested. Come and see if this medicine has any effect on his injuries. After licking the very faint trace of potion left on the paper, the banshee carefully felt the changes in the potion. Jiang Ziliu was very careful. The little bit of medicine he placed on the paper could only be used for one test, and there was no way to analyze its formula. Amazing! This time the potion is real and absolutely effective. It can be said that it is a perfectly targeted and most suitable soul repair potion. The banshee's eyes lit up and she quickly came to a conclusion. Are you sure? There must be something wrong, right? Do you want to feel it more carefully? Nangang Qingliu didn't react for a moment, and instinctively was unwilling to believe it because she had failed too many times. For 200 years, She has been trying, but always failing. The sudden success made her a little unbelievable, and she almost formed a psychological inertia that every attempt would inevitably fail. This time, there's really no problem. The soul-calling banshee said firmly. She was very confident in her judgment of the soul. This time, her master Nangang Qingliu really found a way to resolve her heart knot. Nangang Qingliu's whole body trembled and he shook uncontrollably for a few times. Then he sat down on the ground as if he had lost weight. She turned her head and asked again, "Is it really possible this time?" The soul-calling banshee looked at her master carefully. She didn't expect her to react so strongly, but she still nodded carefully, "Okay." Then Nangang Qingliu quickly stood up, grabbed the paper again, read the contents carefully, and especially remembered the time and place. She knew that it was unlikely that this was a setup. Because she did not sense the presence of a strong person in the entire Duanling Academy, someone had been secretly trying to gather information about her some time ago, probably for this transaction. The leaves of the Tree of Life may not be precious to her. But for ordinary beastmasters outside, the leaves of the Tree of Life are treasures that are difficult for them to touch. Even the leaves of the substrains differentiated from the Tree of Life are rare outside. All the resources produced by the Tree of Life have never been traded to the outside world. They are only traded in a small range within Duanling College in exchange for high credits. The opponent's target is most likely the leaves of the Tree of Life, and those may not be that powerful. That night, Nangang Qingliu changed his clothes, concealed his body, and carefully left Duanling Academy. She herself naturally knew that many of her suitors did not want her cousin to wake up and hoped that he would continue to sleep like that. If someone did find a solution to her cousin's soul problem, their first action would probably be to destroy that person instead of running over to help her and win her heart. Therefore, Nangang Qingliu also acted very carefully. She came to the mountains east of Duanling College and found an inconspicuous valley in the place. But here, she did not see the appearance of the traitor. She just saw the ground suddenly wriggling, and then a line of large words made of mud appeared in front of her. Nangang Qingliu felt the caution of the guy opposite her. He actually didn't believe her and asked her to move immediately. He wanted to make sure if there was anyone else behind her. Moreover, the other party only gave her 20 seconds to consider, and the transaction would be cancelled immediately after this time. Nangang Qingliu, who was unwilling to miss this opportunity, chose to agree without hesitation. She immediately and quietly headed in another direction, which turned out to be a civilian area south of Duanling College. The specific location of the transaction was in an abandoned workshop on the edge of a civilian area. This time, she saw a person, but to be exact, it was not a person, but a rock and soil incarnation formed by earth-type skills. But this incarnation is so lifelike that it is indistinguishable from a real person. If she was not a powerful life form at the diamond level with an extremely sharp soul, she might not be able to tell that this was an incarnation of rock and soil. Where are the leaves of the Tree of Life that I want? Hand over the leaves first, and I'll give you the things later. This rock and soil incarnation is very advanced and can even speak directly. Nangang Qingliu had no choice but to refuse. The opponent's defense against her was higher than hers against him. Obviously, the opponent's strength was not as strong as her, and the power behind him was not as strong as her background, so relatively speaking, the opponent was at a disadvantage. But the other party's potion is necessary for her, and the leaves of her Tree of Life are not the only ones. In this respect, she is in a weak position. Nangang Qingliu didn't want to cause trouble, so he handed a box to the rock and soil incarnation. The rock and soil incarnation opened the box and saw the intact leaves of the Tree of Life inside. He carefully checked the box to make sure there were no hidden tracking methods on it. Dozens of kilometers away, Jiang Ziliu, who was controlling everything, even made a probabilistic judgment. Only after he was sure that there was no problem with the other party's things, that there was no backup plan on the things, and that the other party was not tracking him, did he feel relieved. The rock and soil incarnation placed the box underground, and then the rock and soil at that place wrapped up the box and slowly sank into the ground. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. The other party took away the leaves of the Tree of Life, but did not immediately send her the potion she wanted, but Nangang Qingliu kept her composure. 20 minutes later, the box containing the leaves of the Tree of Life returned. There were no leaves inside, but there were 2 potions. Nangang Qingliu summoned the Banshee and asked it to check, and it was indeed the potion she needed. Okay, the stuff has been given to you. The deal is over, we'll never meet again. Never see you again. The rock and soil incarnation spoke for Jiang Ziliu and was about to collapse on its own. Wait a minute, I once swore that if someone rescued him, I would marry that person. Do you want me to keep my oath? Nangang Qingliu couldn't help but ask, but the other party was invisible the whole time, had no intention of meeting her, and had no interest in her at all. This caused her to feel a little uncomfortable, this kind of person was too rare. You're too high profile. I don't need you. Goodbye. The rock and soil incarnation emphasized once that it would never be seen again, then it shattered and turned into a mass of ordinary rock and soil. Nangang Qingliu held the box and showed a look of great interest. Interesting guy, you are so afraid of death. Hide well, don't let me catch you. After saying this, she left with her head held high and in a very good mood. Chapter 115. Nangang Qingliu got the potion he wanted and quickly returned to Duanling Academy. The whole process was very secretive, for fear that others would find out that he had been out. After returning to the center of Duanling Academy, she summoned all her beasts and had them spread out in all directions to be on guard and attack anyone who dared to approach forcefully. Have you found a solution this time? A voice sounded, a pleasant and melodious female voice. The one who spoke was Nangang Qingliu's first beast, the Tree of Life. It had always protected that person and knew what its master's greatest obsession was. Well, this time it's for real. I asked for your 10 leaves just to exchange for this potion. It seems that it is a little guy. The wisdom of the Tree of Life is also very high, but its voice sounds more like that of a little girl. Because it is only 200 years old, strictly speaking it is still in its infancy, although it is already a diamond-level life form. The Nangang family paid a huge price for the young Tree of Life. In exchange, Nangang Qingliu agreed to become a pillar figure of the entire Duanling Academy. With the help of Duanling Academy, the Nangang family not only recovered its vitality, but also greatly increased the overall strength of the entire family. The Tree of Life was very curious at this time, wondering who could create a method that could heal such soul injuries. You know, this person's soul has been severely damaged for more than 200 years. Nangang Qingliu flew to the top of the tree, and in the glow of the green leaves of the treetop, there was a sleeping boy with ordinary looks. Contrary to the expectations of outsiders, Nangang Qingliu's cousin was not handsome at all. Instead, he looked like an ordinary person, without any of the noble airs that come from an aristocratic family. But it was this young man who left a deep impression on the young Nangang Qingliu and gave her the greatest spiritual comfort during the most helpless period of her childhood. Because during that period, Nangang Qingliu's parents both died in the war with foreign races. Later, Nangang Qingliu discovered his terrifying talent, and was freed from his life of being looked down upon and gained the attention of his family. But before that, she had lost her parents and was the least valued person in the entire family. It was this young man who gave her the only warmth. Later, another young man blocked the assassin's most fatal blow at the most critical moment, causing the soul that was originally aimed at her to be severely damaged and fall on the young man himself, causing him to sleep for nearly 200 years. Nangang Qingliu carefully pried open his mouth, fed him the medicine, and then waited quietly, feeling anxious but full of anticipation. As time passed, a trace of spirituality began to slowly emerge and revive in the young man. Nangang Qingliu was immediately overjoyed, she knew that this was a sign that her soul was being repaired. This medicine really works. It's working. She stared at the young man without blinking, looking forward to the next changes. She also took out a second dose of potion. If she felt that this potion was not strong enough, she would immediately feed the second dose. After waiting slowly for nearly 4 days, the boy finally opened his eyes. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and felt very unfamiliar. After all, the cousin in her memory was very young and completely different from the one in front of her. The boy woke up and he was cured. Nangang Qingliu was extremely excited at this moment. Years of obsession were finally relieved at this moment. Once the heavy burden in the heart is removed, the invisible shackles on the soul will also collapse on their own. Since gold level life is the pinnacle of life level evolution, diamond level life is the pinnacle of life energy enhancement, then supreme level existence is a special stage of rapid soul enhancement. The 3 stages are different stages of strengthening the 3 elements of life, and are also the 3 steps of sublimation. Only when life, energy, and soul are united into one can one break through to a higher level above the supreme. All of these 3, no matter which one they are based on the opening of the hidden soul star. For a beast master with ordinary talent, it is the limit for them to grow to the peak of the silver level. As long as they open the soul hidden star of one realm, they can enter these 3 levels. The more soul hidden stars you start with, the faster you will progress through these 3 levels. Nangang Qingliu opened 7 soul hidden stars at the limestone level, 6 soul hidden stars at the black iron level, 5 soul hidden stars at the bronze level, 4 soul hidden stars at the silver level, and 3 soul hidden stars at the gold level. Now that she has reached the diamond level, she has opened 2 soul hidden stars at the diamond level. Such achievements are far behind Jiang Ziliu. But such an achievement, in the eyes of the Nangang family's true number 1, the ancestor of the Nangang family, Nangang Qingliu is expected to reach the demigod level above the supreme, or even become a super genius above demigod. She is the hope for the future of the entire Nangang family. He is the pillar that can maintain the status of the Nangang family after him. If they knew that Jiang Ziliu had opened 9 soul hidden stars in limestone, black iron, bronze, and silver, I'm afraid no one would know what they would do. The greater possibility is that they would be frightened. The reason why the king of origin like the forged throne was willing to recognize him as his master was that he had opened 9 soul hidden stars in several stages of practice. This is extremely rare among all races. The golden finger of probability judgment has created an unprecedented foundation for Jiang Ziliu, but he has not yet realized it at a deeper level. The supreme level is a stage of soul sublimation. The reason why Nangang Qingliu has been trapped before the Supreme Being is because of her obsession and inner demons. Now that the boy has recovered, her years of obsession have gone, her inner demons have dissipated, and she suddenly realizes that her feelings and love for this cousin have faded with the passage of time, and her feelings for him are not that deep. But he turned into Nangang Qingliu's obsession, and no matter how strong the emotions were, they could not withstand the erosion of 200 years. At this moment, she suddenly longed to see a higher level of life. Thus, her biggest inner demon disappeared, and she had the idea to work hard, and she just broke through to the supreme level smoothly. The supreme life form was born in Duanling Academy at this moment. Buzz! It was as if thousands of tons of seawater were pouring down from the sky, and unparalleled pressure on life and soul swept across the entire heaven and earth. Countless lives were crushed underground. On the other side, Jiang Ziliu, who had obtained the leaves of the Tree of Life, was also pressed to the ground. He could have used the power of the Dwarf King's hammer or the forged throne to resist the pressure and prevent himself from lying on the ground. But Jiang Ziliu was so smart and cautious. He knew that if a gold-level person like him was pressed down to the ground, then the same would happen to all other lives, including humans. He was very familiar with this kind of experience under pressure. If Jiang Ziliu didn't lie down himself, he would be extremely obvious in the whole world, and even a fool would know that there was something wrong with him. However, the aura and strength he revealed was only at the bronze level. When it is dark around you, you'd better be black as well, so that you can hide yourself best. After Jiang Ziliu obtained the leaves of the Tree of Life, he had been using the vision of the forging throne to observe the situation over at Nangang King Liu's side. He was somewhat curious about what would happen next. But he didn't expect that Nangang King Liu would actually reach the moment of her breakthrough to the supreme level. At this moment, her supreme level pressure was fully unleashed, extremely powerful. If he wasn't lying on the ground, not to mention others, in Nangang King Liu's eyes, he would be an extremely special existence. At this time, Nangang King Liu's soul had just completed its transformation and ascension, and its soul power covered the entire earth. He is naturally also within the sight of other people's souls. Fortunately, Jiang Ziliu had hidden the leaves of the Tree of Life in the semi-artifact small world, otherwise Nangang King Liu would definitely be able to lock on to him as a potion trader through the scent of the leaves of the Tree of Life. This time, it is also of great benefit to Jiang Ziliu, because he has seen the mystery of life evolution from diamond level to supreme level with a special vision through the perspective of the forging throne. The gold level biological evolution, the diamond level energy evolution, the supreme level soul evolution, the essence of them no longer had any secrets in his eyes. From this moment on, Jiang Ziliu no longer had any confusion or puzzlement about the next three realms of advancement. Although the forged throne also knew this, he gained this through his own observations and insights, so it could be said that he understood it more deeply. Hearing and seeing with one's own eyes lead to different feelings and understandings. Chapter 116. Black Jade Flower, Water of Life, Stalactites from the Earth's core, Leaves from the Tree of Life. After obtaining the core material he needed, the leaves of the Tree of Life, Jiang Ziliu came to a remote area in Duanling Mountain, where he entered the small world of the Hammer of the Dwarf King and prepared the evolution potion for the third Beast Master, the green-skinned shape-shifting elf. This time, it took him a full half-month, under the careful guidance of the Forging Throne, to successfully prepare this evolution potion. Nangang King Liu's promotion to the Supreme has caused a huge uproar. Now all the powerful forces of the human race have sent people to Duanling Academy to present gifts and congratulate Nangang King Liu on his promotion to a supreme-level powerhouse. On the other hand, it was also the reason why Nangang King Liu was promoted to the pillar. The birth of every Supreme Beastmaster is a major event on the entire planet. The leap from diamond level to supreme level is influenced by many factors such as talent, hard work, resources, etc. The birth of every supreme powerhouse is extremely difficult. Fortunately, there is a supreme level who is over 3,000 years old. Every Supreme Beastmaster is a powerful combat force in the human race over the past 3,000 years, and during these 3,000 years, many Supreme Beastmasters were born. Therefore, with the passage of time, humans have accumulated a huge amount of powerful strength. But it is not easy to be a Supreme. The secret of the birth of every Supreme is coveted by other major forces or diamond-level peak Beastmasters. So, the entire Duanling College area is very lively now. Everyone wants to know how Nangang King Liu was promoted to a supreme-level powerhouse, and hopes to get corresponding reference. Under such circumstances, Jiang Ziliu began the upgrade work for the green-skinned shape-shifting elf Thousand Faces. Considering that the promotion from silver level to gold level will give birth to a special golden celestial phenomenon, Jiang Ziliu came to the depths of Dajuanling to carry out the promotion work. This time the upgrade was not that difficult. The green-skinned shape-shifting elf Thousand Faces easily completed the transformation of life, the sublimation of blood, and the improvement of realm. It officially broke through to the gold level and displayed the same huge golden celestial phenomenon. In the entire sky, there was a huge fairy 10,000 meters tall with a leaf dress standing horizontally in the void, which invisibly produced a special aura as if it was the origin of life. Dozens of seconds later, the golden celestial phenomenon disappeared in the sky, and the terrifying aura gradually faded away. But all the silver level and gold level exotic beasts and alien life forms in this area know that there is a special life form that has completed evolution, and it is an advanced evolution such as bloodline transformation. In the process of this evolution, it has completed the sublimation of its realm from silver level to gold level. After Qianmian completed its evolution, Jiang Ziliu immediately took it into the beast taming space and allowed it to stabilize its state inside the beast taming space. He himself, on the other hand, tried his best to escape into the depths of the earth space and quickly got away from here. However, Jiang Ziliu still underestimated the supreme level of sensitivity, which even the forging throne did not expect. After all, the era he lived in was slightly different from the current era of beast taming of human beings, so there are inevitably certain cognitive biases in information. Not long after Jiang Ziliu quickly fled the scene, Nangang Qingliu had already arrived here. Originally, she was waiting for the supreme banquet to begin in Duanling Academy. She had secretly sent her cousin away to a safe place to grow up again in a way that suited him. The power she left behind will help her cousin grow up well. But Nangang Qingliu was very concerned about the mysterious guy who gave her the precious medicine, and she herself couldn't explain it. No one knew that in addition to the beast taming on the surface, Nangang Qingliu also hid a special type of beast taming. Blue Flame Void Butterfly. This is an advanced space-type monster, above the demigod level, hatched from a monster egg she obtained during one of her training. Even she herself did not expect it to be so advanced after signing the contract. Originally, she made the contract only because she felt that he possessed certain void abilities. As a result, she didn't expect that this blue flame void butterfly was actually a more advanced beast than the Tree of Life. From this perspective, Nangang Qingliu has extremely good luck and can be seen as an alternative protagonist of destiny. This beast gave her a powerful void-type ability. Through the use and development of this ability, her void perception is extremely powerful, more than 100 times the normal supreme level perception range. Therefore, at the moment when the green-skinned shape-shifting elf Thousand Faces was promoted, she could sense the special breath coming from the leaves of the Tree of Life. You are definitely a little fellow, you have a lot of secrets, and you run very fast. However, I still managed to catch some traces of you. Nangang Qingliu extracted a bit of special dark energy from the underground space, where the Thousand Faces transformed and evolved. That is the dark energy residue belonging to Jiang Ziliu. But at this moment, Nangang Qingliu had to give up the search for Jiang Ziliu because she received a void message from the Thunder Spear Supreme. Xiaolu, this person is very important to our human race. No matter what secrets he has, he is the greatest hope for our human race in the future among all the races in the universe. He is very cautious, which is good. I don't want to push a future strongest person out of the human race. So, don't investigate further. Remember, your family members cannot tell this matter. Otherwise, even if they are a demigod family, they will have to pay the price. Nangang Qingliu was very familiar with Thunder Spear Supreme. It could be said that it was this man who saved her countless times in the past. She also knew this person's character. This is an exhortation and also a warning from others. If she doesn't listen and leaks Jiang Ziliu's information to the Nangang family, and if trouble arises as a result, the Thunder Spear Supreme doesn't mind wiping out the entire Nangang family. Yes. Qingliu understands. Qingliu will not reveal any information about this person anymore. Nangang Qingliu responded very obediently, and then she decisively annihilated the remaining Jiang Ziliu in her hand. Only the Supreme Strong Man could extract a trace of residual dark energy. Now, it would be impossible for her to locate Jiang Ziliu, the person who had done her great favor. She had no ill will towards Jiang Ziliu, she just wanted to find this guy and was a little curious about him. In fact, she originally had plans to repay the favor. Because in her opinion, those 10 leaves of the Tree of Life were nothing compared to Jiang Ziliu's saving her cousin and solving her obsession. But she never expected that this cautious and cunning guy like a mouse would be so special. Generally, after a human gold level beastmaster completes the beast taming upgrade, he will call out to all quarters to declare his deterrent power. Nothing like this mysterious guy, who seems to have social phobia and hides himself so well. Nangang Qingliu retreated, and the gaze of Thunder Spear Supreme also disappeared. On the other side, the forged throne in Jiang Ziliu's space was humming quietly to itself. I really underestimated these little guys, Thunder Spear Supreme. I never thought that a little guy from the human race would be related to that terrible guy, Fate. Fortunately, you have no ill will and calculation towards the master, otherwise I will let you know what the king of origin is. The forged throne did not tell Jiang Ziliu about this, allowing him to continue to think that he had hidden it very well. Because Jiang Ziliu did a really good job. His dark energy residue was cleaned up, but that was a supreme life form, and it could extract the dark energy residue that Jiang Ziliu could not clean up. Jiang Ziliu, who knew nothing about this, moved nearly 3,000 miles before he saw the evolved state of the green-skinned shapeshifter. Chapter 117. Life Fairy. 23.6% Fairy Bloodline, S. Flesh Transformation, SSS. Plant Transformation, S. Animal Transformation, S. Super Digestion, S+. Emerald Light, SS+. Hymn of Life, S. Holy Wings of Life, SS. This is the information about the green-skinned shape-shifting elf after it transforms into the Fairy of Life. Now you can't call it anymore, you have to call her. After the little guy transformed into a more advanced life-type fairy bloodline, he not only completed the essential evolution of life at one time, but also grew into a true humanoid life form. Qianmian is now only the size of a human palm, and after the transformation, it turns into a petite and beautiful girl. She has the tender, cute and delicate face of a beautiful girl, emerald green hair, and a small dress made of pink petals. What is different from ordinary humanoid life forms is her back, where there are 3 pairs of holy energy wings made of emerald green life light. These are 3 pairs of fixed wings in energy form, similar in appearance to dragonfly wings. The new S-level Holy Wings of Life skill on Thousand Faces skill panel refers to these 3 holy wings. These 3 pairs of holy wings of life not only allow the fairy Thousand Faces of Life to achieve superspeed flight as fast as the speed of light, but also are the symbol of her 3 lives. When she dies completely, one of the 3 pairs of holy wings of life will collapse automatically, allowing the fairy of life to be resurrected once. Even if her corpse is destroyed, she can be completely resurrected at the cost of the disappearance of 1 holy wing of life. The 3 holy wings of life are equivalent to giving her 3 more chances to be completely reborn. Such strange beasts with 3 lives are extremely rare. Except for special beasts like the 9-tailed cat, other beasts have only 1 life. The fairy of life can have 3 lives, which is very rare. It is an ordinary life with the blood of the life fairy, and it does not have the special skill of the holy wings of life, which gives it 3 lives. Obviously, Qianmian's evolution is very unusual. Not only has her bloodline evolved, but she has also undergone certain excellent mutations, making her a more special and outstanding existence in the bloodline of the Fairy of Life. In addition, this time Thousand Faces awakened the blood of the Fairy of Life, and the skill Hymn of Life also appeared. This skill is very special because it is another medical nanny type skill. And it's a skill with a wide range. It can not only accelerate the self-repair of life, but also accelerate the recovery of dark energy, vitality, and mental strength. It can be said that this is an almost omnipotent nanny type skill. The only special thing is that when the life fairy Thousand Faces uses this skill, she will sing a hymn to life, a real song, a beautiful song. The chanting cannot be interrupted. If it is interrupted, the effect of the skill ode to life will also be interrupted. How long the effect of the hymn of life can last depends on how long the energy of the fairy of life can last. With this S-level healing skill, Anthem of Life, and the Emerald Light whose skill level has evolved to SS+, the nanny ability of the Life Fairy can be said to be very comprehensive, with both single-target powerful and range-based abilities. She can already provide precision treatment for individuals, as well as range treatment for groups. This evolution is an elevation of her life level and a huge leap in her life realm. After the Fairy of Life crossed the 9-star silver level, she grew into a 5-star gold level Beastmaster in one breath. Its improvement is only 1 star lower than that of the most powerful Sky Blue Rockman Akun. But a 5-star gold level Beastmaster is also the middle stage of gold level life, which is already a very powerful leap. Thousand Faces, which was originally a nurse-type creature, has seen a huge improvement in combat power due to its life evolution, making it comparable to an ordinary 3-star gold level monster. This is because her 2 skills of transforming into plants and transforming into animals have been upgraded to S level. The S-level incarnation of plants and animals allows her to easily transform into any plant or animal of the gold level or below that she has come into contact with, including those powerful exotic beasts. After entering this transformation, she can temporarily possess the same combat power and abilities as them, and fight in the form of this exotic plant or animal. Similarly, when she transforms into a gold level monster, her highest strength cannot exceed 3-star gold level. Moreover, this deformation has certain time limits. The higher the combat intensity and the greater the consumption, the shorter the maintenance time of this ability. These 2 abilities, coupled with Kunmian's ability to heal herself, make her sustained combat power extremely strong. If Jianmian cooperates with the Qinjian Stone Man in the sky to fight, they can work together to defeat the general 8-star gold level monsters, and can even fight against some weak 9-star gold level monsters. When Zhang Ziliu was observing Kunmian's situation, Jianmian flew to his ear and began to speak for the first time after her sublimation. "Master, I'm hungry. I want to eat." Zhang Ziliu knew that after reaching the gold level, these beasts would become fully intelligent and able to speak and communicate. He immediately took out a bunch of fruits and asked her to eat them. After becoming the Fairy of Life, the Beastmaster of this bloodline only eats vegetarian food and not meat. But Zhang Ziliu completely forgot that Jianmian has an S-end level super digestion skill, which turns her into a real foodie. In less than 5 minutes, she had eaten up all the fruits. But the little fellow, who was only the size of a palm, had no sign of a bulging belly, and stared at Zhang Ziliu pitifully, asking for food. Zhang Ziliu had no choice but to take out all the fruit food he had on him, which weighed about 200 kilograms. He had already guessed that maybe after the evolution, the 1,000 Faces of Life Fairy had consumed a lot of energy and needed to be replenished, which was why she had to eat so much. Unfortunately, Zhang Ziliu soon experienced what it meant to have a small belly and a big appetite. Nearly 200 kilograms of fruit were completely consumed by the Fairy of Life in less than half an hour with her unhurried, steady and orderly snapping sounds, leaving only a pile of seeds. Moreover, she was still staring at her master with those innocent big eyes that looked like "I was very hungry." Zhang Ziliu had no choice but to take out other spicy human snacks. But what he didn't expect was that Jianmian didn't hate the spicy taste. Instead, after tasting it, his appetite improved and he ate more happily. At this moment, the little guy didn't look like a Fairy of Life type, but more like a very hungry little hamster. His little mouth kept eating, and his face was full of a happy smile brought by the food. Although this little girl Jianmian doesn't eat meat, she is open to all kinds of vegetarian food, including spicy, sour, sweet, and spicy ones, and she never looks full. In the end, there was no other choice but Zhang Ziliu decided to directly feed her a few S-level beast cores. She did eat it, but the way she ate it was very special. The little guy Jianmian actually asked for a plate of chili sauce, and then ate the beast core with the chili sauce. Only after eating nearly 100 beast cores did she no longer feel hungry. It was not until this point that Zhang Ziliu analyzed why she was so hungry. Originally, Su Wen's potion contained the enormous energy needed to evolve to the gold level, but this time the evolution had a mutation, and it gained the skill of the Holy Wings of Life, which gave the person 3 more lives. The appearance of the 3 life skill also means resource and energy consumption, which exceeds Zhang Ziliu's original energy demand calculation. So after the evolution was completed, 1,000 Faces was in a state of extreme lack of energy and nutrition, which required a large amount of food to supplement. Of course, She is also a foodie. The adverse effects of the super digestion skill still occurred invisibly, especially when this skill reached the S level. This time, Jiang Ziliu completed the evolution and sublimation of Jianmian, and the next step is to consider the problem of the mutation of the electric snake white snake. Therefore, he could not stay in the Duanling area for too long and had to get on the road again. Chapter 118. After Jiang Ziliu completed the upgrade of Jianmian, his two beasts had evolved to the gold level beast level. Now the only issue left is White Snake's advancement. He wanted to cross the entire Great Broken Range and head east of the Great Broken Range. But most people would dare to cross the road in the entire Dajuanling Mountains only by joining a large team protected by strong men above the gold level. Because there are so many alien races and exotic beasts, there are no post stations on the human roads within Dajuanling, and there is no way to set up any. Jiang Ziliu embarked on this journey alone to find a future for his second beast, the electric snake white snake, to transform into a dragon. However, he soon learned what the terrible Great Broken Ridge was. The strength displayed by Jiang Ziliu is only at the 7-star bronze level. Such an external aura will make countless strange beasts and alien races feel that he is just a young man walking on the path of the human race in Dajuanling, and a very easy to bully existence. Boom! 3 days after going deep into Dajuanling, Jiang Ziliu smashed a 9-star bronze level brute force tiger into 3 pieces with one stick. He was really angry. This was the 135th attack from alien beasts he had encountered along the way. MJU4 NDA2 New Jersey A3 MTE1 ODI5 MZA2 OJQ equals. But now, he still needs to walk for 30 days to cross the entire Dajuanling Mountains. Please note that this walk includes advancing through the underground world by traveling through the Earth space. After all, the entire Dajuanling is very huge. But it is impossible for him to travel through the underground space forever. No matter how good the quality of his dark energy is, its quantity is limited, and it will eventually run out if he keeps consuming it. Therefore, he must walk to the ground when the dark energy reaches a certain level. Jiang Ziliu has no shortage of strength, combat power, or combat experience. He can completely run to the small world of the Hammer of the Dwarf King to rest. But he didn't do that. Because he needed experience, everything in Dajuanling was the best experience to enrich his experience. At the same time, there are few people here, so the possibility of him being exposed is minimal. Moreover, Jiang Ziliu still maintained a fake identity. When outsiders saw his appearance, height, and temperament, they would never associate this middle-aged man with the young man Jiang Ziliu himself. When he is out, it has always been his principle not to use his real face or real name. It was just the continuous attacks from strange beasts that made him very annoyed. Every strange beast that attacked him was knocked to death by him, and even the Kongqing rock man Akun who was lurking underground to protect him did not take action. After advancing less than 10 miles, Jiang Ziliu finally encountered the first alien along the way. However, contrary to his expectations, this alien did not show any hostility. "Don't fight. I'm a businessman, and I'm looking for you to make a deal with you." This alien was a fat guy hiding under a hood. What was even weirder was that there was a little golden-haired squirrel standing on his shoulder. The other party revealed his face under the hood, which surprised Jiang Ziliu. It turned out to be a half-dragon with a dragon head and a human body, with purple-red forked dragon horns on his head. The other person's eyes were filled with a faint glow of fortune, and he looked at Jiang Ziliu enthusiastically and passionately, as if he was looking at a pile of walking wealth. This made Jiang Ziliu alert. Because the other party gave him the feeling of being a 3-star silver-level strongman, but there seemed to be something wrong. Jiang Ziliu quickly came to his senses. This guy also had a powerful secret method, and he used this secret method to hide his strength. On the surface, it is 3-star silver, but it is possible that it is 9-star silver, or even a gold-level life like himself. Seeing Jiang Ziliu's vigilant eyes, the guy immediately sat on the ground and faced Jiang Ziliu in a completely non-aggressive attitude. "My brother, although everyone has hidden their strength, I really have no ill intentions. Although I am a half-dragon, and an evil and cruel alien in the eyes of you humans, I do not serve the half-dragons. I belong to the Star White Orchid Chamber of Commerce, and I am a small lone merchant in the Chamber of Commerce. He quickly explained and introduced himself. We, the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce, travel through the void, enter the various races, and trade with the geniuses and wealthy people within their races. For geniuses who can grow up to enter the Starry Sky, we will make some investments. For the wealthy people, we will trade with them. Having said this, he looked at Jiang Ziliu with some surprise. And you are a genius and a wealthy man. This little fellow is a treasure-hunting squirrel from the golden-haired squirrel clan that I contracted. It was he who told me that you have a powerful holy light of wealth. If you need anything, we can trade, and I can give you a discount as an investment in a genius like you. After hearing what the other party said, Jiang Ziliu did not completely believe it. Void merchant? Jiang Ziliu believed half of what this half-dragon said, but he didn't believe the other half at all. The other party's appearance was too abrupt, appearing suddenly in his mental vision. But the other party may be an alien assassin who pretends to be someone else, or he may have other purposes and want to steal the resources from you. After all, Jiang Ziliu had obtained too many treasures, so it was not surprising that treasure-hunting beasts discovered them. The life level of this golden-haired little squirrel is 7-star silver, which also gives him a hidden feeling. Master, he is indeed a void merchant. The void merchant uses special void secrets and cooperates with void-type exotic beasts to travel throughout the starry sky. However, you ask him to take out his Star Oath monument. Only the void merchant who possesses the Star Oath monument is the real void merchant. The Forged Throne gave Jiang Ziliu a hint. Those true void merchants have sworn a special oath to the Star Oath monument, and will absolutely abide by the void merchant's code of honest transactions. Otherwise, the Star Oath monument will fulfill their oath and make their lives worse than death. Their oaths are on the Star Oath monument, and anyone can see them. Hearing this reminder, Jiang Ziliu felt relieved. Then take out your Star Oath monument. Jiang Ziliu stated his request and secretly raised his vigilance. If this person did not have the Star Oath monument, he would escape immediately and let the Kongqing Rock Man attack the half-dragon man from underground. When he heard the words Star Oath monument, the half-dragon void merchant's eyes shook and he was very surprised. He didn't expect that this guy in front of him, who seemed to have never been to the starry sky, actually knew about the Star Oath monument. Brother is indeed not simple. But I am a true star merchant, please look at my Star Oath monument. The half-dragon man did not hesitate. He directly released a 3-meter-high ancient monument made entirely of pure white crystals out of thin air. There is a passage above, which is the void merchant's oath to do business with integrity. Moreover, the above punishment is to seal the soul in the origin of the Star Oath, and die from being burned by the Star Oath fire for 10,000 years. It's true. The Forget-Ron said affirmatively. But Jiang Ziliu was such a cautious person, he immediately made a probability assessment. Is this guy in front of me a truly honest void merchant? What is the probability that there will be no trouble in trading with him? The answer came out quickly, 96.3%. There is still nearly 4% hidden danger, but this basically means that the guy in front of you is someone you can communicate and trade with. Only then did Jiang Ziliu really decide to make a deal with the other party. He has a lot of good things on him, and a lot of yuan crystals that he can't use. I hope the other party has some real good stuff. Chapter 119. Okay, we can trade. You can put away your Star Oath monument. Jiang Ziliu agreed to the deal, and the Forged Throne also told him the information about the Star Oath monument. This thing is very useful in terms of oaths, but its tightness is not high. If the Star Oath monument is broken, the oath involved will also suffer a powerful backlash, but the constraints of the oath itself will not disappear. This thing is more like a voucher. The half-dragon merchant took out a crystal plate with a lot of information on it. Jiang Ziliu took a look and thought, isn't this just a superpowered version of the information trading platform? However, this crystal plate only displays the goods that the half-dragon owns. He will not easily take out his goods before the transaction is concluded. The items sold by void merchants are generally treasures, which are more likely to attract covetousness and be robbed. Elf Mother Tree Seeds, 100,000 SSS level crystals. The first item surprised Jiang Ziliu. My goodness, the Elf Mother Tree is the most important treasure of the entire elf race, and it can also be called a sacred tree. Its seeds represent the emergence of a new race of elves and are the foundation for the prosperity and strength of the elves. But such a secret treasure actually appeared in the warehouse of this void merchant. If a person has soul or contract skills, and uses a seed of the Elven Mother Tree to make a beast taming contract, he can cultivate a race of elves that is completely under his control, making the entire race of elves a part of his combat force. To be honest, Jiang Ziliu was a little moved. There is a small world inside his hammer of the Dwarf King. If he can cultivate the seeds of the Elven Mother Tree, he can create a tribe of elven creatures in the small world. As long as they are trained properly, they will be a good fighting force. But Jiang Ziliu immediately gave up this idea. With his growth rate, by the time this group of elves was trained, he would have grown to a new height. Therefore, the seeds of this Elven Mother Tree are useless to him. He could just barely afford this price. Flame Titan Construct Transformation, 3 million SSS level crystals. The second item was more expensive, costing 3 million, 30 times more expensive than the first one. But after seeing the product details on the crystal plate, Jiang Ziliu not only felt that it was not expensive, but also wanted to buy it. Because this is a large mechanical puppet. Moreover, it is a special race in the starry sky with extremely strong mechanical skills, and it developed mechanical puppet creations based on the principles of the pattern of contract. This product is a giant puppet transformed from the corpse of a dead Supreme Fire Titan. It also possesses the powerful combat power of the Supreme level and has inherited nearly half of the original Titan's super skills. Moreover, the half-dragon man also gave further explanation later, and he would attach the entire casting process of the Flame Titan mechanical puppet, as well as the maintenance technology. By buying it, not only can you buy a powerful Supreme Fighter, but you can also get the casting technology and maintenance technology of the constructs such as the mechanical puppet. It is just like buying a fighter jet and getting a set of its technical drawings for free. 3 million SSS level crystals may seem expensive, but it is worth it at all. The best buyer for this thing is actually a race working together to buy it. After all, this level of technology is priceless. The price of the third item is really not expensive. 100 grams of bark that fell off when the ancient tree of wisdom transformed, worth 10,000 SSS level crystals. After seeing this product, Jiang Ziliu had no interest. He didn't know what the ancient tree of wisdom was like, but he knew it must be a big shot. But he has no use for this kind of thing now. There are many rare things in the world, and the best one is the one that suits you. You must buy this thing, it is related to your fifth beast. Jiang Ziliu didn't plan to buy it, but the Forging Throne, a powerful man at the King of Origin level, was anxious and immediately reminded him in his mind. Although he didn't know what the bark of the ancient tree of wisdom was used for when it transformed, Jiang Ziliu still took out the Yuan crystals that he couldn't use, transferred them into a space orb, and then showed the space orb to the half-dragon. If these are transformed here, how many SSS level crystals can be exchanged for them? The half-dragon's eyes glowed, and even the golden squirrel on his body had glowing eyes. A mountain of crystals and various resources were piled inside the orb. They are not of high quality, but the quantity is really too large. The half-dragon was sure at a glance that these treasures came from the treasure left behind by a powerful dwarf, and they were king-level treasures. It is difficult to make a deal with a void merchant like the half-dragon. He needs to find a trading partner who is not much stronger than him. If the other party is much stronger than him, the other party will most likely rob him like a fat sheep. But most of the strong people at the same level have no money at all, and very few can afford that kind of financial resources. Some people with high status naturally have channels to trade for the things they need, and will not trade with a strange, lone void merchant like him. The reason is simple: distrust. When wealth reaches a certain level, it is easy to attract covetousness once it is known to others, and this trust issue is difficult to resolve. Therefore, this half-dragon void merchant has not conducted a normal transaction for 3 years. It can be exchanged for 350,000 SSS level crystals. The half-dragon was very excited. With such a large amount of resources, if he worked harder and bought them from other places, or even sold them to some forces on Earth, he could make 3 times the profit. If you trade them with other races that don't have these resources, you can even make a profit of 10 to 100 times the price difference. He believed that these were definitely not all the useless resources in Jiang Ziliu's hands. The half-dragon guess was correct. Jiang Ziliu only took out half. Well, you take 10,000 SSS level crystals and trade the bark of this ancient tree of wisdom to me. Jiang Ziliu agreed to the deal. He couldn't tell where the half-dragon took the things out from or where he put them, but he had obtained a piece of mysterious bark with an extremely obscure aura, as if it were an ordinary object. There are tiny marks on it that are similar to the patterns of the contract mark. After obtaining the bark of the ancient tree of wisdom, Jiang Ziliu immediately put it away. He then looked at other things and finally found the thing he needed most among the half-dragon's goods. This is the blood of a real dragon that contains a ray of dragon's death power. Its quality is damaged and it is not recommended to use it before removing the dragon's death power. The price is 500,000 SSS level crystals, or treasures of the same level. It turned out to be the blood of a real dragon, a treasure that could be used for White Snake's transformation. If we remove this dragon's death evil and use it to evolve the mutant lightning snake White Lady with the help of the Forged Throne, what is the probability of success? Jiang Ziliu immediately made a probability judgment. 85.9%. This probability is very high, which means it can be used. Moreover, he had been planning to use the blood of a flood dragon before, but now he had the blood of a real dragon. Perhaps after using this thing, Bai Niang's potential would immediately become the highest among the 3 ordinary beasts. After all, a real dragon sounds much higher level than a flood dragon. This thing is still contaminated with the dragon's death evil. If not, I don't know how expensive it would be. I can help you deal with this dragon's death power. Your second beast master will be of great use to it. Without waiting for Jiang Ziliu to ask, the Forged Throne gave a hint. Every item displayed on the crystal board is a good thing, like the void crystal, the sand of time, the black crystal of the source of death, the morning crystal of the source of life, etc., which are obviously high-end treasures. He read all the information above and gained some knowledge. Then he gritted his teeth and exchanged all the materials he didn't need. One could transform into 530,000 SSS level crystals. Finally, he used 500,000 SSS level crystals to buy the blood of a real dragon that was tainted with the power of the dragon's death. Then he exchanged for 10,000 life attribute crystals, 10,000 earth attribute crystals, 5,000 space attribute crystals, and more than 5,000 lightning attribute crystals. The grades of these Yuan crystals are all SSS level. The centaur was very happy. The items Jiang Ziliu traded were not of high level, but the quantity was very large. For a void merchant of his level, he can use these resources to earn a fortune of 5 million SSS level Yuan crystals. A successful transaction can bring him more than 10 times the profit in the future. Both parties were very satisfied and completed the transaction smoothly. Finally, the half-dragon gave Jiang Ziliu a void crystal card, which he could use to summon the half-dragon for the next transaction. However, that can only be done while he is still on Earth. Jiang Ziliu, who obtained the blood of a real dragon, also began to prepare to transform the mutant electric snake White Snake into a dragon. Chapter 120. Now that the true dragon's blood is obtained, the next thing to do is to eliminate the power of the dragon's death in this drop of true dragon's blood. But for this matter, we still have to forge the throne. In the small world of the hammer of the Dwarf King, the forging throne revealed its true form, and a mysterious three-dimensional image like a throne appeared again. This is his true image, and he disdains any other image. This is his origin and his respect for himself. If someone contemplates the image of the forging throne for a long time, he can even strengthen his soul, but at the same time, his soul will also be restricted by the forging throne to a certain extent. This is the king of origin, the source of all races in the universe. The core of the power of the forging throne is very clear, that is the word forging. The true dragon's blood was placed in the center of the throne, and then a mysterious flame that kept changing colors appeared. Countless black hammers appeared in the void, constantly hitting the drop of liquid true dragon's blood. But under this beating, the drop of real dragon's blood seemed to be unaffected by any force and did not change in shape at all. The only change was that wisps of black mist were forged out. The black mist was very special. Jiang Ziliu's spiritual power noticed its tiny essence. It was a collection of black dragon-shaped life forms with ferocious looks and blood-red pupils. However, their size is comparable to the smallest dust particles, and they gather together to form black mist. Jiang Ziliu understood that these guys, who seemed like living evil dragons and similar to viruses, were most likely the essence of the dragon's death evil. After forging it, the forged throne burned it with his own color-changing divine fire. Finally, all the black mist that was forged turned into a black crystal. However, from Jiang Ziliu's microscopic perspective, the black crystals are actually a substance composed of tiny black dragons arranged and entangled in a special way. Those black tiny dragon-shaped life forms were not destroyed, but the divine fire entangled them together and changed them into a special dormant state of mutual restraint. They are just sleeping, they are still alive, and the terrible power of the dragon's death has not really disappeared. Jiang Ziliu felt from the beginning that the dragon's death evil was extremely dangerous, much more dangerous than the most terrible poison in the world. The forging throne then cast a rune curtain. The tininess and density of the runes on it were simply beyond imagination. Finally, this piece of rune turned into a small white chain, completely sealing the black crystal. This thing cannot be truly destroyed even with my level of strength. Only the dragon clan at the king of origin level understands its essence and root, and can truly destroy the dragon's death evil from the root level. The forged throne took away this dangerous thing and did not intend to give it to Jiang Ziliu. So, I sealed it and will deal with it in the right place. There are some mysterious natural powers in the universe that can destroy the dragon's death. The blood of the real dragon that had removed the dragon's death evil seemed to come alive. A terrifying pressure came from that drop of blood. Fortunately, the forging throne helped Jiang Ziliu block the pressure. Otherwise he absolutely could not bear it. Jiang Ziliu felt that when he faced this drop of true dragon blood, he was as if he was facing an existence like the thunder spear. How could he turn this thing into a potion so delicately if he couldn't even get close to it? In front of this treasure that already possessed powerful coercive force, Jiang Ziliu was simply unable to make use of it. In order to process this drop of true dragon blood and prepare it into a dragon-transforming potion that can be used by the mutant electric snake, one must rely on the forging throne. Jiang Ziliu himself did not have the knowledge to handle treasures of this level. If you want to use this drop of true dragon blood, the rest is easy to do, but you must use some kind of higher level blood degeneration material to suppress the blood power of the true dragon blood. Then you can turn it into a high-level potion and slowly release the power of the true dragon blood to achieve the effect of changing the life blood and allowing it to transform into a dragon smoothly. The forging throne said that he did not directly say what was used, but explained the principle behind it. Jiang Ziliu understood immediately after hearing this. This was the forging throne asking him to find the right materials to degenerate the power of the true dragon's blood. He thought of a familiar material, Hushan Haiyuan mud. The residue left after the destruction of this copy with spatial power possesses the tenacity of space itself, but also has a certain degenerate nature. What is the probability of using SSS level Hushan Black Abyss Mud to transform into true dragon blood? He made a probabilistic assessment of the material he had analyzed. The results were disappointing. 25.3%. This probability is quite low. The dark mud in the Hushan cave does have a certain degrading effect, but it is obviously not the best, and its effect on the blood of a true dragon is not as strong. Jiang Ziliu began brainstorming. The names and properties of the materials flashed through his mind one by one, and then he found that none of them were the most suitable. Finally he thought of a special material. This material is a very rare material in the treasure house of the small world of Hammer of the Dwarf King. Its name is the gastrodermis of the star worm. This rock-eating star worm is no ordinary planetary monster. It is a powerful star beast life form and a special star beast that feeds on rocks in the starry sky. A fully grown star worm can devour planets and even stars. Its stomach skin is naturally a strong material that can fight against the digestive juices in the stomach that can digest rocks, planets, and even stars. A stomach that can devour stars naturally has strong resistance. This super resistance can, to a certain extent, be regarded as a super material with degradability. What is the probability that the stomach skin of the eclipse rockworm can be used to transform into the blood of a true dragon? Jiang Ziliu immediately made a probability judgment. 87.6%. The result this time was in line with his expectations. He finally found a key material that could dissolve the powerful bloodline power of the true dragon. The Forge Throne was pleased to see Jiang Ziliu take out the stomach skin of the eclipse rockworm so quickly. He has been teaching Jiang Ziliu more advanced knowledge of pharmacy from time to time recently. He understands that this knowledge is what Jiang Ziliu needs most. What Jiang Ziliu needs is for him to train his own beast in his own way and accumulate knowledge and experience in the process to complete his own growth. The Forging Throne is not afraid that he will make mistakes, as he can help correct them if they are wrong. But they are afraid that Jiang Ziliu will take advantage of the ready-made results, give up his own efforts and dedication, and miss the process of growth as a beast master. Congratulations, you have found the best and most suitable material. So, what do you think should be done next? Do you have any questions? Forget Ron asked. Jiang Ziliu knew where the trouble lay without even thinking. The stomach skin of this starworm was extremely tough, and even the Dwarf King could not use it. He had to process it in a certain way to turn it into a usable material for medicine. The gastrocnemius in his hand was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. If the Dwarf King could make use of it, he could make it into a leather armor, which would also be a defensive equipment above SSS level. How could he use such a horrible material? He couldn't even make a hole in it or damage it. Let me remind you that you can use the theory I mentioned earlier, and the materials, resources, and knowledge you have, to completely handle it. The prerequisite is that you can find the method. The Forging Throne gave Jiang Ziliu some confidence. It turns out that what you have in your hands can be used, it just depends on whether you can think of a way to deal with it. But after thinking for a whole day and night and listing countless plans, he still couldn't find a specific method. For a moment, Jiang Ziliu fell into confusion. Is the method of handling this material really in my hands? Chapter 121. When Jiang Ziliu was thinking fruitlessly, he suddenly had an idea and thought that perhaps the most direct way was the best way. Complicated and maybe not the most correct. Simple is not necessarily the worst. He thought of a way to directly use the blood of a real dragon and the stomach skin of a star-eclipsing rockworm to fuse them in a real dragon environment. No other materials are needed, just create a clean environment, and the power of the true dragon's blood will automatically fuse into the stomach skin of the star-eroding rockworm. Because they are essentially higher-level materials. Jiang Ziliu put forward his own method, and Forge Throne said it was correct. Sometimes, the most direct method is the best method, and there is no need for anything too complicated. But this simplicity contains great truth. He once again passed on some knowledge to Jiang Ziliu, and this knowledge happened to be about the blood of true dragons, the knowledge of creatures at the level of star-eclipsing rockworms, and the knowledge about how to process the extraordinary materials on their bodies. Later, based on this knowledge, Jiang Ziliu, after realizing the idea of the degeneration of the real dragon's blood, quickly found the idea of preparing the dragon transforming potion with the real dragon's blood as the root. He spent another 10 days, combined with probability judgment, and finally customized a dragon transforming potion suitable for the mutated electric snake white snake. This is a dragon transforming potion formulated based on its physical condition and is suitable only for it. This dragon transforming potion gives White Snake a 68.7% chance of producing true dragon blood when she transforms into a dragon, a 75.3% chance of producing top-level thunder dragon blood, a 91.2% chance of producing high-level white dragon blood, and a 98.5% chance of producing secondary flood dragon blood. Transforming into a dragon is essentially the fusion or activation of the higher dragon bloodline within the living body. In the body of the mutated electric snake white snake, there are remnants of true dragon blood, remnants of thunder dragon blood, remnants of white dragon blood, and also remnants of low-level flood dragon blood. But even the lowest level of dragon bloodline is extremely powerful. The Jiaolong, a strange beast, is a bronze-level life form when it is born, and becomes a silver-level life form after a little growth. An adult dragon is a truly supreme being. Some pure-blooded dragons can even grow to a demigod-level life form above the supreme. The Jiaolong is so powerful, the white dragon and the thunder dragon are even more extraordinary. The white dragon is born at the silver level, while the thunder dragon is born at the gold level. As for the more advanced true dragons, the newborn true dragon babies are powerful diamond-level life forms. Once a true dragon grows a little and reaches the late stage of a young true dragon, it can be promoted to the supreme level. A true dragon in its teenage years is already a demigod-level life form. Of course, this kind of dragon clan refers to the dragon bloodline in the Eastern cultural system of deer horns and eagle eyes, not the dragon clan with pterosaur bloodline in Western culture. This kind of dragon species does not exist at all on the entire Blue Mercury. There are only less than 100 Jiaolongs on Blue Mercury. Moreover, they all evolved from snakes and other exotic beasts that contain dragon blood, and none of them are pure-blooded dragons at birth. What kind of bloodline will Jiang Ziliu's beast, the mutant electric snake white snake, evolve into? This time it all depends on its luck. Maybe it will transform into a Jiaolong, or it may transform into a white dragon. If it is lucky, it will transform into a thunder dragon, but if it is extremely lucky, it will transform into a real dragon. Moreover, the probability of it transforming into a true dragon bloodline is not low. When it comes to luck, it's not surprising that any of these situations occur. After preparing the dragon transformation potion, Jiang Ziliu summoned the mutant electric snake white snake and let it begin its journey of transforming into a dragon in a very secret underground cave. This is the process of its transformation into a dragon, and also its miraculous transformation to the gold level. To advance to the gold level, one must still do so in a natural environment. Although this poses certain safety risks, it has to be done. It took a full month to advance this time. After drinking the dragon transforming potion, a special power began to surge out of the body of the mutated electric snake white snake, completely enveloping it and transforming it into a dragon egg with bluish-white dragon patterns. Jiang Ziliu made some guesses as soon as he saw the patterns. The green one represented lightning, and the white one represented some kind of power of the white dragon. He was not idle either, and began to take out a soul crystal to open his golden-level soul hidden star. After Qianmian was promoted to the Fairy of Life, he received life feedback from the Beast Tamer's promotion. Its feedback plus the improvement feedback from the Sky Green Rock Man Akun allowed him to break through to the Gold Grade 9 star level. Now, Akun, the Kongqing Rock Man, has become an 8-star gold level Beastmaster. For Beastmasters who have enough talent and a sufficient number of them, the more time passes, the more progress the beasts have made and the feedback it will give to the Beastmasters, allowing them to make great strides forward and even improve faster than their own beasts. Jiang Ziliu, who has reached the 9-star gold level, began to open the gold level soul hidden star. However, for a gold level beast master, it is more difficult to open the soul hidden star. Now he can no longer open 9 soul hidden stars at once, and can only open the 9 gold level soul hidden stars slowly, one by one. Up to now, he has successfully opened 3 soul hidden stars. The opening of these 3 soul hidden stars has consumed nearly 1/10 of his soul crystals. This was the result of him obtaining countless hidden opportunities in a family treasure. If Jiang Ziliu hadn't had such a huge gain before, just opening a gold level soul hidden star would be enough to bankrupt Jiang Ziliu in terms of resources. The higher the level, the higher the quality and quantity of soul crystals required to open the soul hidden star at each high level. Now that the gold level soul hidden star is unlocked, at least an S-level soul crystal is required to be useful. Moreover, each soul hidden star consumes more than 100 S-level soul crystals. This was also the result of him opening the 9 soul hidden stars at the 4 levels of Greystone, Black Iron, Bronze, and Silver. The foundation laid in the beginning was too solid, and the resources consumed for subsequent growth and improvement are also increasing proportionally. At the normal gold level, 2 to 3 soul crystals are enough to support them in opening a soul hidden star. But this doesn't work for Jiang Ziliu. Jiang Ziliu's foundation was too solid, which rapidly increased the difficulty of opening each soul hidden star. The number of S-level soul crystals he consumed to open a soul hidden star was at least 100. But at the same time, every time a soul hidden star is opened, his soul strength will be more than 10 times that of a normal gold level, and the quality of the dark energy formed will also be about 10 to 100 times that of a normal gold level. It can be said that in terms of combat power formed by the quality of strength alone, he is an unrivaled existence among the human race. Now, talent is no longer a shackle for him. Although his terrifying foundation consumes a lot of resources, it also makes his combat power and growth potential unmatched in the entire human race. Except for the extremely special Thunder Spear Supreme who has a special opportunity, no human race knows that there is a super monster like Jiang Ziliu hidden within the human race, who has all 4 realms opened and 9 soul hidden stars. What's more, one of his beasts is the King of Origin. During the period of White Snake's transformation, Jiang Ziliu successfully opened the 4th soul hidden star. Only then did he stop and carefully watch White Snake's transformation into a dragon. But what he didn't expect was that the golden level evolution of ordinary life was different from the golden level evolution of dragon bloodline. The latter's transformation carries special risks. The Forge Throne knew this, but wanted him to experience something, so he didn't remind him deliberately. Chapter 122. At a certain moment a month later, the aura on the dragon egg gradually subsided and became almost non-existent. Jiang Ziliu became nervous, staring at the changes in the dragon egg. At the same time, his soul power, which was almost as strong as that of an ordinary peak diamond warrior, spread out, taking all the movements within a radius of hundreds of miles into his mind. He had to be on guard so that nothing else would appear at this critical moment to interfere with White Snake's evolution. At this time, the breath of the dragon egg was restrained, which meant that the evolution inside the dragon egg had reached the most critical moment. Because this is the dragon egg undergoing metamorphosis, which requires enormous energy, all the energy is used for metamorphosis, and the outward aura is almost non-existent. Finally, at a certain moment, a huge green dragon shadow appeared in the sky. The gigantic blue dragon that spanned the sky and earth represented the complete formation of a golden level life with dragon blood. Boom! The dragon egg suddenly shattered, and then the broken eggshell turned into pure dragon power, quickly gathered and returned to the figure in the center of the light ball. The light gradually dissipated, and a creature with deer horns, eagle eyes, a snake body and fish scales appeared on the spot. It looks exactly like the dragon in the legend of Huaxia civilization. However, this dragon that evolved from the mutated electric snake has changed from white to blue. White Snake has evolved into a pure 5-clawed green dragon. But her azure dragon is not a life-related azure dragon, but a thunder dragon that represents the power of thunder and lightning. The body color of the thunder dragon is blue. Therefore, White Snake did not evolve into the true dragon bloodline that Jiang Ziliu expected, but transformed into a second-level thunder dragon. But the thunder dragon is also a member of the divine dragon clan above the Jiaolong, and is a true dragon that has transformed into a complete dragon. Jiang Ziliu was mentally prepared for this, even though he used the blood of a real dragon. But White Snake was originally just a snake, and a pure real dragon has the strength of a diamond-level child. White Snake was originally only at the silver level, and after the transformation, her highest level was gold. With her basic potential and the amount of 1 drop of true dragon blood, the possibility of her transforming into a true dragon was not very high. Her luck was not that good either. She successfully won the 68.7% chance of transforming into a true dragon, but only got the thunder dragon bloodline with a higher probability. If she is really lucky enough to be elevated to the level of true dragon bloodline, she will be a diamond-level life form. But for Jiang Ziliu, it's also good for White Snake to transform into a thunder dragon. Now, White Snake has become a green thunder dragon. The powerful thunder and lightning aura and dragon might of the thunder dragon make Jiang Ziliu, who is at the 9-star gold level, feel a little depressed. Most gold-level warriors would have trouble even exerting their strength in the face of this aura. This is the power of the thunder dragon bloodline. However, she is now just a small and petite baby thunder dragon that is less than 2 feet long. The little guy after the transformation looks very cute, but a little too small. What puzzled Jiang Ziliu was that the White Snake did not wake up after the transformation. A mysterious dragon-shaped bloodline appeared in the void. It suddenly fell from the void, allowing the White Snake to continue its transformation. At the same time, a dragon-shaped halo appeared around it, forming a powerful protection for it. The power of this mysterious dragon-shaped halo has reached the 9-star gold level. What's going on? Jiang Ziliu immediately realized that the Forged Throne must have something that it hadn't told him. This is the blessing from the dragon ancestor. To transform into a dragon, one must not only have the blood and shape of a dragon, but also the rules and divine essence of a dragon. This step is the true transformation from mortal blood to a true dragon. The dragon-shaped bloodline that just descended is the blessing of dragon blood bestowed by the source of dragons. After hearing the explanation of the Forged Throne, Jiang Ziliu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not a bad thing. He also knew that the blood power of the dragon clan must have a powerful backing in a higher level world. Otherwise, the dragon clan would surely be the object of covetousness of countless powerful beings. The power of the dragon clan is very strong, but the high-level bloodline also means that everything on the dragon is the source of the impulse that makes people want to kill the dragon with a knife. The desire to have a bite of dragon flesh is probably what all intelligent life secretly desires but dares not express directly. Only with the protection of an invincible existence can the dragon race, despite being so rare in number, be so strong and terrifying, and fearless of everything. There is a problem. She is now in the process of strengthening her blessing power, and the power of her bloodline is radiating out uncontrollably. That is the aura of the evolving dragon bloodline. Its allure is very strong and can be sensed by the instincts of many lives, causing countless lives to instinctively desire its flesh and blood. If they can break this protective aura and devour the flesh and blood of a dragon that is in the process of evolution and cannot move, they can also obtain the blood of the dragon clan and have the possibility of evolving to a higher level. This is one of the few opportunities for many lives to raise their evolutionary limits. The Forged Throne then spoke of this situation. Master, your current mission is to protect her during this great impact. This is something you need to experience. Although you have learned how to fight in the fantasy battlefield, it is still different from the bloody fights in the real world. I think you need this kind of experience, so I didn't mention it. I hope you don't mind. But his next words made Jiang Ziliu very unhappy. Jiang Ziliu knew that the other party meant well to him, but this matter was too abrupt and inconsistent with his principle of following the Tao. Okay. I will protect her, but I hope this won't happen again. My principle is to develop in a low-key manner. I don't value combat experience or personal experience. Live in a low-key manner, until the moment I become truly invincible. This is what I pursue. I don't want this to happen again, something that goes beyond my principles. The golden finger of probability judgment is the basis for him to develop into invincibility. With such confidence, he doesn't need any experience in bloody battles. But the Forging Throne didn't know this. The other party guessed that he had a backup plan, but didn't know what it was. Ziliu doesn't want his growth path to be controlled by others, even if that person is a king of origin, even if he is his own beast. Understood. It won't happen again. Then, do you want me to take action to eliminate this trouble? The Forged Throne asked, noticing how determined the master was on his path, and suddenly realized something. Perhaps, these things were the reason why he failed, was shattered, and even had only the core fragments lingering, and now he has turned into a human beast. Always standing on a high place, Forged Throne has never really been firm in his own path. This may be the main reason why he failed. No need. I can block everything even if I don't reveal my true identity. Ziliu's powerful soul force has captured the strange beasts from hundreds of miles around that were rushing to this area with an instinctive desire for dragon blood, as well as the many alien races from the Dajuanling Mountains mixed in with them. It will take some time for White Snake to digest the blessing power from the source of the dragon. Now a beast tide has formed in the Dajuan Ridge. Their strength is generally above the silver level, with gold level being the main force, and even diamond level life forms are moving towards this area. The temptation of dragon blood to increase their life limit is too strong. Even though they know they may die in such a fight, their instinct to improve makes them unable to give up. And those intelligent alien races also sensed the transformation of White Snake and its terrifying dragon bloodline. But they also longed to collect dragon blood. Because their knowledge about dragons allowed them to be certain that this was a wild dragon, a dragon transformed from creatures of other bloodlines. Chapter 123. Countless powerful beasts, like scattered soldiers rushing to a battlefield, poured out from the distant mountains and forests, rushing towards the location on the surface where White Snake had transformed. The scent of dragon blood seemed to be a fatal temptation, making them instinctively want to seize this opportunity to transform their potential. Among them, 60% are silver-level exotic beasts and 40% are gold-level exotic beasts. Among them, the silver-level monsters that dared to pounce were all 9-star silver-level creatures. They were powerful monsters that were very confident in their own combat capabilities. The weak beasts were frightened back by these powerful 9-star silver-level auras. Only the strong among the exotic beasts dare to snatch the dragon's blood and life, and only they have this courage. Because they need to go further, and this need is stronger. They arrived just above the ground and space, and immediately determined that the golden level life with dragon blood and in the process of transformation was below. As long as they can get there before the opponent transforms, they can take advantage of the opportunity of the opponent's transformation and seize everything from the opponent. Generally speaking, most of the lives that transform into dragon blood are solitary individuals. That is why there are such gold level or even silver level beasts. If there are gold level creatures that have completed the last step of dragon transformation, they would not dare to come even if they were given 10 times the courage, because in front of real dragon blood creatures, doing so would be tantamount to suicide. A silver level monster already has the terrifying power to destroy a building with one strike. It is not difficult for them to drill through the earth and make a hole. So they used their sharp teeth and claws to dig quickly into the ground, heading towards the space where Ziliu was hiding underground. Some monsters with mud and rock skills move faster. In the underground space, Ziliu did not come out to fight back. Instead, he chose to stop these strange beasts deep underground. Ziliu is a beast master, so it is impossible for him to act alone. He summoned the sky blue rock man Akun and the life fairy Qianmian to fight with him. This time, he personally guarded the transforming white snake, while the Kongqing rock man Acun was responsible for sniping the enemy. As a beast with both earth and space attributes, Acun is best suited to attacking those strange beasts that are digging holes. Moreover, Acun, who is already an 8-star gold level beast, can also crush those silver and gold level beasts in terms of basic strength. Only a few powerful 9-star gold level beasts have the strength to slightly compete with Acun. Those who desire dragon blood are those whose bloodlines are weak and whose potential is insufficient. The strong ones among the real 9-star beasts in Dajuanling, those beasts with super bloodlines, are extremely intelligent, and dragon blood is useless to them. Moreover, they have sharp intuition and can sense the vague danger where the dragon blood is. Therefore, the 9-star gold level ones that appear here all have weak bloodlines and insufficient potential. Each of those that can grow to a 9-star gold level life form has gone through great dangers before growing up, and they are extremely cautious by nature. Ordinary animals would not easily engage in a dangerous life and death fight, let alone the 9-star beasts with a higher level of life and wisdom. Jiang Ziliu stayed by Niang's side, allowing him to transform under the power of the dragon source's blessing, so his safety was absolutely guaranteed. Jiang Ziliu is a 9-star gold level beastmaster, whose skills, strength, and soul are far stronger than those of ordinary creatures of the same level. In the earth, countless strange beasts dug rapidly. A 9-star silver rock-armored blood wolf was also among them. It moved forward cautiously and vigilantly because it understood that the gold-level beasts were the main force in the fight this time, and they, the 9-star silver level ones, were just a bunch of speculators. If you find an opportunity, grab a handful of dragon blood. If you don't find an opportunity, save your life. After all, it will be a gold-level battle, and anything can happen. Maybe the ones who will succeed in the end are not the gold-level beasts, but these silver-level ones. Everyone has a chance, but this matter is also extremely dangerous. But just as it was moving forward carefully, it suddenly felt its body sinking. A huge force of gravity acted directly on it, causing its weight to increase by more than 100 times in an instant. It was crushed to the ground all of a sudden, but in the next moment, a row of black rock spikes pierced directly into its belly, piercing its intestines and stomach, and even shattering its heart. The one who attacked it was Acun, the Kongqing rock man who was in charge of sniping. He controlled his opponent with gravity and launched attacks with black rock spikes of gold quality. But this 9-star silver level rock-armored blood wolf has extremely strong vitality. Even though his heart was broken, he was not dead yet. He had only suffered an extremely terrible and severe injury. Fortunately, after Acun succeeded in his attack, he did not pay any more attention to it, but quickly transferred through the earth space and launched an attack on another 9-star silver level monster. Jiang Ziliu's task was to severely damage all the silver level beasts, or kill them if it was not too difficult. As for the gold level monsters, it will wait until it has dealt with the silver level monsters before taking action. The rock-armored blood wolf was severely injured and on the verge of death, but it managed to endure the severe pain, even the terrible pain of a broken heart, and forced itself to jump up and break away from the rock spikes. Then it recovered quickly from its injuries. This is the mutated life-saving skill of this rock armor blood wolf, burning blood and regenerating. This skill is unique to it, and it was mutated after it ate the heart of a silver-blooded monster during its growth. It can achieve super-fast regeneration of its own organs at the cost of burning 70% of its blood and bone marrow. The vitality of silver-level life forms is extremely strong, let alone the lower 9-star silver level. As long as their hearts are not broken, they will be seriously injured, but it is difficult for them to die completely. But this rock-armored blood wolf is different. With the support of this blood-burning and regeneration skill, its damaged heart has now been repaired. However, after its vital organs were severely damaged and repaired, it became extremely weak. But the most important thing is that its aura continued to decline like a stream of water, and finally barely stayed at the 9-star bronze level. After saving its life, the rock-armored blood wolf quickly retreated. It became more cautious and dared not get involved in this matter again. The rapid regeneration of this organ that burns blood to regenerate is very powerful, but the price is that its life source is damaged. Its life level drops from 9-star silver to 9-star bronze, a direct drop of a large level. Moreover, after the source of his life was damaged, his upper limit of 9-star silver dropped to 9-star bronze. The rock-armored blood wolf paid a huge price, but the good thing was that its life was saved. Acon, the Kongqing rock man, used the same set of offensive methods, gravity and rock spikes to launch an attack underground. 98% of the silver-level monsters that were digging forward were killed by this set of attacks. Only a few with strong vitality survived by relying on special skills. The rock armor blood wolf is one of the lucky ones. Therefore, among the silver-level exotic beasts, only 3 of them had the abilities of shadow, light escape, rock and earth escape, and space escape, so they only suffered moderate injuries from Akon's surprise attack. But they didn't dare to participate and quickly fled back to their own territory. Next, the targets of attack by the Kongqing rock man Acon were these gold-level monsters with even stronger vitality, wisdom, and extraordinary skills. Chapter 124. Compared to the extremely slow digging speeds of the silver-level monsters, the gold-level monsters advance much faster, and they have no scruples. Because before digging the ground, all the gold-level monsters had already formed a temporary alliance in private. They would not let the silver-level beasts follow behind and take advantage of them, so they decided at the beginning that after arriving down there, they would first eliminate those silver-level beasts, and then collectively attack the defense of the one who had dragon blood and was undergoing transformation. Only after the opponent's defense is broken and the opponent is killed can they compete with each other for dragon blood. It is very rational for them to do so. Because if they are wary of each other and give each other time to complete the transformation, then it may not be easy to kill all of the golden level life forms that have truly completed the transformation into dragons, but killing some of them is not a problem. More importantly, they will then completely lose the opportunity to seize dragon blood and use it to break the shackles of their own growth. It was precisely because the soul power observed the unity of the gold-level beasts that Jiang Ziliu asked the Kongqing rock man Acon to first clean up the silver-level trash and then deal with the gold-level beasts whose actions were unified and orderly. But they were in a state of digging underground after all. Each gold-level beast dug a hole, and the positions of the holes were far apart from each other. For them, although they have formed an alliance with each other, their vigilance against each other is still deeply rooted in their blood. After all, it is the hole that you dug yourself, so if there is any risk, you can escape safely and efficiently when you retreat. As for the holes dug by other strange beasts, who knows whether the other party will have some secret backup plan and use other beasts as scapegoats at a critical moment? The abilities of the gold-level monsters and what abilities they have hidden are all extremely secret. There are numerous skills of many types, including many skills similar to traps. No one knows whether the other party has similar means. If the hole made by the opponent changes direction and creates a dead end, it can be fatal when you are escaping, and you may end up blocking the knife for others. The gold-level monsters have a wealth of experience in fighting, and each one is extremely intelligent, cunning, and good at hiding. So, in this case, they are all digging their own holes to move forward. They even have secret backup plans hidden in their own caves. If we can fight for it this time, we will fight for it. If we can't, we will prioritize saving our lives. This is the psychological preparation of the gold-level monsters after taking action. They seem to be fighting desperately, but in fact they are extremely cautious about their lives in this huge struggle for interests. But doing so also gave the Kongqing rock man Acon the opportunity to ambush them. His first target was the weakest of all the gold-level ones, a 7-star gold-level flaming blue-eyed chicken. Although it is a chicken, it has powerful fire powers. It can transform into a giant bird of fire, or turn into flames to escape long distances. Its beak can peck at the tough scales of gold-level beasts, and its claws have ultra-high temperature destructive power that can melt through tough S+ level extraordinary metal. The reason why this flaming blue-eyed chicken dared to come down is not because of its strong fighting power, but because of its special blue eyes that allow it to see through many secrets. Moreover, this pair of divine eyes gave it the ability to escape with the help of green light. The golden level monsters that also hid underground were all very confident in their ability to survive. Among the gold level monsters that appeared this time, none below the 7 stars dared to come, because they knew they would have no chance even if they came. The gold level monsters under the 7 stars were all lying in ambush far above the surface. They are unwilling to go deep underground to fight for the dragon's blood, because if they go underground directly to snatch it, the probability of them succeeding is too small and the possibility of their death is too high. They want to see if there are any opportunities on the surface, and they are ready to evacuate at any time. However, those silver level monsters are different. When the real fight breaks out, they will be dangerous, but they will not be the direct targets of attack. Buzz. Super huge gravity, the power of sharp spikes explodes. But with a flash of fire, the fiery blue-eyed chicken fled away with the flames, and the attack of the sky-green rock man Accompany missed. Because it was attacking at the Earth space level, there was a layer of space between it and reality, so the power of this attack was only at the 5-star gold level. The fiery blue-eyed chicken seems to be digging at high speed, but the flames of its dodging skills are hidden under its feathers. This is an ability it has always kept hidden, and ordinary people cannot see that it is ready to launch a displacement at any time. At the gold level, strange beasts in dangerous environments must either activate their defensive skills at all times or be ready to move with evasive skills. It can be said that the monsters at this level have gone through a lot of trials and tribulations of survival, and have already engraved Lao Liu's style of behavior into their instincts. The fiery-eyed chicken does not have the blood of any divine beast. Its abilities were evolved by eating the best food in the world and surviving many life-threatening situations. When it comes to combat experience, it is no worse than the human beast masters from the battlefield. But the difference in strength is a difference. The surrounding earth suddenly squeezed over quickly, and the Kongqing rock man Accompany directly activated the 2 advanced skills of earth incarnation and gravity control with all his strength, turning it into a gravity core and making the earth itself move towards it. This move is a bit like the underground version of Chibaku Tensei. The rocks and soil everywhere around it pressed in forcefully, leaving no room for escape. All the bones and feathers of the fiery blue-eyed chicken were crushed, and blood was gushing out of its body. If it weren't for the extremely tough physique of a golden-level creature, it would have been crushed into a piece of meat paper. The fiery blue-eyed chicken knew that it couldn't escape with its fire escape ability, and it also knew that it had failed this time, and it had lost the chance to snatch the dragon blood. So it used its life-saving ability, the green light spirit escape. The entire fiery blue-eyed chicken directly transformed into an illusory blue light, escaped from the physical level, and quickly escaped in the unknown level, escaping to the surface several miles away. Only at this point did it reveal its bloody and miserable true form. Its feathers, which looked as majestic and beautiful as blazing flames, were completely shattered, making it look extremely miserable. Although this move can save your life, the cost is also very high. The fiery green-eyed chicken paid the price of 10 years of its life before it successfully launched the green light spirit escape and brought itself out. Its blue eyes were awakened inadvertently when it attacked the prince of an intelligent alien race, the blue-eyed alien, and devoured the other's flesh and blood. This time, it was the 3rd time that these eyes saved its life. Accompany was a little dumbfounded. This golden beast was easy to defeat, but surprisingly difficult to kill. It had thought it could kill the opponent with full confidence, but it did not expect that the opponent had the ability to save its life at the last moment. Accompany was stunned for a moment, then said that he had learned it. However, Jiang Ziliu, who was paying attention to this side, did not take it seriously. The intelligence of the silver-level monsters was already quite strong, and they could grow into gold-level life forms. Their lifespan alone was more than 100 years. When people grow old, they become spirits, and when chickens grow old, they become monsters. For life at this level, it is easy to fail, but very difficult to die. Chapter 125. The fiery blue-eyed chicken ran away, and Acon moved towards the next target. The second strange beast it attacked was a leaf-patterned centipede with 1,000 legs, an 8-star gold-level strange beast of the centipede family. It is a strange beast with the attribute of wood poison. The wood poison has a powerful negative life force and can poison ordinary diamond-level life. But the most powerful thing about the leaf-patterned centipede is its extremely toxic nature. It can form a special wood poison field around itself, the size of which is known only to itself. Moreover, its lignin is colorless and odorless, dissolves in the air, and mixes with the dark energy it possesses. This strange beast is extremely scary and difficult to deal with. Without specific advanced detoxification capabilities, most people basically have no way of dealing with it. At this time, the hole dug by this leaf-patterned centipede was filled with deadly poison in the rock and soil around it as well as in the cave it had dug. Unfortunately, although its poison is very strong, it does not have the ability to penetrate space. The sky-green rock Acon stays in another level of the Earth's space, not in the same real dimension as it, so its highly toxic field has no effect at all on the sky-green rock man Acon lurking around it. This time, Acon used the old trick. A supergravity origin is formed with the centipede as the center, attracting the surrounding rocks and soil to compress towards it. At the same time, it also used the power of the earth to control the underground rocks and soil to squeeze the 1,000 insect leaf centipede, leaving it with nowhere to escape. It is a very powerful and extremely poisonous insect-like creature, so poisonous that many exotic beasts dare not provoke it. This has allowed it to grow smoothly to its current state. Unfortunately, it did not have the skills to escape from the rock and soil, and the poison could not hurt Acon, the rock man in another layer of space. In the end, it was completely crushed and died in this underground world. The leaf-patterned centipede has escape skills, but its skills are useless in the underground world. This is what caused it to die. This golden-level monster became the first golden-level life form to be killed by Acon. The previous failure made Acon think that all gold-level monsters were so difficult to kill. However, the current situation made him realize that not all gold-level monsters have the sharp escape ability like the fiery blue-eyed chicken. Gold-level monsters are easy to defeat but difficult to kill, but they are not impossible to kill. Acon, who was becoming smarter and smarter, understood how to kill or severely injure these guys, which was to start from their weaknesses. It learns quickly, and Jiang Ziliu's Laoliu style also makes it more determined to launch sneak attacks in the Earth-space state. Although it was absolutely certain that it could kill these strange beasts if it went out to fight directly, this kind of attack was more efficient and safer now. Under such circumstances, Acon's attacks became more and more sharp and insidious. This time, there were 97 golden-level monsters entering the underground. Acon attacked continuously, killing 17 of them and severely injuring 41, but all of the 41 severely injured ones paid a huge price and escaped from Acon's sharp ambush. They have special escape techniques of various attributes, which can allow them to successfully escape with their lives at a great cost. For example, one of the silver-horned earth elephants embodies the purest power and earth attributes. When these guys were about to be crushed to death by Acon in a manner similar to the Chibaku Tensei, they burned their own blood and erupted with terrifying pure power. It has the ability to escape by earth, but Acon is more powerful in terms of earth power, blocking its escape. Generally speaking, this earth silver-horned elephant is doomed. But at the critical moment, it actually gained a temporary, nearly 100-fold increase in pure power by burning its blood. The earth silver-horned elephant used its terrifying pure power to directly smash the surrounding rocks, blasting a large hole from the ground upwards, thus successfully escaping. But it also comes at a huge price of falling in life level and depleting potential. Like it, most gold-level monsters have similar escape abilities. Until they are in the most dangerous situation and use their abilities, others have no idea that they have such abilities. It can be said that the golden-level beasts that have survived the natural competition are also ranked 6th on average. But the beasts that Accompany was dealing with were all 7-star gold level and 8-star gold level monsters. Some of them also felt the noise of the battle going on underground, realized that something was wrong, and quickly retreated in advance and began to wait and see the situation. The other gold level monsters were all 9-star gold level beings, and Accompany did not touch them. Because the distance between the tunnels dug by these guys is very close, and during Accompany's actions, there has been a tendency for them to stick together. They are more powerful and can naturally sense the weakening or even disappearance of the aura of other gold level beasts. They are the targets that can be dealt with last, because these 9-star gold level monsters are more powerful. Some of these guys actually had the ability to attack deep space, which made Accompany retreat temporarily. After getting rid of the 7-star gold level monster and the 8-star gold level monster, Accompany returned to the depths of the underground and began to accept the 1,000 Faces emerald light from the Fairy of Life, asking her to help him recover his strength. After all, fighting with nearly 58 gold level beasts became very tiring even for it with strong combat power and profound background. During this process, Jiang Ziliu took action. He sent out 3 small knives, letting them pass through the earth at a speed of 5,000 meters per second. These 3 knives are weapons made of SS-grade extraordinary purple-veined bronze alloy. They fly under the control of electromagnetic control capabilities, and also receive acceleration boosts from electromagnetic gun mode from time to time during irregular flight. The simultaneous use of these 2 powers is due to Jiang Ziliu's soul power that far exceeds that of ordinary diamond-level life forms, as well as his sophisticated use of skills. Especially the latter, under the training of the Forged Throne, he has mastered the application of skills to a very high level of sophistication, and can perform extremely difficult tasks. For example, applying an electromagnetic gun acceleration mode to the irregular movement of metal. The powerful soul power allows Jiang Ziliu to control the dark energy efficiently and accurately, and also allows him to powerfully control the high-speed flying knife to turn freely at will. 3 small knives with faster speeds and more complex trajectories than ordinary electromagnetic cannons directly attacked these 9-star gold level monsters that were still digging. Although they felt that many other strange beasts were severely injured or even killed, this was not enough to make them give up. The 3 flying knives quickly opened piercing wounds on the bodies of the 9-star gold level monsters. In less than half a minute, Jiang Ziliu injured 90% of the remaining 9-star gold level beasts. Only less than 10% of them used special types of skills to avoid being pierced by the flying knife. This kind of penetrating injury would cause serious damage or even fatality to other lives. But for the golden level creatures with strong vitality, it is nothing at all. At most, it can be classified as a minor injury. Some exotic beasts can just endure it, while some can recover quickly on their own. Jiang Ziliu didn't want to kill them, but what he wanted to do was to delay time. He could definitely kill these guys with this move, but killing a 9-star gold level monster was not something that could be solved with just dozens of attacks. Wounding one person with one sword may seem like a small achievement, but it can achieve the greatest effect of delaying time with the least consumption of energy. Jiang Ziliu understood that these 9-star gold level beasts were not the biggest danger to White Snake's transformation. Those alien races or even human gold level beast masters who are hiding in the dark and watching the battle from a distance, who have a large number of beasts to tame and have diverse methods and skills, are the biggest danger to White Snake during her transformation. These strange beasts, which have intelligence but are still far from being smart, are the cannon fodder put in front of them by the intelligent alien races and human beast masters. When the most critical moment comes, those who are just watching will burst out with terrifying and extremely efficient action. They understand the importance of patience better than the monsters. Therefore, Jiang Ziliu's attack at this time was to lightly injure them, interfere with them, and give Accompany enough time to recover the dark energy. The 1,000 Faces of Life Fairy has 2 skills with attack capabilities, Incarnation of Animals and Incarnation of Plants, but it is not time to use them yet. Through 3 high-speed flying knives, Jiang Ziliu has now successfully intercepted these 9-star gold level beasts, slowing down their forward speed and making them even more wary of the dragon blood life guardians underground. They understood that this situation was most likely caused by a Beastmaster's beast undergoing a transformation into a dragon. The Beastmasters below are not that easy to deal with. If they fail to handle the situation properly this time, it might be the moment of their death. They also understood that those intelligent alien races and human Beastmasters were also watching in secret. As a result of this hesitation, they slowed down their pace, and also bought time for the Kongqing Rockman Akun to recover his dark energy. Chapter 126. The gold-level monsters retreated temporarily because Jiang Ziliu's attack was too elusive and too terrifying. Moreover, this is an underground environment, which is not conducive for them to launch a collective attack. The most important thing is that due to some special reasons, no alien beast dared to cause a super earthquake in the Dajuanling area to force out the people hidden below. On the one hand, the earthquake might directly bury the dragon blood beast, and on the other hand, doing so would alarm the terrifying existence in the Great Duanling Mountains. The longer the strange beasts survive in the Great Duan Ridge, the more they know this. And they don't want to take advantage of the gold-level beastmasters of other intelligent races. Dragon blood is also the best bloodline evolution for their beasts, so they cannot just sit there and take action. The strange beasts retreated temporarily, which made Jiang Ziliu breathe a sigh of relief. What he needs now is to buy time. Although the strong ones among the gold-level monsters retreated, they did not retreat far, so he still had to be careful. This time, Jiang Ziliu sincerely thanked the beastmasters of the intelligent race who acted as Lao Lu. They used the alien beasts as cannon fodder running in front, and now they finally aroused the alien beasts' vigilance and fear, making Jiang Ziliu's situation better than ever before. The longer the time drags on, the better the situation will be for Thunder Dragon White Snake, who is receiving the blessing of the Source of Dragons. But now the situation has changed for those beastmasters lurking outside. The beastmaster Jiang Ziliu behind the dragon life was extremely powerful, forcing those powerful gold-level beasts to retreat. This dumbfounded the gold-level beastmasters of various races who had originally planned to show up at the last moment and prepare to seize the dragon blood at the lowest cost. They want their beasts to evolve, and seizing the dragon's blood is one of the few ways to do so. Now that the strange beasts have retreated, if they don't go up, Jiang Ziliu's beast will eventually complete its transformation. Some people are still lurking, trying to get others to break the deadlock. Some people couldn't hold back. After all, there are some young gold-level beastmasters who are very confident in their own methods and strengths. For example, at this moment, a guy like a shadow quietly touched Jiang Ziliu's location. This is a unique beast of the intelligent alien race, the Linetail Shadow Clan, and also a gold-level beast, the Shadow Serpent. This shadow-type snake-like beast has the highest growth potential of gold level. If it wants to improve, it must devour high-level bloodlines such as dragon blood that can allow snakes to transform. Only after completing the evolution of its bloodline can it break through to the diamond level or even higher. Otherwise, the Shadow Serpent, whose potential has reached its limit, will become a shackle for the Beastmaster, the Linetail Shadow Clan, behind it. The relationship between the Beastmaster and the beast he tames is a special mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship. The growth of the beast tamer will feed back and enhance the growth of the beast tamer. Similarly, if the beast tamers have reached a limit of growth and cannot go any further, then the growth of the beast tamer will also reach a bottleneck and will not be able to improve any further. If a beastmaster stops at the gold level, then his lifespan will also stop at the corresponding lifespan limit of the gold level. However, the SS level monsters corresponding to the diamond level, and the higher level SSS level monsters, are not so easy to contract. When a beastmaster grows to a certain level, he will inevitably reach a bottleneck. If you want to break it, you have to encounter an opportunity like evolving by swallowing dragon blood to evolve your beast. The shadow snake lurked in. Although it was in the shadow dimension, it still could not avoid the powerful soul power perception of Jiang Ziliu. If Jiang Ziliu hadn't wanted to determine the true identity of the Beastmaster behind it, he would have killed this gold-level Shadow Beastmaster long ago. Although the Shadow Serpent can lurk in the shadows, it is very poor at concealing its aura. Jiang Ziliu not only captured its own aura on it, but also the aura of its Beastmaster. Now Jiang Ziliu is using his soul to its full potential, following this breath to search for the hiding place of the Line-Tail Shadow Clan member. The Shadow Snake wants to attack Jiang Ziliu. Only by dealing with Jiang Ziliu can the beast behind it have a chance to break the protective power of White Snake and snatch the dragon blood. However, Jiang Ziliu started to spin around, and the Kongqing Rock Man Akun recovered at the same place, making it unable to find a chance to attack. Because every time it attacks, Jiang Ziliu will move to a place where its one-hit kill attack will not be effective. By spinning around like this, Jiang Ziliu had been teasing the Shadow Serpent, making it constantly look for opportunities to attack Jiang Ziliu. But Jiang Ziliu also knew that over time, this Shadow Snake and the Beastmaster behind it would react. But they were destined not to discover this. Because Jiang Ziliu has found the Line-Tail Shadow Clan behind the Shadow Serpent through the search of soul power. This is an alien race with a human body and a snake tail. But he was less than 2 feet tall, and his upper body was similar. Not only was his body covered with scales, his ears were very large, and his skin was pure black. As a member of the Line-Tail Shadow Clan, its snake-like tail has many gray-black lines. This line is the symbol of their being a shadow beast tamer, and is also the reason why they are named the Line-Tail Shadow Clan. This intelligent alien race has the best compatibility with shadow-type beasts, and is highly compatible with snake-type shadow beasts. This little guy is very young and very conceited. He did not lurk into the shadows, but hid in the canopy of a tree directly above Jiang Ziliu. He also has a strange beast called Shadow Eye which has a pure eye structure. This strange beast is only silver level, but it can see through the earth. It is precisely through its perspective that the Line-Tail Shadow Clan is so confident and acts as if its true body has not yet hidden in the shadow level. Jiang Ziliu's flying knife moved silently through the earth space to its back, and then attacked it from the spatial level. The knife flashed, and the Shadow Clan member was cut into 5 pieces. At the same time, on the other side, under the secret command of Jiang Ziliu, Akun suddenly launched an attack on the shadow level from the earth space level. Akun has superb power in the earth dimension, and can use it to strike into the center of the shadow layer. Jiang Ziliu's attack was not able to kill this member of the Line-Tail Shadow Clan, because his vitality was very strong, and with the support of the shadow power, this guy could actually break his body and be reborn. The body of the Beastmaster of the Shadow Clan at the end of the line seemed to be broken into pieces and quickly gathered together. Although he recovered, he was also seriously injured. As for the Shadow Serpent, it was directly knocked out of the shadow level by Akun, and then it was finished off by Jiang Ziliu, who used the electromagnetic force and gravity to mince it into pieces, killing it beyond all possibility of death. The death of the Beastmaster caused the already seriously injured soul of the Line-Tail Shadow Clan to suffer further backlash. But this guy was also no simple man. At the last moment, he used a shadow escape technique similar to the demon disintegration and escaped. If he wasn't surrounded by wolves, and his focus was on protecting the White Lady who evolved into a thunder dragon, Jiang Ziliu would never have left this hidden danger and allowed this Line-Tail Shadow Clan member to escape. But the scene where a gold-level Beastmaster was nearly seriously injured or even died at the hands of Jiang Ziliu was extremely scary. This scene successfully warned the other gold-level Beastmasters who were ready to make a move. The severely injured aura of the Shadow Beastmaster at the end of the line did not hide from their attention, who made everyone pay close attention to every move around them. Everyone wants to get the dragon blood, but no one wants to be the first to face the powerful attack from the mysterious Beastmaster. Because they could see that the Beastmaster below was much more powerful than an ordinary 9-star gold-level Beastmaster. Whether its intelligence reconnaissance capabilities, skill levels, or the application of skills, they are all very strong, and the other party must be hiding a powerful trump card that no one knows about. As for how many cards the other party has, no one knows. Up to now, the opponent had only sent out one beast, and he had only made some concealed attacks. Such a powerful beastmaster, the one who takes the lead at this time is bound to be the one to be hit hard by Jiang Ziliu, and is also destined to be eliminated. In such a situation, no one wants to be the first to take action, and everyone is waiting for others to take action first. Since they were all Lianming people, the situation was actually favorable to Jiang Ziliu. This was exactly why he was attacking the Line-Tail Shadow Beastmaster with all his might, even exposing his own spatial abilities. Jiang Ziliu made a decisive ambush this time, forcing the people lying in wait to dive again. The time for the transformation of White Snake, which he had been looking forward to, was getting closer and closer. Chapter 127. Time dragged on and it was the last 20 minutes of White Snake's transformation. Now, some of the beings lurking in the dark can no longer sit still, because both they themselves and the beasts they control have reached the limit of their growth. Moreover, they have existed for a long time, and some beastmasters are almost at the end of their lifespan. The birth of a life with dragon blood is their last chance to change. Without this final fight, they can only wait for death and watch the end of their life come. On the contrary, if they could obtain dragon blood and transform to diamond level, they could get a huge boost in their lifespan. Whatever the reason, some people don't want to wait. How about we all attack together? An old human beastmaster spoke. He had rushed over after receiving the news. He was also a human who was about to die and had an 8-star gold level snake beastmaster. But he wanted to live more, so he didn't care whether the beastmasters below were human or not. Agree. Feasible. Everyone, act together. Otherwise, once the last stage of the dragon transformation is over, the dragon will be enough to kill all of us. The beastmasters all echoed the sentiment, and the surrounding 9-star gold level beasts also adopted the same attitude. They reached an agreement invisibly and decided to work together to break the defense of Hualong's life. After killing the life that turned into a dragon, everyone competed for the dragon's blood based on their abilities. Jiang Ziliu had anticipated this, and at this time Accompany had already completed the recovery of its own dark energy. Accompany, go up there and activate the Earth Incarnation to attack them directly and disrupt them so that they can't sneak in. But one thing is very important. If you encounter deadly danger, you must put your own safety first. Master, I still have some means here that are enough to deal with the most dangerous situations. Jiang Ziliu ordered. Understood, Master. Just watch me. Accompany said that he was confident that he could hold them back, and Accompany also knew about the existence of the Forging Throne. This terrifying and powerful being gave it the feeling that he was the heaven, earth, and universe. With such a powerful trump card, it has great confidence in its master. Jiang Ziliu asked Jianmian to go up as well to secretly assist Accompany's actions, while he himself stayed here to defend against those guys who were able to sneak in. Kongqing Rock Accompany went up, and his power exploded directly, shattering all the countless holes originally opened up by the strange beasts. Without waiting for those guys lurking in the dark to unite and take action, Accompany took the lead. It activated a skill that it had never actually used, the SSS level Earth Incarnation. Accompany gathered endless rocks from the earth and transformed himself into a super rock giant 800 meters tall. Then the rock giant started running across the ground, rushing towards the gathered gold level beastmasters. Even a light step on an 800-meter tall giant can create enormous pressure like a mountain. What's more, there is an invisible super-gravity field around the giant transformed by Accompany, which is the application of SS-level gravity skills. A moving super rock and soil giant like a mountain, plus the huge super-gravity field formed by gravity, combined into an invincible force. The powerful super-gravity increased the gravity of everything around Accompany by more than 10 times, greatly affecting the enemy's movement speed. Moreover, the super-earth giant has extremely strong defense and extremely terrifying attack. Just one step on the enemy can turn even a gold-level life form into mud, making it impossible to survive. The giant's steps seem slow, but its body is so large that its first step covers a distance of hundreds of meters, so its actual moving speed is not slow at all. Faced with its arrival, the Beastmasters all dodged it. They didn't want to waste their energy on such a fleshy creature. However, the huge gravity affected their speed, making it impossible for them to escape Accompany's pursuit. Moreover, the location where Accompany was active was right above Jiang Ziliu, covering an area of less than 2 miles around. For these Beastmasters from various races who want to obtain dragon blood, the best way is to go to the area where Accompany is active. If they go down from another area, by the time the hole is dug, White Snake will have completed her transformation, so time is not favorable for them. Accompany was actually attacking instead of defending within a specific range, preventing them from sneaking into the underground world with peace of mind and interfering with Jiang Ziliu. Within 2 or 3 minutes, these Beastmasters also reacted. They had to launch an attack on Accompany and move forward to defeat it. These Beastmasters contacted each other and began to determine how to coordinate their tactics, and they had to fight. Because within the range of Accompany's current actions, the giant has already injured 4 Beastmasters. These 4 Beastmasters are not weak, but their skills are biased. They are the 4 who are most severely restricted under super gravity. The combat power of these 4 Beastmasters is not weak, but they all prefer attribute attacks, such as fire, wind blade, ice, and other powers. These energy forces cannot cause much damage when they hit the super huge rock and earth giant. After all, rock itself is an energetically inert substance. Moreover, the giant created by the incarnation of the earth can be restored. After its own rock and soil are broken, the entire giant can be quickly restored. Moreover, Jiang Ziliu's soul power remotely monitors the entire battlefield, constantly improving Accompany's suitable attack targets and available attack methods. These 4 were unlucky. They were suppressed by gravity and could hardly move. In the end, they were stepped on by Accompany and were seriously injured. It is a giant that is 800 meters long, and one kick is enough to cover an area as large as half a football field. If their own beasts hadn't saved them by severely injuring them, they would not have been seriously injured but would have been turned into meat patties. This was also due to Jiang Ziliu's intention not to kill the enemy, but only to injure them, and to constantly use the wailing and miserable conditions of the wounded to weaken the fighting spirit of other Beastmasters. Although the giants are large, they can also carry out precise attacks on their enemies, which scares some Beastmasters. Those strange beasts have now retreated completely. They retreated further away, and even decided to let the Beastmasters who were more eager for dragon blood take the lead. As for Accompany himself, he gradually adapted to this method of operating the super rock giant in conjunction with the gravity skill, using the 2 skills together to fight. It also adjusts the use of skills to allow larger gravity fields to be applied to certain areas where enemies are present. For example, the gravity of an area of less than 5 square meters can be increased by 100 times or even more. But in doing so, the gravitational fields in other areas will rapidly weaken and the force distribution will be reduced. But this can accurately weaken the enemy. After gravity restricted the enemy, the rock giant rushed over and kicked him. The terrifying power plus the blessing of supergravity was extremely terrifying. Relying on the refined application of skills, Accompany once again achieved victory. It did not kill the Beastmasters, but severely injured 7 of them. It successfully trampled to death 11 of the beasts belonging to these Beastmasters, which were 8-star gold level and above. A precise supergravity passed by, and neither the Beast Tamer nor the Beast Tamer could move, and could only be trampled to death. Beastmasters are better off, as they all have escape skills as a trump card, but some come with a high price. But the Beast Tamers are in misery. When they are unable to escape, they can only face the invitation of the God of Death. The backlash brought about by the death of the Beast Tamers quickly and severely damaged some Beast Tamers, making them unable to participate in subsequent operations. They even had to think about how to save their lives with their severely injured bodies in such a dangerous environment surrounded by wolves. Akun's victory quickly accelerated the unity of the Beastmasters who still wanted to get dragon blood. They knew that if they didn't act quickly, their morale would be severely damaged and they would completely allow Jiang Ziliu to complete the final step of controlling the beast and transforming into a dragon. The Beastmasters of various races hastily reached a consensus and began a joint attack on the Qinjian rockman Akun. Chapter 128. The Beastmasters adopted a coordinated tactic. A large group of beasts appeared flying in the air and launched a huge attack together. They actually summoned a huge flood, directly turning the area where Akun was located into a huge swamp. Then some Beastmasters used their skills to turn this wetland into a huge swamp. This set of attacks appeared extremely quickly and suddenly, leaving Akun no time to react. Under the influence of supergravity and its own huge body, the earth and rock giant transformed by Akun sank directly, with his entire legs completely submerged in the swamp. Then these Beastmasters controlled the beasts and directly froze the entire swamp, turning it from a muddy state into a solid state. Finally they launched a powerful attack using strong winds, force, fire explosions, etc. All the force came from the front and concentrated on one side, directly breaking the huge rock and earth giant in half from the legs. Then they suddenly lifted the ice, and the endless sea of fire quickly melted the main swamp, causing the rock giant to fall into the swamp. Then there was another freeze, which directly froze Akun's rock giant into the earth. And all this happened in less than 2 minutes. The skills and abilities of these gold-level Beastmasters were fast and powerful, and together they defeated the super giant that Akun had created with endless rocks and soil. The super giant created by Akun with the incarnation of the earth could have struggled out of this ice and recovered with the S-level earth-borrowing skill. But it didn't do so. Akun controlled the 800-meter-tall earth and rock giant and opened the gravity field, which was very powerful, but this system consumed too much dark energy. It has never forgotten that its mission is to delay and deter, not to engage in a life-and-death battle with the enemy. In the previous battle, he was besieged by countless gold-level Beastmasters using their combined skills, not because he was strong enough. On the contrary, its combat power was extremely terrifying as it could be controlled by so many 8-star and 9-star gold-level Beastmasters to attack together. It was a performance that could only be defeated by their combined efforts. The Earth Giant consumes too much energy, so there is no need for it to fight in this way again. Moreover, this method has been cracked by the enemy. It is better to change to a more labor-saving fighting method to continue delaying time. Akun gave up the rock giant, allowing it to turn directly into pure rock and soil. And it came to a certain point deep below, where the Fairy of Life was waiting for it and used a recovery skill on it, the SS and level Emerald Light. This recovery skill quickly restores Akun's condition and some of his dark energy. At this time, the Beastmasters above once again joined forces to take action. They controlled all the wind-type beasts and launched a terrifying tornado that was 10,000 meters high. And this tornado also contained the power of fire and metal. There is fire in the wind and gold in the fire, which quickly turns it into a super tornado cutter. And the object it cuts is the land just above Jiang Ziliu. The earth was rapidly cut by a storm of flames and metal fragments, advancing downward at a speed of more than 30 meters per second, trying to drill through the entire earth. Moreover, this is an application of a fusion skill, which is very difficult to interrupt. More importantly, the beast tamers who perform this kind of fusion skills are surrounded by countless other powerful beast tamers to protect them. All the Beastmasters are determined to unite together, quickly open the underground passage and snatch the dragon blood. Obviously they have also realized that there is not much time left for White Snake to completely complete her transformation into a dragon. So at this time they worked together, put aside all their contradictions and tried to open up the situation. This move is very effective. The terrible storm had infinite power, with fire softening the earth and soil, and metal cutting the rocks, allowing it to dig at an extremely fast speed. The most important thing is that if it continues like this, it may take less than 3 minutes for it to completely drill into Jiang Ziliu's position. When the power of the gold-level beast masters is combined, it is not difficult to open a hole thousands of meters long in the ground. With the protection of other beasts, it would be difficult for Accompany to stop them. However, Accompany is not without a solution. Don't forget, it is a beast with the dual attributes of earth and space, and it is also a powerful golden-level life with super breath-concealing skills. Assassin-type skills such as earth-space escape, life-breath convergence, earth stealth, and so on are its most powerful strengths. Head-on combat is just for delaying, not its primary ability. At this moment, Accompany exerted his assassin's instincts. From the perspective of the Earth's space, he used the breath of life to conceal his breath fluctuations. He successfully lurked beside the beasts that launched the storm. At the same time, the Fairy of Life Thousand Faces also began to act. It also has powerful attack capabilities. The Fairy of Life Jiang can transform into a plant. At this moment, it has transformed into a special golden grade exotic flower underground. This flower has a special fragrance that cannot be destroyed by fire. The fragrance spreads rapidly along the storm that cuts into the ground. The fragrance of this flower does not have a strong lethal toxicity, but it has a terrible hallucinogenic ability. As long as one smells the fragrance of this flower, even a 9-star gold-level beastmaster will be immersed in the illusion. This special plant was introduced to Jiang Ziliu by the Forged Throne, and was trained by Qianmian to become it. At this time, Qianmian used his ability to transform into this flower and coordinated Accompany's actions with its psychedelic fragrance. Accompany has gone through many training sessions in fantasy battlefields. It is no exaggeration to say that its assassination skills are extraordinary. Moreover, this time, Accompany's knife is coated with a special poison that can make even diamond-level strong men suffer regret, and it is specifically targeted at vitality. This poison can stop the internal organs from functioning and the blood from flowing. It will not cause the gold-level life to die completely. With their vitality, this situation is not a fatal problem at all. However, if their life functions are stopped for a long time, it is not a problem that they will die. As soon as Qianmian's hallucinogenic poison took effect, Accompany moved. It killed 10 people with one step, one with one strike, and each strike would cut a terrible wound on the body of a beast. Accompany only injured these beasts but did not kill them. He cut their blood vessels to allow the toxins to enter their bodies. At the same time, its continuous attacks interrupted the mixed storm of skills created by these beast masters, temporarily stopping their drilling actions. Next, Accompany would appear around those beast masters from time to time, attacking either themselves or their beasts. It is mainly aimed at beast taming. Although Thousand Faces illusion poison is powerful, these gold-level beast masters are not lacking in the skills to treat toxins and can barely deal with this hallucinogenic aroma. Thousand Faces' role is to create chaos, distract them, and create opportunities for Accompany's attack. By the time some of them reacted and were able to protect themselves, 70% out of 10 of all the beasts in the area had been poisoned. The beast masters were also in bad luck, with 20% out of 10 being poisoned. Now, they had no intention of continuing to advance underground. Instead, they had to guard against Accompany, who was elusive and was basically a top-notch beast-taming assassin. They also noticed that this assassin was better at earth power type attacks. Moreover, Accompany doesn't mind using weapons, and there are poisons on the weapons. He is simply completely unscrupulous. Some high-level beast masters are extremely arrogant. Not only are they unwilling to use equipment, they are even unwilling to use some methods that they despise. For example, some exotic beasts with phoenix bloodline and other life types have this kind of personality. But Accompany had no scruples in this regard and would use whatever means to achieve victory. In this case, if they go underground, they will be in even greater danger facing Accompany. They were afraid that Accompany's next target would be themselves or their own beasts. Moreover, none of the beast masters who had been hit came forward to help. Instead, they hoped that these guys would die immediately so that they would have one less competitor. Only beast masters of the same race will help each other. For a moment, the alliance that had been gathered together collapsed in people's hearts. With this move, Accompany actually dragged out time in an instant, and the evolution of White Snake also reached the final stage. At the same time, some special beast masters and exotic beasts successfully avoided Accompany's interception and sneaked into Jiang Ziliu's location by using space, advanced burrowing, advanced shadow, and dark skills. Chapter 129. Those who can lurk around Jiang Ziliu are all powerful beast masters. They possess skills such as space, time, and advanced shadow. They came, but at this moment, Jiang Ziliu knocked them down with one move. Jiang Ziliu did not use any feedback technology, but instead used a soul storm, which used the power of the soul to simulate the operation of a storm, allowing the soul's might to transform into a storm that swept across everything, and could hurt the souls of anyone whose soul power was weaker than his. This soul storm was a secret technique taught to him by the Forging Throne. No matter how powerful your skills are, the soul is the foundation, because the foundation of life is the soul. Jiang Ziliu's soul power is far stronger than those gold-level beast masters. Even some diamond-level masters in their peak state may not be higher than him in soul power and strength, and they cannot resist the more aggressive soul storms. There are not many gold-level beast masters in the entire starry sky who can compete with him in soul power. So at this critical moment, he did not choose to deal with these people, but defeated the enemy with one move. These beast masters and their beasts all fainted. Jiang Ziliu also showed no mercy and directly cut off the heads of these guys, and then went on high alert. Before launching the soul storm, he also asked Eland, the weapon spirit of the Dwarf King's hammer, to protect White Snake. Otherwise, under his powerful soul storm, White Snake's soul would also be severely damaged. The power of the soul storm is the protective power that can be seen through the blessing of the dragon's blood that it now enjoys. This kind of power cannot defend against the terrifying power of the soul storm that penetrates the soul directly. After killing these people, White Snake's transformation reached the final stage. Among the beast masters he killed, there were 9-star gold-level beast masters from the human race, as well as beast masters from the dwarves, orcs, elves, night elves, ogres, beholders, and many other races. Moreover, those guys who can achieve 8-star or even 9-star gold level have terrifying forces behind them. The human race's gold level beast master came from a very large family. But Jiang Ziliu didn't care at all. These people were destined not to find out who he was. When he attacked just now, he had already asked the Forging Throne to clean up the traces. Even the face he is using now and the soul aura he displays have been modified. No matter how those people checked, unless their level was higher than the Forging Throne, they were destined not to be able to lock onto Jiang Ziliu. This time, he finally dragged on to the end of Thunder Dragon White Snake's transformation. The last blessing is completely over. Ouch! A dragon roar that shook the heavens and earth and contained supreme majesty, as if it was the sound of the creation of the world, as if it was the oppression of the saints descending to heaven, came from the mouth of the Thunder Dragon girl who had completed her transformation. It swept across the entire underground world and reached an area of tens of millions of miles above the ground. Countless lives felt a powerful oppression from higher-level lives, and felt the pressure from the high-level powerful lives between heaven and earth. That was the pressure of a dragon, an existence like a divine beast from heaven and earth. It was as if they were born to crawl at the feet of the dragon, and their life instinct did not dare to show any disrespect to it. Within hundreds of miles between heaven and earth, dark clouds gathered, and terrifying lightning power flashed between the clouds. Now, all the beast masters and exotic beasts understood that the life below had completed the blessing of dragon blood and had completely evolved into a pure-blooded dragon. After completing this step, that life has already possessed the true soul of a dragon and has completely solidified the power of dragon blood, making it very difficult to take away. Moreover, this was obviously a thunder dragon, and they were simply not capable of fighting against such a thunder dragon. What they have to consider now is not how to seize the dragon blood, but how to escape. Even some diamond-level lives hidden in the dark quickly moved away from here. They had originally planned to take action at the last moment, but the soul storm that erupted from Jiang Ziliu frightened them, so that they did not dare to show up and take action until White Snake completed her transformation. Because they have no ability to resist the powerful soul attack force. White Snake completed her transformation, and those lives that had originally coveted her evacuated, fearing that White Snake would go out and destroy them. Didn't you see that before White Snake used her ultimate move, terrible thunder and lightning had already formed in the sky? Jiang Ziliu breathed a sigh of relief. White Snake fulfilled the final blessing given to her by the dragon source. It was still only 1 foot in size, but the life pressure and soul pressure on its body were extremely powerful. The final blessing is to allow it to achieve evolution at the soul level. Master! Great! I finally completed my dragon transformation. White Snake spoke, very excited. It flew around Jiang Ziliu non-stop, rubbed his face with its dragon head, and seemed very affectionate to him. Okay, I know you've turned into a dragon. Well done. However, this place is too conspicuous. Let's clean up our own traces and evacuate here first before we do anything else. Jiang Ziliu knew very well that now was not the time to find out the information about White Snake's power, it was time to run away. He did not forget that he had offended a large number of forces this time. With the guidance and help of the Forging Throne, each man and several beast masters quickly cleaned up all traces left by them, and then quickly transferred through the earth space. Jiang Ziliu ran all the way to a place 7,000 miles away from Dejunling before he stopped. Only then did he start to read the information about White Snake after she transformed into a dragon. Thunder Dragon White Lady. Electromagnetic Manipulation, SSS+, Natural Thunder God, SSS+, 79.5% Thunder Dragon Bloodline, Demigod Level, Divine Beast Pressure, SSS+, Dragon Blood Body, SSS+, True Dragon Soul, SSS+. After White Snake transformed into a dragon, there was not much information about her skills. Many of her original lightning skills disappeared, and were sublimated into an SSS and level Natural Thunder God skill. The information about this skill shows that it is a natural god of thunder and can freely control all power of thunder and lightning. And its electromagnetic control technology is still there. White Snake's bloodline was also completely sublimated into the bloodline of the Thunder Dragon, and its racial name was directly changed to Thunder Dragon. This bloodline is a genuine demigod-level bloodline. In addition to these, it also has the SSS and level of Divine Beast Pressure, a body of dragon blood, and a true dragon soul. There are not many words, but each skill level is as high as SSS+, which means that the ultimate power of this skill is the supreme level. Each of its skills, if used well, can have a crushing effect on the enemy. Jiang Ziliu was very happy. All his beasts were sublimated into golden level life forms. Moreover, after Bai Niangzi completed the blood sublimation this time, she directly reached the 8-star golden level, directly skipping 8 small levels. This is a small improvement brought by the final blessing, but not a major one. Its qualitative change is the key, and the improvement of its life level is just a byproduct. However, this byproduct also allows it to rise 8 small levels at a time. At this point, Jiang Ziliu had completed his first major goal. What he had to do next was to fully activate the 9 gold level soul hidden stars and advance to diamond level life as soon as possible. If it weren't for the Forging Throne helping him to suppress it, the huge life feedback brought by White Snake's upgrade would have allowed him to break through directly to the diamond level, affecting his future growth potential. Therefore, what Jiang Ziliu needs to work hard on next is his own improvement. Chapter 130. This time, after half a year of meditation, Jiang Ziliu finally succeeded in opening 9 gold level soul hidden stars. He completed the opening of all the hidden stars of the soul before he completely released the suppression of life feedback, allowing his life level to break through and sublimate, and advance to the diamond level of life. The youngest diamond level human life on the entire earth is born. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, 7-star Diamond Beast Tamer, feedback from the king level existence of the contract origin cannot be conducted, it is blocked. Lifespan, 30, 41,566. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 10894385.6. Life level, diamond level life form. Dark energy level, 750,021.9. Personal skills. Probability determination, birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Beast Tamer fusion, you can merge with the beast you control, forming a double increase in strength after adding up the combined strength. The cooldown time ranges from 1 day to 3 days. Feedback skills. Life breath convergence, SSS end level. Earth space escape, S+. Electromagnetic control, SSS+. Natural thunder god, SSS+. Flesh transformation, SSS. Emerald light, SS+. Beast Tamer. 9-star gold level Kongqing Rockman Akan. 9-star gold level Thunder Dragon White Lady. The 9-star life fairy has thousands of faces. King of Origin Forging Throne. Beast taming skills. Akan, the rock man from the sky. Life breath convergence, SSS+, Earth incarnation, SSS, rock escape, S, rock invisibility, S, wisdom spirituality, S, earth stalking, S, sword mastery, S, 20.6% Earth Titan bloodline, S+, Earth space escape, S+, gravity control, SS, Earth tremor, S, Earth leverage, S. Thunder Dragon White Lady. Electromagnetic manipulation, SSS+, Natural Thunder God, SSS+, 79.5% Thunder Dragon bloodline, demigod level, divine beast pressure, SSS+, dragon blood body, SSS+, true dragon soul, SSS+. The Thousand Faces of the Fairy of Life. 23.6% Fairy bloodline, S, flesh transformation, SSS, plant transformation, S, animal transformation, S, super digestion, S+, emerald light, SS+, hymn of life, S, holy wings of life, S. Origin divine power, incomplete king level, forging power, king level. The beast tamer's life level is too low, knowing this may lead to unknown information risks, so it is not recommended to know this. Beast level. Akan, the stoneman of the sky, 9-star gold. Mutated lightning snake white lady, 9-star gold. Thousand Faces of the Fairy of Life, 9-star gold. Forged throne, king of king origin. Beast status. The Kongqing Rock Man is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beast Master. The Mutant Electric Snake is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beast Master. The green-skinned shape-shifting elf is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beast Master. The core of the Forging Throne is incomplete, and the favorability towards the Beast Master is 80%. With abundant accumulation and powerful feedback, Jiang Ziliu's strength has reached the 7-star diamond level. His background gave him a terrifying lifespan of nearly 40,000 years. For an average diamond level expert, if he can live for 10,000 years, he is already considered to be very long-lived. Jiang Ziliu is only 30 years old this year. Compared with a lifespan of 40,000 years, he is almost a baby in terms of lifespan. And his soul strength also increased to the level of 10 million. For a normal diamond level life form, a soul strength of 1 million is already very good. The soul strength is 10 million, 100 times stronger than that of the same level. This is the advantage of opening 9 soul hidden stars in succession. He is only 30 years old this year, but he is already a powerful diamond level expert. However, the youngest diamond level life in the history of the human race was not achieved until after the age of 80. Moreover, this person has received full resource support from a large force, which enabled him to complete the transformation to diamond level at this age. Jiang Ziliu was 50 years ahead of him. Moreover, as the skills of several beasts were improved, his feedback skills also improved greatly. For example, the original Lightning Sky skill was sublimated into a more powerful SSS and level Natural Thunder God skill with the successful transformation of Thunder Dragon White Snake. His healing and recovery skill, Emerald Light, also completed a major upgrade with the evolution of Thousand Faces, and was raised to SS and level. When Jiang Ziliu was cultivating to open the Hidden Soul Star, all his beasts also completed a rapid upgrade in their life levels and reached the 9-star gold level. It was because they had reached the limit of the gold level that Jiang Ziliu was able to upgrade 7 levels after the diamond level in one go, becoming a powerful 7-star diamond level life form. He has officially reached the late stages of his diamond life. At this time, he could easily shake the space of the planet itself, directly tear open a void crack, and perform void transfer. This is his powerful soul power. After understanding some of the mysteries of space, he can do it with his own supermass and strongest dark energy, traveling across the void, thousands of miles in an instant. This is an ability for other diamond-level powerhouses, and it is also a superpower that requires enormous strength to perform. But for Jiang Ziliu, whose dark energy is constantly being purified and whose soul power is super strong, it is a very easy thing. With a slight wave of his hand, he tore open a space rift, and then used his soul perception to locate the space coordinates where he wanted to go. Jiang Ziliu put away all the beasts that were protecting his transformation and stepped in. When he came out again, he was already in the western part of the Chang'an base group. There is a Kinglan college here, and Jiang Ziliu's brother is in this college. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a land of more than 100,000 miles and arrived here. This is a powerful space transfer ability that only supreme strong people have, and he can do it now. Jiang Ziliu is going to meet his brother Jiang Zikong. His parents have been missing his brother for a long time and have been urging him to go and see his older brother Jiang Zikong. Therefore, this time, after completing the transformation, Jiang Ziliu, who was free from trouble, crossed over 100,000 miles of land in one step and came to the vicinity of his elder brother's academy. The fluctuation of space alarmed the strong men of Kinglan College. But when they arrived here, Jiang Ziliu had already moved and restrained his aura, suppressing it to the silver level. A 2-star silver level warrior in his 30s is not a very eye-catching existence. With this display of strength, he went to Bailan College to find his brother, let his brother meet his parents, and gave him some resources for his growth. However, this trip was not destined to be smooth. Chapter 131. Jiang Zikong graduated a long time ago and has become a teacher at Kinglan College. However, when he arrived at the gate of Kinglan College and asked the guard about Jiang Zikong's news, the other party not only did not tell him, but also drove him away in a fierce tone. Go! Go! Where did this wild boy come from? There is no such person as Jiang Zikong in our Kinglan Academy. There were more than 10 guards at the gate, and the one leading them was a 9-star silver level beastmaster. The other party's reaction was fierce and direct, as if Jiang Ziliu was a huge trouble. Jiang Ziliu still looked like he was about 18 or 19 years old, which made the other party think he was just a young guy. Although he revealed a silver level aura, the other party didn't care at all. This made Jiang Ziliu realize that something might have happened to his elder brother Jiang Zikong, and it was very likely that something involved a strong person or a very powerful force. The reaction of the captain of the security guard showed that he knew Jiang Zikong, but the other party insisted that he didn't know him, which was enough to explain the problem. Jiang Ziliu turned and left without staying any longer. Not long after he left, he found a little tail following him. This person is also one of the security guards. He is about 30 or 40 years old, and he is a 6-star silver level. The guards of the Beast Taming Academy are responsible for the academy's first line of defense. The rank and treatment of these guards in the academy are much higher than that of ordinary teachers, and they are sought after jobs in each academy. This person's 6-star silver level strength is at the bottom of the team of guards just now, but the fact that he was able to enter shows that his background is not ordinary. The other party obviously had bad intentions, so Jiang Ziliu naturally wouldn't be polite. He moved to a secret place, and when the other party appeared and had not yet reacted, he knocked him out with a tiny soul shock. Jiang Ziliu then took him away for questioning. What exactly happened to Big Brother Jiang Zikong in the academy can be learned from this guy with bad intentions. With this kid, Jiang Ziliu set up a small safe house underground, woke him up there, and began interrogating him. What's your name? Zhang Yuan. Hearing these two words, Jiang Ziliu swung his knife without hesitation and cut off one of the man's fingers. His soul power is always monitoring this person's soul fluctuations. This name is clearly fake. Again, what's your name? Chen Zheizhong. Jiang Ziliu knew that there was no problem with his name this time. Why are you following me? I have a conflict with Jiang Zikong. Sir, you came to find him, so it must be related to him. So I want to take revenge on you, that's why I followed you. Jiang Ziliu judged from the other party's soul fluctuations that this statement was half true and half false. Without hesitation, he cut off one of the man's palms, causing him to feel terrible pain. He then used the emerald light to stop the bleeding, but Jiang Ziliu did not help eliminate the terrible pain. If you tell a lie, I'll cut off one of your arms. If you tell the next lie, I'll cut off one of your legs. I can even cut you into a human stick that can't hear, see, or smell, and I can make you live in agony. I'll see how many chances you have to tell a lie. The reason why he had demonstrated the powerful healing ability of Emerald Light before was naturally to let Chen Zheizhong understand that what Jiang Ziliu said was true. Besides, there are many people in Kinglan College. If you die, someone will speak up. Next time, I will directly kill all your relatives who are related to you. Believe me, you won't think about paying the price of continuing to lie. After listening to Jiang Ziliu's words, Chen Zheizhong naturally understood that this person was too powerful. The other party was able to suppress him and make his beasts unconscious in the beast control space. It was natural for him to do this. He looked dejected and spoke only after a long while. I'll tell you what I know, but you have to swear not to hurt my family. Jiang Ziliu naturally agreed. After hearing what this person said, Jiang Ziliu couldn't help but get furious. As expected, something happened to his elder brother Jiang Zikong. It turned out that after his elder brother became a teacher at the school, he settled down and with the resources he provided, his strength improved greatly without anyone noticing. His eldest brother Jiang Zikong originally only had the strength of a 9-star bronze level, but after receiving resources from Jiang Ziliu, he grew into a 9-star silver level beastmaster in less than a few years. Jiang Zikong also contracted a Kongqing rock man and hid some of his strength. He was originally very careful, but during an adventure outside, his true strength was seen by a girl named Chen Huan. This girl is an assistant professor in the college, so she thinks Jiang Zikong is also a hidden genius. Chen Huan started pursuing Jiang Zikong. It's easy for a girl to pursue a boy, and the feedback from the beast tamers showed that the female beast tamers were all good-looking. Chen Huan is naturally also very good-looking. Jiang Zikong started dating Chen Huan from then on, and he even took out some of his resources and shared them with Chen Huan. But he still carefully hid the real big head. Jiang Zikong was aware that human hearts were treacherous. But he didn't expect that Chen Huan had a cousin who was from a branch of a large family in a second-level base, the Jiang family. This Jiang family is the same Jiang family that had offered a reward for one of his aliases, and the one that repaid kindness with enmity. This noble family is Jiang Ziliu's old enemy, and now they are in his hands. Chen Huan's cousin is Jiang Wei. He likes Chen Huan very much, but he had been studying in a very far and secret place before, and he has not had any contact with Chen Huan in recent years. Jiang Wei didn't expect that Chen Huan already had a boyfriend, which made him furious. As a result, he tried to teach Jiang Zikong a lesson, but he didn't expect that Jiang Zikong had hidden his strength and taught him a lesson. At that time, Jiang Zikong didn't know that this person was from a wealthy family. His move this time completely angered Jiang Wei, so he found Chen Huan. After learning of Jiang Wei's thoughts, Chen Huan actually betrayed Jiang Zikong and defected to this man. She even told Jiang Wei that Jiang Zikong had a lot of resources. This made Jiang Wei judge that Jiang Zikong had a great opportunity. So he made use of his family's power and found a reason to expel Jiang Zikong from Kinglan College. During this process, the top management of Kinglan College not only did not help Jiang Zikong, but instead prepared charges and wanted to arrest Jiang Zikong directly. And Chen Zheizhong was one of the participants in that incident. Jiang Zikong escaped using many methods provided by his younger brother Jiang Ziliu. During this process, Kinglan College and the Jiang family manpower pursued him. Chen Huan was even more cunning, and acted as Jiang Zikong's insider during this process. The worst thing is that although Jiang Zikong managed to escape successfully, he left behind a leg and a hand, and they have been missing since then. And this happened just 2 months ago. Jiang Ziliu arrived a step late. Your eldest brother's presence is not around here, not even within hundreds of thousands of miles. He is probably hiding in a dungeon space in the wild. The Forging Throne sensed it and told him bad news. Jiang Ziliu couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to avenge his elder brother and then go find his elder brother. He had to keep it a secret from his parents and only let them know the news after he was found. Who is the strongest person in Kinglan College? The top brass of Kinglan College had been listed as enemies by Jiang Ziliu, so naturally he had to find out more about them. The Forged Throne has a large perception range, but for those hiding in the copy space, the current status of the Forged Throne cannot be confirmed. Therefore, it is better to get this information from Chen Zheizhong. The strongest person is the Dean, he is a 1-star diamond level expert. The other vice deans are only 9-star gold level at best. I don't know if the academy has hidden other experts. Chen Zheizhong told his intelligence and was very cooperative. He had already seen that this man was decisive in killing people, and that he was also a participant in the incident, so there was absolutely no possibility of him surviving. He just hoped that Jiang Ziliu would bypass his family for the sake of his cooperation. Jiang Ziliu asked for other information and then killed him. Next, he captured some of the people who had attacked Jiang Zikong, interrogated them, and obtained information about Kinglan College, Chen Huan, Jiang Wei, and the Jiang family. After figuring out the situation, the top management of Kinglan College sensed something was wrong and began a wanted order for Jiang Ziliu. Their intelligence capabilities should not be underestimated. But Jiang Ziliu was not going to beat around the bush with them and was ready to take action. Chapter 132. At Kinglan College, all the senior executives gathered together at this time. The reason they did this was because the top leaders of Kinglan College received a piece of news that the missing people were not kidnapped, but they got the clue of SS-level soul crystal. It was also for this reason that they were discovered. After investigation by Kinglan College, this was found to be the reason why these people disappeared. So all the senior leaders of Kinglan College gathered together to discuss how to obtain this SS-level soul crystal. Soul crystals of this level are priceless treasures that cannot be discarded by the top management of the entire academy. What they are fighting for now is who will get to grab this precious treasure. It can be said that at this moment, all the top leaders of Kinglan College gathered together. But the next moment, a terrible accident suddenly occurred. The building where the Kinglan College conference room was located sank directly into the ground and fell into a bottomless cave. Then the sinkhole area collapsed all of a sudden, and the original hole was covered by collapsed rocks and soil, leaving only a huge sinkhole in its place. All the senior leaders of Kinglan College fell into an unknown place underground. Something unexpected happened, and the entire Kinglan College was thrown into chaos. The top brass of a large base nearby, as well as the forces of the aristocratic families and the military, immediately came to support. The reason why the aristocratic families came was very simple, that was that the senior management of Kingland College were basically all from these aristocratic families. This college is safe, has abundant resources, and can also expand high-level personal connections. After all, among the students taught by the Academy, as long as there are one or two outstanding ones who become strong, they will be the best connection between them. The relationship between teachers and students is a useful relationship in any era. Naturally, the aristocratic families would not miss out on such a good position. The senior executives of the Academy and even the teachers of some key classes all came from aristocratic families. This time, something happened to the top leaders of Kingland College, which meant that the invisible power of the aristocratic families was damaged. What's going on? How could a landslide happen in a place like this? The patriarch of the Wang family frowned and looked at the base's reconnaissance department searching the sinkhole. Although he asked this, he didn't believe that this was really just an accident. All the top leaders of Kingland gathered together for a meeting, and the ground collapsed just in time. A diamond-level dean and dozens of gold-level beastmasters were trapped underground. Can you believe such an outrageous thing? A diamond-level warrior can smash hundreds of meters thick ground with one punch just by relying on his physical strength. How could he be knocked out by a pit? Looking at the terrain, it is indeed a sudden natural sinkhole. As far as I know, Kingland College was investigated when it was established, and it is impossible for the geology here to have a sinkhole. It seems that a strong person has taken action against the top leaders of Kingland College. The patriarch of the Nangang family has also arrived here, he added. It looked like they solved it in a flash, and they held a meeting in such a hurry, obviously they discovered something. The patriarch of the Gu family only said half of his words, but his meaning was very clear. The top management of Kingland College discovered a treasure that made all of them excited, or it might be some kind of opportunity. Moreover, this treasure or opportunity is very rare and can be of great help to the Beastmaster. They wanted to keep it all for themselves, that's why they didn't inform their own families, because if their families knew about the benefits, they would have no share. There aren't many things that could arouse such greed among the top management of Kingland College. The patriarchs of several families quickly thought of something and quickly locked onto a treasure. Soul Crystal. Only soul crystals are the treasures that all Beastmasters desire and are unwilling to give up. And there are generally not too many of them, usually only one is born. They had already made up their minds that the top leaders of Kingland College had obtained the news about the soul crystal, and another force also knew about the soul crystal. The other party was very powerful and had a deep plan, so the top leaders of Kingland College were attacked in advance by the other party. Just as the people from the investigation department were checking the ruins, an investigator suddenly found an inconspicuous small bottle, but inside the bottle there was a note with a line of words written on it. The senior management of Kingland College found clues about the SS-level soul crystal. When he saw this thing, he immediately gave it to the director of the investigation bureau who was in charge, without any delay. The gold-level director took a look at the note and immediately destroyed it. He then found an excuse to take the investigator away. But at this moment, he was surrounded by the generals who came to support him and several patriarchs of the aristocratic families. Obviously, they were not going to let go of this clue, and the clue was in the hands of the investigator. Seeing this, the director of the investigation department suddenly attacked the investigator who found the clue, hoping to leave no evidence. With this palm strike containing a hidden poison, the man would be dead. But this man was rescued by the general of the military. The general condensed water into ice out of thin air, forming an ice wall to block his palm. Director Wu, how could you attack your own men? This person is a spy from an alien race lurking in our investigation department. His soul has been quietly controlled by someone. Now that something has happened here, I don't intend to leave this hidden danger. He did not stop, and his attacks became even more ruthless. Several clan leaders shouted, "Chief Wu, we're here to help you catch the man too," but they accurately separated Chief Wu from the investigator and cleverly used the aftermath of the battle to send him far away, giving him a chance to escape. This investigator never expected that his own director was so ruthless and would take action against him immediately when he saw that the situation was not right. Moreover, he himself had become a hidden alien spy. How could he not know it? But he also understood that if he leaked the news now, he would really die. At that time, the heads of the aristocratic families who saved him will sit back and watch him being killed by Director Wu out of anger. As long as he still holds the secret of SS-level soul crystals, he will still be valuable to these powerful people. General, I want to be a soldier under your command. The man responded immediately, and the general detained him on the grounds that the matter needed further investigation. Later, the military at the base also learned about the appearance of the SS-level soul crystal. While they were fighting openly and secretly, the beast tamer who was specifically responsible for diving underground had completed his reconnaissance after going underground. Report: the underground conference building has been found, but the people inside have all disappeared. And now there is a poisonous fog area there. We cannot go in to investigate the details of the disappearance of Kingland College's senior executives. It looks like we need a beastmaster who can deal with the poisonous fog. At this time, Director Wu, who had already reached a temporary cooperation intention with several other parties, naturally knew that this matter was not simple. The power that could make a diamond-level beastmaster disappear so silently was beyond his ability to deal with. Cooperating with the military and several aristocratic families to bear the brunt of the crisis does not seem to be a difficult choice. But while they were fighting openly and secretly, they didn't know that in the basic core area near Kingland College, several lights made of soul crystals suddenly went out. That is an advanced soul lamp that can indicate the life status of the higher UPS in the base. The soul lamps went out, indicating that the leaders of Kingland College had completely perished and there was no possibility of survival. After several days, the investigations on the soul crystal by several parties did not make any progress, as if the soul crystal was just an illusion. They found the place indicated by the soul crystal clue, and discovered only an empty box there. In the end, this incident had no beginning or end. But no one knew that it was all done by Jiang Ziliu. He asked Akun to use the power of the incarnation of the earth to create a hole deep in the earth, and waited until all the senior leaders of Kingland College gathered before launching the ground collapse. At the same time, he used the soul storm to stun the senior leaders of Kingland College. They fell down along with the entire conference building and were eventually taken away by Jiang Ziliu. Then Jiang Ziliu killed them all in the small world of Hammer of the Dwarf King and buried them in the fertile soil there. He had no intention of keeping his enemy around for the new year. The first batch of enemies of the eldest brother were gathered together by Jiang Ziliu using soul crystals and completely killed. Chapter 133. After solving Kingland College, Jiang Ziliu set his sights on the Jiang family, the eldest brother's second enemy. The Jiang family is a large family in a first-level base. There are at least 3 diamond-level beastmasters and more than 10 gold-level beastmasters in the family. And this is just the power that the Jiang family shows to the outside world. It is unknown how powerful their hidden power is. Perhaps they have more hidden powers, which are even more powerful. This hidden power usually exists in a secret copy space, which is the copy space controlled by these families themselves. However, the Forge Throne is currently unable to conduct secret detection in places like this. In every aristocratic family, there is one obvious vein and many hidden veins. This is their effort to ensure the survival of the family, and it is also what every aristocratic family must do. He dealt with the group of people in the upper echelons of Kingland College, but dealing with the Jiang family was not so easy. The 2 important figures who persecuted the eldest brother Jiang Zikong, Jiang Wei and Chen Huan, are now within the Jiang family. The only good thing is that the Jiang family did not build a fortress inside the base, but inside a high mountain in the wilderness. There are even several copy spaces hidden inside that belong only to the Jiang family. A family with a diamond-level expert in charge is the sign of a truly high-level family. Because only the soul power and dark energy of a diamond-level strongman can cooperate with special secret methods to open and shape the copy space. Only families with diamond-level strongmen have the ability to open up a copy space that belongs only to this family and hide the family's power in the copy space. Such hidden power can maintain this family for 1,000 years. As long as there are enough resources, a family can decide how much copy space they want. The copy space is bidirectional. Just open the other end of the copy space on an uninhabited planet or on a huge meteorite and close the other end. Such a copy space is completely a private little world belonging to the family. Uninhabited planets and huge meteorites are the majority in the starry sky, and all we have to do is find their coordinates. This is also the reason why technology is still developing, especially the research on starry sky and celestial body positioning technology has not lagged behind. Because it is one of the necessary technologies for copy space formation. A family that possesses a completely self-controlled copy space is a true hereditary family. It is not easy for Jiang Ziliu to deal with the Jiang family. It is not about how difficult it is to destroy the Jiang family, but how to effectively find the copy spaces where the Jiang family is hiding. He did not act on his own, but asked the Kongqing rock man Akun to hide his breath, sneak into the Jiang family quietly, secretly investigate all the information in the Jiang family fortress, and secretly collect all the intelligence of the Jiang family. The Kongqing rock man Akun is now a 9-star gold level, and his ability to absorb his life breath is even stronger. Now, wherever it passes, even the most powerful ones find it difficult to discover its hiding place. Jiang Ziliu observed everything about the Jiang family from Akun's perspective through the connection between the contracts. Akun sneaked in from the outside, carefully avoiding some wire mesh hidden deep in the earth by the Jiang family. These nets are the first underground security system set up by the Chang family. Its core is a beast that can sense vibrations. If someone sneaks into the Jiang family through underground means, it will cause the metal net to vibrate. Because it is a dark energy sensitive metal with dark energy silver. This is not a natural metal, but an alloy extracted from the metallic feces of the mutated gold-eating bear. Although it is unappetizing, it is really effective. The Jiang family's second-level warning device is a special bone tower, the core of which is the eyeball of the empty-eyed bird. This strange beast is highly sensitive to space and is an advanced beast capable of detecting spatial force fluctuations. This bone tower made of its eyeballs is very sensitive to the dark energy of spatial properties. But the Kongqing rock man easily passed through these two levels of security. Because these two methods, in essence, serve as a warning through dark energy fluctuations, and although the Kongqing rock man Akun sneaked in through the space level, its dark energy fluctuations were extremely weak, exceeding the latter's detection limit. Therefore, although the Jiang family did a very good job of defending the family headquarters, they were still unable to stop Akun from sneaking in. But once you get inside the Jiang family fortress, there aren't many guard forces left. After all, it is impossible for children of aristocratic families to live in a tense environment all day long. Only in such an extremely important place can they increase the personnel defense. The interior of the Jiang family fortress was really built according to the model of a fortress. On the surface it looked like a stone fortress, but the interior was made entirely of walls cast from high-grade extraordinary metal plates. It had very strong defenses and was extremely resistant to energy attacks. Generally, energy attacks such as fire, freezing, and wind cutting will not have much effect on it. The surface of the fortress is a large garden-like facility. Above the garden is a large defensive energy barrier that only the base city has, which covers the entire mountain area. However, the Jiang family's energy barrier can only cover the area above the ground. They are still unable to defend the underground area. Jiang Ziliu first asked Akun to find the entrances to several copy spaces in the core area of the fortress. There are 5 copy spaces in the entire fortress, one each of level D, level C, level B, level A, and level SS. Obviously, it costs a lot to open up a copy space. Even the resources of the Jiang family can only support the establishment of these 5 copy spaces inside the fortress. The first 4 are where the Jiang family trains, and the SS level 1 at the back can accommodate diamond level life forms. This is where the Jiang family's real base is located. The defenses in these places are very strong, and only after multiple checks are people allowed to pass. Jiang Ziliu felt that the real resources, heritage, treasures, and strong men of the Jiang family were all hidden in this SS level copy space. But it is not so easy to let a Kun sneak in. Fortunately, he has a probabilistic judgment. What is the probability that the Jiang family exists in a copy space outside of the Jiang family fortress? 100%. It seems that in addition to this place, the Jiang family does have special family copy spaces in other places. What is the probability that it exists within 1,000 kilometers of the Jiang family's fortress? 0. Wow, this copy space actually exists so far away. What is the probability that it exists within a 10,000 kilometer radius of the Jiang family's fortress? 0. What is the probability that it exists within 100,000 kilometers of the Jiang family's fortress? 100%. Finally, it was confirmed that it was hidden in the range of 10,000 to 100,000 kilometers, which is really far away. What is the probability that it exists in the west, the stronghold of the Chang family? Jiang Ziliu first guessed it was the west, mainly because the west of this area was a huge plateau wilderness with mountains and forests, but more of them were Gobi deserts and foreign races. 100%. After getting this answer, Jiang Ziliu's eyes lit up. He thought of the environment thousands of miles west of here, and then he couldn't help but come up with an extremely bold guess. If this guess was true, he wouldn't have to spend too much effort to destroy the Jiang family. Chapter 134. Although he discovered a fatal flaw in the Jiang family, Jiang Ziliu did not go to investigate immediately. He is now more concerned about how to sneak into the Jiang family's SS-level copy space, which is the Jiang family's real base camp. But how to sneak into an SS-level copy space through other paths requires advice from the Forged Throne. This person is now in a state between half asleep and half awake. After all, his current condition is not good, it is just the incomplete state of his original body. Soon, the Forged Throne provided a solution. But these methods are not easy to implement. The first method is to forge the throne to create a small one-time space gate by itself, which can forcibly open a crack in the copy space and carry out a forced invasion. But this will inevitably be met with an instinctive counterattack from the copy space, and the forging throne will try to suppress it. Simply put, it is to break through by force. However, if you do this, the noise will be very loud, and the fluctuations caused by the space disturbance will be very strong, which will definitely alert the diamond-level beastmasters hidden in the Jiang family. This does not conform to Jiang Ziliu's idea of infiltration and is not advisable. The second method is a more troublesome one, and requires Jiang Ziliu to find the eyeball of a one-eyed monitor lizard and use it to create a special space-type positioning ball. Then quietly send the ball into the copy space. It will secretly capture the spatial properties of the copy space itself and match them. Then the forging throne can quietly open the third portal of the copy space with similar space fluctuations and sneak into it. What the forging throne can be sure of is that life forms like the Cyclops only exist in places of disordered time and space deep in the starry sky, and it is impossible for such life forms to exist on blue Mercury. Jiang Ziliu made a probabilistic judgment and found that there is indeed no Cyclops monitor on Earth, nor does its eyeball exist. This method doesn't work. The third method is even more special. It requires finding a living demon-type beast and then setting up a soul-controlling talisman array. The Forged Throne or Jiang Ziliu both have powerful souls. They used this soul-controlling talisman array to suppress the devil's consciousness, and used the devil's power to sneak into the copy space. This one is the most special. Because demons exist on blue Mercury, but they are extremely rare, and demons are extremely special half-energy and half-soul life forms, and are very difficult to capture. Jiang Ziliu also understood the principle of using them to enter the copy space. In essence, it uses the void on the spiritual level as a channel, forming a special dream channel through the dreams of life in the copy space, and then uses the special abilities of the devil to allow Jiang Ziliu or his beast to lurk in. This method is very feasible. It can enter the Jiang family's base through dreams quietly, safely, and effectively. But it is not so easy to catch a living demon-like beast. After all, this kind of life is a half-energy and half-soul life form, and only exists in these two states. Generally, they only lurk in the dreams of humans or other intelligent beings, feeding on their dream spiritual power. It is easy to imagine how difficult it is to catch a demon who is proficient in changing dreams from a person's dream without making any noise. Moreover, demons are proficient in negative emotional forces such as corruption, greed, jealousy, etc., and are kings in the use of these emotional forces. If you sneak into a dream with a demon, if you are not careful, not only will you fail to catch the demon, but you may also end up sending yourself to the demon, where the demon will control you with its own emotional power. This last point is the most terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that demons are such special beasts that are extremely difficult to give birth to, demons would probably be the most terrifying enemy of all intelligent life. Demonic beasts are very scary, and some of them can even mutate into physical bodies. They have strong lurking abilities and act cautiously, and fully developed demons are no weaker than gold level or even diamond level demons. This method is not easy to implement, but Jiang Ziliu is unwilling to give up. As long as the Jiang family is around, the hunt for the eldest brother will continue, and his eldest brother will always be in danger. The only right way is to destroy this family. Jiang Ziliu made a probabilistic judgment on the demon's location. What is the probability that there are demon-like beasts within 100 kilometers of me? 100%. What is the probability that this demon exists to my south? 100%. Jiang Ziliu knew what was going on. Because to the south is the Kinglan base, a large-scale level 1 base where nearly 7 million humans live. The Kinglan base is very huge. With so many intelligent lives and so many dreams, it is not strange to attract demonic beasts to sneak into the dreams of some target humans to cause harm. But he still needs to ask the Forge Throne for advice on how to capture the demon. This kind of half-soul, half-energy life form is not so easy to catch, but fortunately the Forge Throne is indeed an extremely ancient existence. He thought of a special way. In the most dark and deadly place in the world, there grows a special kind of evil-smelling fungus that lingers in the bones. This special kind of fungus is very special and has a horrible stench. Even people whose soul power is not strong enough will fall into a coma when they smell the odor of this evil fungus that lingers in the bones, and their souls will fall into a special state of confusion and they will never wake up. Only souls with a strength of silver or above would not be controlled by this horrible smell. However, this kind of evil-smelling fungus naturally contains a rich negative type of soul power, and is the favorite of demons, which are half-energy and half-soul creatures. The demon in the ethereal state will control the host in the dream to eat the bone-retaining evil-smelling magic fungus, and the energy contained in it will be absorbed by them. This type of demon has no physical form and can only be absorbed and utilized by manipulating the host. However, after eating this kind of bacteria, their intelligent life hosts will most likely be poisoned and die directly. Those demons that have mutated into physical entities will directly attack and devour the creatures, because they have physical entities. This kind of fungus was almost eaten to extinction. However, this kind of fungus has a strong ability to evolve on its own, because it contains soul power and possesses a certain wisdom of plant thinking. It is this wisdom that has led to its specific evolution. The result was that the originally odorless bone-residing foul-smelling fungus produced a terrible stench. This self-smell was not formed by the sense of smell, but by the instinct of the living soul. It is particularly targeted at demonic beings. As long as the demons smell it, they will fall into a long sleep on their own, even diamond-level demons are no exception. Even if the demons are in the dimension of dreams, they cannot resist the specific sleeping effect of its soul scent. Only supreme-level demonic beasts have a certain resistance to it. Therefore, this extremely rare fungus has become one of the few ways to capture the devil alive. But very few lives know this method, because the strong among the demons have cut off the spread of this information at the information concept level. After all, this evil-smelling fungus that lingers in the bones is too powerful against demons. But for those demons above the supreme level who can resist this smell, it is actually the best medicine. They even secretly planted the bone-retaining foul-smelling magic fungus everywhere. This is why this fungus has not been completely wiped out by the demons. Because this information has been cut off from the concept, now on Blue Mercury, except for the Origin Throne level powerhouses like the Forging Throne, no one else can know this information. If it weren't for the protection of the Forged Throne and the fact that Jiang Ziliu himself was the master of the Forged Throne, when he heard this information, the power of the concept would have prevented him from remembering it. Once you know the method, it will be much easier to deal with it. This kind of bone-residing evil-smelling fungus is very difficult to find. The place where it grows is very dangerous and very remote. However, Jiang Ziliu still determined the survival location of a strain of bone-residing evil-smelling magic fungus through probability judgment. He let a kun lurk in the fortress of the Jiang family to continue to strengthen this family. He went to the location determined by probability and found the creature. Jiang Ziliu somewhat regretted using this method, because this thing could make the soul smell a bad stench. That feeling is so painful that it is indescribable. If Jiang Ziliu's soul had not been extremely powerful and his will was not extremely strong, he might have turned around and fled from the place where the thing was uncontrollably. Fortunately, he held back and used a secret soul technique given by the Forging Throne to collect this life with soul power. Then Jiang Ziliu put it into the sealed area of his own artifact world, and began to look for the demon in Kingland base, ready to attack it. Chapter 135. Zhao Xinling is a base inspector at the Kingland base. In the eyes of others, this is a glamorous job. But for Zhao Xinling, this was an unavoidable choice, because Zhao Xinling's talent for taming beasts was at SSS and level. She once entered the Best Beast Tamer Academy in Chang'an base as a civilian. But in his sophomore year, the college announced that it would send several talented students to a more mysterious place for further study in their junior year. It is said that the place is not on Blue Mercury, but seems to be deep in the starry sky. Naturally, everyone wants such an opportunity. Unfortunately, those who were qualified were almost all of SSS level talent, but they were all from aristocratic families. Only Zhao Xinling has SSS and level talent. It can be said that anyone could be squeezed out, but no one can replace Zhao Xinling, a girl from a common family. But soon after the incident was announced, she received a special mission from the academy, asking her to investigate the inexplicable deaths of all civilians in a community in a small base. The local base leaders had no idea about this matter, and it caused a big fuss. In the end, they had no choice but to ask for support from the higher UPS in the base system. The problem was never solved and more people died inexplicably. In the end, this matter was resolved by her college, but this task inexplicably fell on her and actually became her task to be exempted from the exam in her second year. Zhao Xinling agreed without even thinking about it. Because if she could be exempted from the test, she could devote more energy to accumulating resources and allowing one of her beasts to complete the evolution. In the end, she didn't find out anything, but after she left, all the abnormalities in the base disappeared. Humans are always forgetful and quickly downplayed this incident. But as an investigator, Zhao Xinling encountered trouble, and she has never had the dream since then. But she always felt that she had had a dream, but she could never remember what the dream was about. One of the key advantages of Cindy Zhao's SSS and talent is that it gives her a soul that is more transparent and powerful than that of normal people. Her improvement in soul strength is beyond that of ordinary people. But since then, she has never had a dream again, and always feels that she is in a confused state. This situation lasted for a month and finally stopped. But trouble came. Her beast was still growing, but she felt an inexplicable bottleneck. At that time, she was already a bronze-level beastmaster who had opened 5 soul hidden stars. Before that, she had opened 7 soul hidden stars at both the limestone and black iron levels. She couldn't open the 6th soul hidden star at all, and always felt that her soul power was not strong enough. There was no other way, so after nearly 4 months of delay, she had to advance to the silver level. But from then on, she found that her condition would deteriorate from time to time, and the speed of progress was getting slower and slower. Even her beasts were in the same situation as her. They no longer dreamed and were stuck in an inexplicable bottleneck. With no other options, Zhao Xinling began to seek help from the college. However, the people from the college who came to check on her couldn't find the problem. Gradually, Zhao Xinling felt something was wrong. It was not that the other party did not find the problem, but that the other party did not dare to help her solve the problem. Soon after, the college conducted another rigorous screening of the list of students for further study. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Xinling, who shouldn't have been a surprise, was not selected. A girl from a wealthy family in the Chang'an base but only of SS level rank took her place. The reason is that there is uncertainty in her growth. According to the Academy, the screening of the list is strict and serious, and anyone who has any relationship with anyone on the list is not allowed to participate. What's strange is that one of Zhao Xinling's vice presidents also chose to remain silent on this matter. In fact, from then on, the teacher began to avoid contact with her. After that, her condition never got better, and the college's examinations of her always gave the same answer. Couldn't find any abnormalities. It was not until graduation that she grew to the 5-star silver level. And her reputation as a fallen genius spread throughout the entire academy. After she graduated, her vice-dean teacher helped her find a stable job out of guilt. That was a first-level base inspector in the western region. This job is simple, easy and safe. The only drawback is that the income is not very high. Zhao Xinling naturally understood that there was something fishy about her condition, but she consulted many people and still couldn't figure out the real reason. However, those who could see the situation clearly were unwilling to tell her the truth, as if they had some reservations. Zhao Xinling checked it herself, but found nothing. Certain important information is strictly kept secret by the upper echelons from the common people below, and the real news will not be revealed to them. She had already given up, but today, for some reason, she actually had a dream. What was even stranger was that she smelled a terrible stench that she couldn't stand, but she couldn't find the source of the stench. She ran and ran on the barren land of her life, and gradually she felt something was wrong. It seemed like she was in a dream. And it was very strange that Zhao Xinling was aware that she was dreaming. This extremely desolate world, which seemed like a lifeless land, was her dream world in her instinctive consciousness. But why would the dream world be like this? It felt like a dead and silent earth that was about to wither. Zhao Xinling suddenly felt something, and her intuition told her that the root of all her problems lay in the center of the earth ahead. She endured the horrible stench in the dream and ran forward. Zhao Xinling was unwilling to fail on the path to becoming a beast master. Her strong will and desire to solve the problem made her endure the uncomfortable feeling brought by the stench. She ran and ran, feeling exhausted, but she was unwilling to give up, and finally ran to the end of the dream world. There, she saw numerous ruins of buildings with huge bite marks on them. She saw land, forests, and gardens floating in the sky, and saw countless familiar figures in the paintings, but they were all incomplete. She also saw the toys she had played with as a child and the scenes in her childhood dreams, all of which were in a damaged state as if they had been bitten. And on the ground of this place, there was sleeping a terrifying humanoid creature that was 10 meters tall and had twisted scimitars, like a bull demon. The other person was covered in evil green flames and had long, snake-like hair. The other person's aura was extremely evil, as if he was the embodiment of all evil. The most important thing is that the shape of the opponent's teeth is very similar to the gaps in the ruins. Zhao Xinling understood that perhaps this thing was the culprit that caused her talent to no longer show up and her growth to stagnate. Fortunately, in this stench, this thing fell into an inexplicable dormant state. But at this moment, Zhao Xinling discovered that a huge crack had suddenly appeared in her dream world. Then, a very young and handsome young man appeared in his dream world, glanced at Zhao Xinling, then flew down, picked up the demon that had stopped her from making progress, and flew away from his dream world. "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" Zhao Xinling asked. The young man did not answer, but paused in the air, thought for a moment and then spoke. "I suggest that after your talent is restored, you change your appearance and identity, leave Chang'an base as soon as possible, and go to other super-large bases to develop. In the future, you must learn to hide your strength and don't trust others easily. The noble families will not allow civilian beast masters to grow up." Having said that, the young man left. This young man is naturally Jiang Ziliu, who wants to capture a living demon. After this night, Zhao Xinling felt that her talent had returned and she could grow again. She remembered the advice given to her by the mysterious young man in her dream. The experiences of these years have also made her understand some things. So she quietly left the Chang'an base and headed for the large base group in the northwest, where the influence of the aristocratic families was weaker and the situation was extremely unstable. From then on, Zhao Xinling, who extremely hated aristocratic families and would be known as Bingzhen Supreme in the future, began to rise rapidly and quietly. She later founded a superhuman base that only accommodated civilians, opening a path for the future of civilians. Chapter 136. The demon that exists in Zhao Xinling's dream is a demon called the Ox-Headed Nightmare Eater. It is a very special kind of demon that feeds on the dream essence contained in the dream fragments of living beings. When this kind of demon encounters ordinary intelligent life, it will kill it without hesitation, directly devouring the essence of the soul and causing the soul to be shattered and die. That's why it caused widespread death in that small base. If it encounters an intelligent life with a powerful soul, it will lurk in the dream of this life and nibble on it bit by bit. And in this process, it will hide its existence as much as possible. Because the quality of soul power is different in different people, taking a portion of the latter's soul power is more than 100 times that of the former. They will even carefully protect the host from collapse, treating the other party as a long-term meal ticket, lurking for a long time until this life ends completely. If the host is weak, they will even feed back to the host, allowing the other party to grow to a level that is difficult to detect their existence. At this time, the host has just reached the highest state of safe soul food. It was precisely because Zhao Xinling had reached the silver level and was growing too fast that he was restricted by this ox-headed nightmare. If she continues to grow, she will discover the existence of the ox-headed nightmare. After Jiang Ziliu locked the position of the demon, he determined that the demon was on her body. Then, while she was sleeping at night, he arranged means to block interference, and used the soul scent of the bone-residing evil-smelling magic fungus to put the demon to sleep, and captured the target in Zhao Xinling's dream. He also investigated this woman and found out that she was also a super genius who was suppressed by her family. So considering that the other party was of commoner origin, he gave some hints. After obtaining this demon, Jiang Ziliu asked the Forge Throne to craft it, transforming it into a door-opening tool for his own copy space. After returning to Jiang's fortress, Jiang Ziliu controlled the demon to sneak into the dream of a mid-level member in the copy space of his base camp. By reverse analyzing this person's memory through dreams, we obtain some information. Jiang Ziliu has confirmed that this SS-level copy space is indeed the base camp of the Jiang family, but the number of diamond-level powerhouses of the Jiang family here is not 3, but 6. On the surface, they have 3 diamond-level experts, whose strength ranges from 1 to 3 stars. But there are 3 ancestors hiding in secret, 2 5-star diamond-level strongmen and 1 6-star diamond-level strongman. For a beast master who has reached the diamond level, unless he has an extraordinary talent and the beast master's own growth potential is extremely strong, most of them grow very slowly, and it may take hundreds to thousands of years to upgrade 1-star level. Moreover, the resources for the growth of diamond-level powerhouses are extremely rare, which is another important factor that limits the growth of diamond-level powerhouses. In addition to these, in this base camp, there are 13 gold level beast masters in the open and 7 gold level beast masters in the dark. In the entire Jiang family's fortress, there are a total of 6 diamond level strongmen and 20 gold level strongmen. Such power is already very huge. This member controlled by the devil is the person responsible for managing Jiang's confidential information records, and therefore knows so many secrets. But whether there is any hidden Jiang power in other places is not something he can know. That is a secret known only to the 3 hidden ancestors. After learning this, Jiang Ziliu asked the bull-headed nightmare to be the opener of the coordinates and the dream channel, and asked the forging throne to work and send Kun in. After entering, Kun immediately lurked in the underground world of the Jiang family's base. The memories that this demon obtained through dreams are not comprehensive, and what Kun investigated is the most accurate. This SS-level copy space can accommodate diamond-level life, and its size is almost as large as 4 or 5 provinces combined. And in this copy space, there are resource production areas such as medicinal fields, exotic animal breeding bases, and grain-producing areas. They captured some intelligent alien races such as orcs, elves, dwarves, etc., and made them slaves to work for them. Jiang was also very careful and did not take the risk of taking humans as slaves. After all, this is a world where super strong people exist. The aristocratic families do not pay attention to the lower class human race, but the real upper class of the human race still values the power of the lower class human race. Moreover, among the top human strongmen, some rose to power as commoners. Therefore, it is difficult for civilians to rise up, but they are still guaranteed a certain degree of basic survival and freedom. Kun conducted a secret investigation and came to a conclusion that was similar to what the person remembered in his dream. In this base camp, the power of the Jiang family is indeed limited. Next, what Jiang Ziliu had to do was to block the 2 channels of this SS-level copy space. But before that, Kun accidentally discovered a secret treasure house known only to the ancestor of the Jiang family. The existence of this treasure trove is very secretive. Moreover, almost no one in the Jiang family knows that this treasure house is located at the entrance of the Jiang family's SS-level copy. It looks ordinary on the surface, but it is actually a special meteorite star core. It is a product of high-grade meteorite core fragments. However, the original meteorite in this ruins core has its own natural spatial power, which can be used to open up a small world. It has a heavy aura and no energy fluctuations. From the perspective of its normal appearance and aura, it is just an ordinary, hard rock. But in fact, it is the best object used by major star races as a secret treasure trove. Even for someone who knows the value of it, it is difficult to distinguish it from ordinary natural rocks without careful inspection. If the forged throne hadn't had sharp eyes and discovered this thing, Jiang Ziliu would never have known that this ordinary piece of rock was actually a hidden treasure trove. The Jiang ancestors obviously hid it very well. It is located at the most important entrance, but it is just an ordinary paving stone, and people cannot find its specialness at all. The most important thing is that this place is very special, and no one would destroy an ordinary rock for no reason. Moreover, if a problem occurs and emergency evacuation is needed, the Jiang ancestor can take it away from the entrance of the copy space at any time without having to go out of his way to find the family's secret treasure house. Because there is the aura of the 3 ancestors of the Jiang family on it, the forging throne determined that it was hidden by them. The forged throne used Kun's power to mark this hidden treasure trove with his special power mark, so that he could take it away immediately after the Jiang Ziliu operation began. Later, Jiang Ziliu, through Kun's investigation, found out the treasure house of the Jiang family in this base camp. This treasure house is an underground inverted pagoda-style treasure house made of silver-grade metal earth mithril alloy. It is guarded very closely in public. 2 gold-level strongmen are hiding inside the pagoda, and 1 gold-level strongman is guarding the gate outside. He looked like an ordinary old man basking in the sun, and most people couldn't tell that he was a gold-level beastmaster. Next, he also investigated the distribution of combat power of the entire Jiang family. But Jiang Ziliu thought again and did not immediately launch an attack on the Jiang family from his base camp. He remembered that the Jiang family's copy space in other regions would be their family's biggest weakness. He can attack on multiple fronts, first investigate the situation there, and then do something big. Chapter 137. Jiang Ziliu left Accompany in the Jiang family base camp to continue surveillance, while he quickly headed west to investigate the situation there. His eldest brother also disappeared after fleeing westward. Jiang Ziliu made a probability assessment and determined that his elder brother was still alive and in the western region. But the strange thing is that when determining the location of the eldest brother, the consumption of dark energy by probability judgment actually exceeded his current dark energy limit. This means that Big Brother is most likely no longer in the real world, but in a very high level and very mysterious place. This time, he wanted to explore the information on this mysterious level and see if he could rescue his eldest brother while investigating the secrets of the Jiang family. Jiang Ziliu traveled westward, and the westernmost part of the Chang'an base group was the Qinglan base. Further west, there are deserts, gobi, beaches, sparse grasslands, and snow-capped mountains. Even though the world has changed, not many alien races are willing to invade here. There is no other reason, because the dark energy in such places is relatively thin. If you stay in such places for a long time, whether it is the Beastmaster or the Beastmaster, not only will they fail to absorb the dark energy between heaven and earth, but dark energy will seep out of their bodies, which is not worth the loss. This area is said to be an area extremely rich in dark energy. But later, a terrible invasion of alien beasts broke out. The human race dropped super high-energy nuclear weapons here, and the strong men of the alien beasts also launched terrible natural disasters. The power of both sides broke something in this area, causing the dark energy and life in this area to be desolate. After countless years, the radiation here has dissipated, but the dark energy can never be restored. It's as if this place is a leaky hole. In such a place, strange beasts and alien races dare not stay for long, unless they don't want to grow up anymore. But in such a place, some alien races from the starry sky survived. Because what these alien races pursue is not strength and growth, what they pursue is a stable and peaceful living environment. Anyway, their own growth potential is not too high. For example, the halflings, bunnymen, catmen, and some foxy branches of the orcs live in such areas. The halflings are a mountain race on another life planet in the starry sky. They are good at food and have a strong ability to enhance food preparation. However, their strength is very weak. The highest potential of a halfling is only A level, and the strongest in the tribe can only grow to silver level. This level of strength is totally inadequate to protect them. Moreover, they also have the powerful ability to make food that can strengthen beasts. This ability can be used to strengthen beasts and beast masters through food supplements. This is their innate instinct and cannot be passed on to other ethnic groups. As a result, the halflings were treated as slaves by the major powerful tribes. Some halflings fled to Earth and settled down there. Seeing that they occupied the worst places and that there were too many alien invaders, humans ignored this group of harmless halflings. The rabbit people are extremely weak and are often treated as food by brutal races. They search everywhere for a peaceful environment to survive. The cat people, a branch of the orcs and fox women, are the most likely to be slaves in the starry sky because their women are too beautiful and attractive. Some of them also escaped to the earth and settled down in this seemingly desolate place. Jiang Ziliu traveled underground all the way and also observed these races. They are indeed weak, and they are all beast masters. However, the growth potential of the beast tamers that have a very good compatibility with them is very limited. Only the fox girls are special. They can only give birth to females, and the way they reproduce is by drinking a kind of wine that they brew themselves. If they drink this kind of wine, they will give birth to little fox girls, while people of other races will definitely get pregnant, regardless of gender, or they will be little fox girls if they drink it. This is a medicinal wine similar to the water of Zimo River. In this tribe of orc foxes, a powerful fox queen will appear every 100,000 years. She is extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful this queen is, she will inevitably disappear mysteriously within 30,000 to 50,000 years after her appearance. The star race is also afraid of this powerful queen who will inevitably appear and oppress them. Only humans have some ideas and are willing to take them in, allowing them to live here peacefully without leaving this area. These people live near an oasis or underground. But they all have one very special skill, which is that they are very good at digging holes. Digging holes can protect yourself, escape, and store supplies, which is very necessary in such a desolate environment. In this area, the number of exotic beasts is very small and they are very weak. There are almost no powerful exotic beasts. The more Jiang Ziliu looked at this environment, the more he felt that there must be something fishy going on here as the Jiang family opened up a new copy space. The further west you go, the more you can feel the desolation and horror of this place. Even Jiang Ziliu felt that his dark energy was in a state of loss. The maximum number of lives that can be accommodated here is the bronze level. His dark energy loss will not stop unless his dark energy drops to the bronze level. What Jiang Ziliu is thinking about now is how the Jiang family, who have opened up a new copy space here, can prevent the loss of dark energy. He felt that there must be a huge secret hidden in this. Jiang Ziliu walked all the way and finally came to a huge uninhabited area, which can also be regarded as a purely lifeless area. Because this is a purely lifeless desert, and it was also the place where the battle between humans and alien beasts was the most intense. Don't go forward yet, there is a grey light area ahead. Just as Jiang Ziliu was about to move on, he received a warning from the Forged Throne. Grey light zone? What is that? Jiang Ziliu asked when he didn't understand, and then he got the answer. It turns out that this involves the original world of strange beasts. The normal starry sky world is the area where dark energy exists and the world where all normal life exists. But strange beasts are not life forms in the normal world. They come from a special alien universe level and are an invasion of the normal universe by the alien universe level. In order to fight back against this invasion, the will of the normal starry universe created the career path of beast taming to restrict the invasion of alien beasts and even achieve the result of counter-invasion. After these native beasts from alien universes invade the normal world, as long as they devour an intelligent life from the normal universe, they can convert their own power into the dark energy of the normal universe. Moreover, they will become smarter and have greater potential for growth in the process. However, it is impossible for the strange beasts at the alien universe level to possess intelligence before they are upgraded to the supreme level. But when they come to the normal universe, they can possess wisdom even when their strength is very low, instead of being pure ferocious beasts with only violent attack instincts. And this alien universe level can also be regarded as a negative universe. There is also dark energy there, but that dark energy is very evil, and judging from the existence of the Forging Thrones level, they will emit a grey light that is completely different from the world and full of abnormal aura. Therefore, the area where this kind of negative universe dark energy exists is called the grey light area. The grey light area is the infiltration of this alien negative cosmic energy into the real world. Jiang Ziliu also understood why the dark energy in this area was so weak, because the dark energy here was instinctively used by the universe to neutralize the grey light energy. The first priority of dark energy in the rules is to fight against grey light energy. It is continuously consumed and naturally becomes an area of low dark energy. The existence of a grey light area in one place for a long time can only mean one thing. That is, there is a natural space-time gap between the normal universe and the alien negative universe in this place, and there is a natural connection node. Even the universe itself doesn't have a good way to deal with this kind of node. The grey light energy is a terrible pollution to normal life. Once it is contaminated, it will be very difficult and challenging to clean it. Fortunately, the grey light energy level here is very low, and it is also the weakest kind. But even so, this is also a forbidden place for life. This is not only true for normal cosmic life, but also for the strange beasts in that alien negative universe. Because the grey light energy in this area is constantly neutralized, the level is very low. Moreover, this neutralization process will make this area extremely dangerous, making it completely unsuitable for survival or even activities. Then such a dangerous place that apparently has no special resources is very useless or even harmful. What does the Jiang family intend to do by opening a copy space in such an area? He didn't think that the other party was just setting up a secret family security branch here. A safe branch could be established secretly anywhere with a different surname, but it was necessary to choose such a dangerous place. It would be really strange to say that there were no huge benefits and tricks involved. Zhang Ziliu became more and more curious about this question. Zhang Ziliu's intuition told him that there must be a special safe passage in this area that allowed the Jiang family to enter and exit safely. Chapter 138. How do we enter this grey light area safely? Is there any hidden boss here? If Zhang Ziliu wants to find out what the Jiang family is doing, he must enter this grey light area safely. At the same time, he thought of the mysterious strong man hidden in Kongling Ridge and the shocking battle that had broken out there. He was a little worried that this grey area might be hiding some unpredictable people. There is indeed a big secret here, a big secret that I can't see through, but it's not dangerous. The Forge Throne responded. The way to enter the grey light area is very simple. That is to wear a soul crystal on your body. The soul crystal itself can form a barrier to block weak grey light energy. Zhang Ziliu didn't expect that the solution would be so simple. But he noticed the information mentioned in front of the forging throne, and there were indeed unknown secrets here. What is the probability that my elder brother Zhang Zikong is here? Zhang Ziliu felt something in his heart and made a probability judgment. This probability judgment consumed nearly 1/10 of his dark energy. 100%. As he intuitively determined, his elder brother had mysteriously disappeared, but the location was also in this grey area. What is the probability that he will get some kind of opportunity and successfully escape from danger? This time the consumption was even greater, with nearly 3/4 of his dark energy being used entirely for probability judgment. 100%. This answer shows that big brother Zhang Zikong has indeed encountered the opportunity he needs. Could it be that big brother Zhang Zikong is also a character similar to the Son of Destiny? Regardless of whether this was the case or not, Zhang Ziliu heaved a sigh of relief when he found that his elder brother was safe and had obtained some great opportunity. He restored his dark energy and then made another probability judgment. What is the probability that my eldest brother is a son of destiny of the Blue Mercury human race? 70.6%. The answer this time is not 100%. This shows that the eldest brother has good luck, but he is not a true son of luck, which is not a bad thing. The son of luck has quite a few troubles. No child of destiny can grow up safely. What is the probability that I can safely find the Jiang family's secrets here this time? He also made a probabilistic assessment of the purpose of his trip. 94.3%. This answer means that as long as he is careful, he will be able to find out the layout of the Jiang family in this place. So Zhang Ziliu took out a soul crystal, made it into a necklace and wore it on his body, then carefully stepped into the grey light area. This area does make people feel uncomfortable, but the power of this area really cannot affect him. Zhang Ziliu rushed towards the location of the Jiang family copy space that had been determined by probability judgment. Not long after, he quietly came to the Jiang copy space. As he expected, this place was indeed hidden in a huge underground cave, and the Jiang family had also expanded this underground space. Zhang Ziliu discovered a special space-time channel here. This passage was discovered by the Forged Throne, and it is hidden somewhere deep in the cave. This channel is not a copy space, but it may connect to other life stars. He did not explore where the passage led to, he just needed to know that it led to an exotic place in the starry world. Except for a small number of people from the Jiang family who were guarding here, all the others hid in the SS-level copy space they opened up. There is at least one diamond-level beastmaster in charge here. Moreover, the Forging Throne discovered that there seemed to be the aura of some kind of treasure in this copy space. It was this treasure that helped the copy space resist the absorption of dark energy by the world rules. In other words, this treasure is extremely precious. Jiang Ziliu and the Forging Throne also confirmed the purpose of this special channel. Interstellar smuggling. The Jiang family must have smuggled and sold certain resources that the Blue Mercury human race prohibited from selling. Because only in this way can the Jiang family benefit the most and gain the greatest benefits. If they wanted to do something else, the Jiang family would not be able to do it as they don't even have a supreme beastmaster. If they did, they would be courting death. This is inconsistent with the fundamental purpose of the aristocratic family to survive steadily. If the smuggling is discovered, the Jiang family may suffer a heavy loss, but no one in the family will die and everyone will survive. If they engage in other dangerous activities, the entire clan will be destroyed. This kind of smuggling is most likely done by the big brothers in private, but they dare not mention it openly because they will be in trouble if they are discovered. Jiang Ziliu personally observed for a period of time and found that this was indeed a smuggling channel. Moreover, the Jiang family was very bold. What they smuggled was not something else, but an SS-level resource unique to Blue Mercury. Dust-reducing pill. This is a pill made from a substance unique to Blue Mercury. It has only one effect, which is to induce dreams. And this kind of dream is like an immortal descending to the mortal world, experiencing the sufferings of hundreds of lifetimes, seeing the ups and downs of life, and tasting the bitterness and sweetness of life. Immortals and gods descended to the mortal world and suffered through hundreds of reincarnations. So it was named Dust-Reducing Pill. The Dust-Reducing Pill is made by a strange beast from Blue Mercury called the Yin-Yang Tai Chi Pharmacist Panda, which is a beast that can only survive and reproduce on Blue Mercury. It is a special alienated branch of the national treasure, and is endowed with the special ability to make medicine and elixir. This kind of strange beast will lose its ability to make elixirs if it goes to another planet. Moreover, the dust reduction pill can only be condensed with a core material produced on Blue Mercury. And it is absolute, and only controls the core resources of the top human race. This resource is sold within the human race in large quantities, because it can help beastmasters improve their state of mind, clarify their souls, and greatly strengthen the foundation of their souls. Most importantly, it can enhance the wisdom potential of life. It has the same effect on both intelligent life and exotic beasts. Other alien races are very eager for the dust-reducing pill, a pill that can increase wisdom. Because although they are inherently stronger than humans, these intelligent alien races always have innate defects in their wisdom and state of mind. This defect will cause them to make choices that are not in their best interest in many cases. The brutality, arrogance, and even coldness of some alien races are due to their nature. Dust-reducing pills can make up for these shortcomings. The Jiang family's smuggling of dust-reducing pills was definitely an act of seeking death. Although the family would not be exterminated, the annihilation of all the top leaders was an inevitable result. Jiang Ziliu also understood that the Jiang family took such a risk for the sake of their own strong development. He had investigated and found out that the Jiang family was originally a family with only one gold-level beastmaster, but later they rose inexplicably. It seems that their rise was due to the discovery of this smuggling channel, which allowed them to obtain a large amount of precious resources from alien races and thus establish a strong foundation. If the dust reduction pills were not very special and could not be stored in space equipment, it would be difficult for Jiang Ziliu to find out what they were smuggling. The smuggling of dust-reducing pills is the Jiang family's biggest weakness that cannot be exposed to the public. After discovering this, Jiang Ziliu used some recording methods to quietly record the scenes of the Jiang family's smuggling, and then left the place quietly. There are places here that even the Forging Throne cannot see through. He is not willing to stay here for long and let himself fall into the sight of some super powerful beings. Chapter 139. After completing the investigation of the target, Jiang Ziliu made some preparations. He secretly reported the secrets of Jiang's smuggling to the Wuvong base. He does not trust the top leaders in the Kinglan base area. After completing this secretly, Jiang Ziliu took action. He believed that he didn't need to personally take action to destroy the Jiang family, which was in line with his spirit of Go Dao. Jiang Ziliu looked into the void and felt the terrifying aura lurking around the Jiang family. If it weren't for his extremely powerful soul, after he reached the 7-star diamond level, his soul power was no weaker than those of the middle and late-stage supreme level powerhouses. He would hardly be able to detect the hidden aura around the Jiang family. The 3 levels of life, gold, diamond, and supreme, are 3 special periods of transformation. In the eyes of the forging throne, this is where the 3 steps of forging the god are. The golden level transformation is a level of life, an extraordinary sublimation of the essence of life. The diamond level transformation is dark energy. The dark energy absorbed and controlled by the Beastmaster is being compressed and transformed towards a higher state. The supreme level is the transformation of soul power and is the final leap, an important foundation for reaching the demigod level. Gold strengthens the body's life, diamonds strengthen the energy, and the supreme level strengthens the soul. All 3 are huge transformations. Jiang Ziliu's dark energy has now achieved the transformation from virtual state to liquefied dark energy. In the eyes of the forging throne, this kind of energy is called the transformation to quasi-divine power. The reason why he is now able to sense these anomalies and the secret arrangements made by the human race's top leaders against the Jiang family is that his dark energy has already acquired some of the characteristics of quasi-divine power, which allows him to have a more detailed grasp of qi. After discovering this, Jiang Ziliu began to fish in troubled waters. He asked Accompany to lurk in the Jiang family's treasure house and secretly plant a soul-type poison that could make even a gold-level warrior unconscious. This potion was the result of recycling the bone-retaining foul-smelling magic fungus. It was the main ingredient and was a poison prepared according to the recipe given by the forged throne. This potion does not have the effect of sleeping demons, but it is extremely effective on sleeping souls of other intelligent beings. After knocking out the guard of the treasure house, Accompany used the code and key he had observed to open the treasure house, and then directly and quickly took away all the resources stored in the treasure house. However, Jiang Ziliu still underestimated the methods of these families. They actually stored a secret method of detecting blood in the treasure house. If anyone who was not of Jiang's bloodline entered the treasure house, it would definitely set off a secret alarm, alerting the diamond-level beastmasters hiding in the camp. But there will be nothing unusual inside the treasure house. Those diamond-level beastmasters rushed over quickly, but the powerful poison placed around the treasure house made them alert and they dared not approach easily. Because a gold-level beastmaster just rushed over and fell to the ground. He noticed the strange smell here and stopped immediately. The Beastmaster Tathagata sent a strong wind to try to blow away the smell, but Jiang Ziliu had already made arrangements for this, and the smell could not be blown away by the wind. The only person it had no effect on was Accompany, who had taken the antidote. Jiang Ziliu is now becoming more and more adept at using poison, and is becoming more and more proficient in the application methods of the Go Dao sect. There is also a mysterious substance in the poison that can interfere with people's mental power. Even a diamond-level strong man cannot sense the specific figure of the Kongqing rock man Accompany. Accompany also set up a layer of mirage fog here. This kind of fog is tangible but intangible. It cannot be dispersed by wind or destroyed by fire. It will only dissipate on its own after existing for a certain period of time. With all these means, the diamond-level strongmen of the Jiang family have arrived, but they can't find out what happened in the Jiang family's storage room, and they can't even see clearly within 100 meters of the door. At this time, inside the treasury, Accompany, as a 9-star gold-level beastmaster, was very quick in grabbing the treasures. The treasury was divided into a visible treasury and a secret treasury. After it took away the things in the open vault, it violently opened the secret vault and swept away all the treasures and resources inside. Then it carefully put on a black robe to conceal its appearance and aura. After taking away everything, it came to the outside of the treasure house that blocked the Earth escape. Then it used the Earth space escape and escaped from the door of the treasure house. Accompany has also learned 90% of Jiang Ziliu's cautious style. The Kongqing Rock Man's ability to hide its life breath is extremely strong. Even the soul power of several diamond-level beastmasters cannot locate it. Not good. The enemy's target may not only be the visible library, the hidden real library cannot be stolen again. An old ancestor of the Jiang family suddenly thought of something and immediately realized that the real Jiang family's secret library was also dangerous. He rushed over immediately. But halfway through, he felt that the spiritual mark imprinted on the real treasure house had disappeared. This shows that the intruder had already noticed the extremely secret real treasure trove. The Jiang family's treasure house that is visible on the surface, and the secret treasure house of the ancestors in secret, have all been discovered, and no one intends to let go. When the diamond-level ancestors arrived at the entrance of the copy space, they found that the hidden big stone that served as the real treasure house had been pried away. How hateful! Who on earth is targeting our Jiang family? They can even recognize our clan's special treasure house. Humph, this person is really knowledgeable. Even the human race doesn't know about this rare treasure, the meteoric star ruins core. If we hadn't communicated with the alien races and obtained their treasured secrets of the starry sky, we would not have known the function of this thing. This person is not simple. He is suspected to be connected with a powerful being in the deep space, or he may have obtained some opportunity left by a powerful being in the space. No matter what, we can't let this person live. Search. Search the entire base camp without leaving a single inch of land untouched. After these diamond-level experts communicated secretly for a while, they immediately issued orders. They did not notice anything unusual about the two entrances and exits of the copy space, and thought that the thief was still in this SS-level copy space. But what they didn't know was that Accompany had already grabbed the things and ran out to meet up with Jiang Ziliu. However, before leaving, Accompany directly killed Jiang Wei and Chen Huan, and used supergravity to crush the two into meat patties. The upper echelons of the human race may wipe out the upper echelons of the Jiang family, but may adopt the method of atonement through punishment for some other members of the Jiang family. That is to say, they are exiled to the most dangerous place in the war among human beings to atone their sins by fighting. It's your ability to survive, and it's your own fault to die. The human race also has its own methods to prevent them from escaping on the battlefield and force them to fight with their lives. Jiang Wei and Chen Huan had this glimmer of hope, but Jiang Ziliu did not intend to let them get this glimmer of hope after the Jiang family was destroyed. After Jiang Ziliu reunited with Accompany, he quietly left the area. He wanted to see what kind of power the human race's top leaders had and how they were planning to destroy the Jiang family. In that report, he was able to report the Jiang family's background in detail, including the layout of their base camp, the number of strong people in the family, their strength, and other information. No matter whether it is the upper or lower levels of the Jiang family, they are unaware that the human race's top leaders have secretly surrounded them and are preparing to take action. Jiang Ziliu, however, used the enemy's force to defeat them, preparing to watch the show from a distance and looking for a chance to finish off any fish that might have escaped the net. Chapter 140. The power of the upper class of the human race has arrived, and the energy flow between heaven and earth is suddenly in a state of prohibition. In other words, at this moment, people in this area can no longer absorb dark energy from the heaven and earth. Jiang Ziliu saw a colorful crystal floating in the sky, and there were 3 diamond-level beastmasters guarding it. He recognized that crystal, it was recorded in his knowledge of rare treasures in the forging throne. This jade is called genuine meteorite crystal. It comes from some special meteorites and can block the dark energy between heaven and earth, making it impossible for people to absorb it. It is a treasure like the magic forbidden stone. In order to deal with the Jiang family, the human race's top leaders took ruthless actions and used powerful treasures. Under the effect of the forbidden Yuan meteorite crystal, all beast tamers within a very large radius can only use the dark energy stored in their own bodies, and are unable to call upon and absorb the free dark energy between heaven and earth. It plays a great role in restricting those who are blocked. Jiang Ziliu was also at a very far distance and saw the power of participating in the action. 1,000 gold-level flying beasts were distributed in all directions of the sky, and 5,000 9-star silver-level land beasts were also distributed in all directions of the ground, completely blocking the Jiang family's fortress. The upper class of the human race is very powerful, and every move they make can unleash extremely formidable force. This army, named Qinglong Yuvai, is one of the 8 most powerful Beastmaster armies in the human race's Chang'an main base. The 4 great military guards, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, are specifically used to suppress unstable forces within the human race, including rebellious aristocratic families, powerful bandits roaming the wilderness, and alien forces emerging between various bases. Their main combat area is inside the base group. These 4 armed guards were divided into the upper guard and the lower guard. The upper guard army has gold-level beast tamers as ordinary members, 7-star to 8-star gold-level beast tamers as deuces, and 9-star gold-level beast tamers as centurions. Their number was 1,000. The lower guards are composed entirely of 9-star silver-level beastmasters, with a total of about 5,000 people. Each of them has undergone rigorous training, and their fighting spirit and morale are very high. More importantly, they are treated very well and have access to many rare resources. The main members of these 4 armed guards are also extremely talented beastmasters whose growth ceiling has reached its limit. They either fight for better and more precious resources for their children, or exchange for treasures that can help them break through their own talents. Talent has its limits, but that doesn't mean growth has really reached its limits. The military also has methods to allow people to continuously break through their limits and grow, but the process is extremely harsh and requires special resources. The power of the 4 great guards, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, is so strong that they were able to send a team to the Jiang family, which is enough to show how much the human race's upper echelons value this. The other 4 military forces of Chang'an base are the 4 great guards, Qianqi, Daodi, Hundun, and Daohu. These 4 forces are even more exaggerated. Each of them is composed of 3,000 gold-level Beastmaster upper guards and 50,000 silver-level Beastmaster lower guards. These 4 forces are named after legendary ferocious beasts. They are mainly used to deal with foreign alien races, conduct battles in copy space, and even attack the alien race's lairs. Jiang Ziliu looked at this group of Azure Dragon guards and noticed that the feathers of the flying beasts were broken, and even their claws had scratches from battle. It was obvious that this was an army that had been through many battles. While Jiang Ziliu was observing, his eyes suddenly bulged, and he saw 2 familiar faces in this army. One is his former teacher Li Qingcheng. This beautiful lady was actually a 9-star gold-level beastmaster and a centurion of the Azure Dragon Guard. He finally understood where the terrible murderous aura on Li Qingcheng came from when they first met. It turned out that she was the centurion of the Azure Dragon Guards, and naturally had a lot of battle experience. Among the 9-star silver-level beastmasters operating on the ground, he saw his old classmate, Li Wangqiu, with whom he once had a good relationship. This extremely talented girl has now grown to the 9-star silver level, which is an extremely fast speed. And for some unknown reason, the other party actually joined the lower guard of Qinglong Guard and became an ordinary soldier in the lower guard. Jiang Ziliu guessed that the other party's ability to grow so quickly might be closely related to the treatment of the Qinglong Guard. As an army, Qin Glongwei is definitely eager for geniuses. Li Qingcheng started preparations early and naturally pulled Li Wangqiu into her Qinglong Guard, both to take care of her and to train her. The old schoolmate's former gentleness and beauty have now been replaced by toughness and ferocity. Obviously, Li Wangqiu has also experienced many life and death battles, and has grown into a terrifying and skilled warrior in the battles. Jiang Ziliu did not expect Li Wangqiu to grow so fast. He just lamented that time flies. Li Wangqiu is now in his 30s and looks much older. Beauty fears the passage of time the most, and fighting makes people age even more. Li Wangkaiyu didn't know Jiang Ziliu's feelings. If she saw Jiang Ziliu who still looked like an 18-year-old, she would definitely be envious and jealous. Jiang Ziliu grows very fast and steadily, and its lifespan is increasing. Although Li Wangkaiyu was the same, years of fighting had left traces of time on her face. She already looks a bit middle-aged. Jiang Ziliu had no intention of saying hello to his teachers and classmates, and continued to lurk and watch from afar. It is these people who came to deal with the natural end of the Jiang family. The 3 commanders of the Azure Dragon Guards have arrived. They are 3 diamond-level powerhouses. In addition, the human race's upper echelons also sent 10 diamond-level beastmasters as support to ensure that no one from the Jiang family would escape from the periphery. Obviously, the human race's upper echelons attach great importance to the smuggling of dust-reducing pills and will not give any concessions to the Jiang family. When this force appeared, martial law was inexplicably imposed at the Kinglan base. People were allowed to enter but not leave the Kinglan base, and some people were arrested. Apparently, some who had opened the door for the Jiang family had been punished. But the treatment of the aristocratic families is different. If the Jiang family was smuggling the dust-reducing pill, they would at most get a warning and would not face such a big battle. The siege began soon, and they quickly cracked the energy shield of the base that had been modified by the Jiang family. Then came the Great Siege. All rebels will be killed, and those who surrender will be sealed with dark energy seals, mental seals, and special beast-taming seals, leaving them no chance to resist. This was a completely crushing battle. Whether it was the application of martial arts, combat experience, or strength, the Qinglong guards had demonstrated their overwhelming strength against the Jiang family's strong men. Those gold-level beastmasters joined forces and even suppressed the diamond-level beastmasters who were in the open. The diamond-level beastmaster of the Jiang family did not have a strong desire to resist. They fought back only to open a passage to escape, and they had no intention of staying in the SS-level base. Because that is tantamount to trapping yourself in a cage. Jiang Ziliu already had the means to forge the throne before, and secretly blocked the exit at the other end of the SS-level copy space. He caused a space turbulence there the moment he activated it. This kind of space turbulence only lasts about 5 days, but it can affect the stability of the exit position of the copy space channel. If you force your way through, you will basically be dead. At other times, this method is just a minor inconvenience and you can just wait for it to subside on its own. But when the Jiang family members were escaping, it became a fatal trouble. This means that there is no possibility for them to escape from that end, and they can only leave from the Blue Mercury side. If you stay in the copy space and defend it, you will be trapped and doomed. The Qinglong guards have plenty of ways to forcibly enter an SS-level copy space. The top leaders of the Jiang family were very decisive. After the siege began, they realized that there might be a smuggling incident of dust-reducing pills, and they quickly began to evacuate. However, 1,000 gold-level beastmasters formed a huge battle formation and held them back. However, the diamond-level commanders of the Azure Dragon Guards were not in a hurry to take action, allowing their subordinates to consume their strength first. In the sky, the aftermath of battle continued to erupt like the destruction of the world and missile explosions. That scene was much more terrible than the bombing with modern weapons. After the power of these diamond-level powerhouses was almost exhausted, these diamond-level commanders launched a fatal attack. The Jiang family's gold-level warriors were facing siege from 5,000 9-star silver-level Azure Dragon Guards. Use the weak to attack the strong, use the majority to attack the minority, and finally the strong will kill with one blow. This is how the Azure Dragon Guards fight. Strong men are also around to protect the members of the Azure Dragon Guard from losing their lives, and to prevent anyone from escaping by special means. This way of fighting also serves to train subordinates. What could be a better combat training than facing off against a stronger person at a higher level? Jiang Ziliu figured out that the appearance of the Azure Dragon Guards this time was not an encirclement and suppression operation at all, but a military training activity. The strong men of the Jiang family tried to beg for mercy, but they were not let go and were all killed. Only beastmasters below the gold level can be treated as prisoners. This encirclement and suppression battle lasted less than half a day, and then the members of the Qinglong guards began to get excited. They searched the Jiang family's wealth. According to the regulations, if they found the wealth, they could keep 20% of it as a reward, but during the execution, no one knew who took what good stuff. However, the 3 commanders of the Azure Dragon Guard and more than a dozen diamond-level warriors who served as support forces became furious afterwards. Obviously, no one from the Jiang family escaped, but the treasure house accumulated by the Jiang family over hundreds of years was empty, as if it had been cleaned out by robbers. The Qinglong guards managed to seize this opportunity for encirclement and suppression from the competition among the other 4 guards. As the saying goes, confiscating property and exterminating the clan will make you rich. Even in this era, this sentence is still very useful. They were willing to undertake this mission and were scrambling to come because of the accumulation of countless years by an aristocratic family. As a result, they found only some marginal resources. The real fortune had actually been stolen by a mysterious guy before the invasion took place. They also noticed the abnormal spatial turbulence interference at the other end of the copy space and thought of the mysterious report information. They realized that they were being used as a knife by others and all the benefits were taken away by others. The furious Azure Dragon Guards and Diamond Warriors immediately launched a comprehensive investigation into the whistleblower. But Jiang Ziliu was too cunning. Not only did he run away, but not much useful information was left behind. This time, the Qinglong Yuvai was destined to do a job that would lose money. Chapter 141. When the Qinglong guards began to search the house, Jiang Ziliu quietly slipped away. There he also figured out the reason why the Azure Dragon guards appeared. Jiang Ziliu, who had used others to block the knife and gained great benefits, dared not stay any longer and ran away immediately. After leaving the Qinglan base, Jiang Ziliu had to tell his parents that his eldest brother had gone out to gain experience and would not be back for several years. He didn't dare tell his parents that his elder brother was lost in the mysterious area of the Grey Zone. After finally getting over the matter, Jiang Ziliu began to check his harvest. This time, he obtained more than 70% of the resources and wealth of the Jiang family's base camp. After calming down, he sorted these things out. As a result, he found that the rewards were really great. First of all, there are various metals, crystals, medicines, exotic animal skins and bones, and plant materials of grade A and below, which are worth a total of 100,000 grade A crystals. The most important thing is that there are many of them and they are of various types. You can say that there is everything. This solves the problem that Jiang Ziliu currently has too many treasures, but they are all too high level, and there are relatively few ordinary resources. Although he used probability to judge the treasures in the areas he passed through from time to time, he did not get a huge harvest from robbing a single family. The Jiang family also has a lot of S-level treasures. Among them, precious resources such as yuan crystals, exotic beast materials, and precious medicines are worth about 300,000 S-level yuan crystals. In addition, the Jiang family also allowed him to harvest 1,500 soul crystals of A grade and below, 62 S grade soul crystals, 18 SS grade soul crystals, and 5 SSS grade soul crystals. The Jiang family may not have many other treasures, but the reserves of this soul crystal are really large. Jiang Ziliu speculated that the biggest benefit that the Jiang family gained from smuggling the dust-reducing pill might not be the hard currency such as yuan crystal, but the scarce resources such as soul crystal. Soul crystals are extremely rare on blue Mercury, but in some places in the starry sky, they may not be so scarce. After all, there are some special ancient battlefields in the starry sky. In such an environment, there are still a lot of soul crystals. These soul crystals of the Jiang family were nothing to Jiang Ziliu. They were not as numerous or of higher quality as the soul crystals he had searched for through probability judgment. But compared to other individuals, the number of soul crystals possessed by the Jiang family is astonishing. Zhang Ziliu also understood why the Jiang family was able to develop. With soul crystals, their children can awaken the contract mark at a younger age, and can also awaken contract marks of higher quality. If you awaken several years or even more than 10 years in advance, you can train the beast in advance and achieve a higher degree of growth. When they graduate from high school, their children can go to better colleges and have more opportunities to enter more advanced universities and beast master colleges for further studies. And those educational institutions can use their own advantages, personal connections, and many other advantages to obtain the resources of the college to help them grow. It can be said that the beast tamer training system in this world seems to be open to civilians and lower class people, but it has never been truly open. This openness on the surface is actually completely biased towards the children of wealthy families, and has completely blocked the possibility of the rise of common people. Even if you are an SSS-level super genius and want to rise, you will face the same situation as Zhao Xinling. Unless you have signed a contract to sell yourself to a certain family, company, or powerful force. One of the important reasons why Zhang Ziliu chose not to go to school was because he saw this. There is no possibility for common people to rise up. The reason why the Jiang family was able to rise quickly is that they had a large number of soul crystals, which allowed them to gain this first mover advantage. Zhang Ziliu found several diaries in the secret library, which recorded these things. This also proves his analysis of some things. The Jiang family was originally just a small family, a poor family among the aristocratic families. Note that this poor family is still among the aristocratic families, not a commoner family. Their living environment at that time was also very difficult. After an ancestor of the Jiang family accidentally discovered this smuggling channel and carefully investigated the situation, he decided to smuggle the dust-reducing pill. Because only the dust-reducing pill is what the alien race urgently needs. Moreover, only by using the dust-reducing pill can you exchange it for the soul crystals in the hands of the aliens on the other side of the passage. The old ancestor took out the dust-reducing pill, but was only willing to trade for soul crystals and chose to trade only through barter. The ancestor of the Jiang family realized that only resources like soul crystals could allow the Jiang family to truly rise. Only soul crystals can make the Jiang family members become geniuses. He was also a very cautious person. He handled this smuggling route carefully and did not dare to do it on a large scale. Moreover, the trading partner he chose was a not-so-powerful alien force. In this way, he used soul crystals to cultivate the next generation of the Jiang family, allowing the entire family to slowly rise. In this process, he also chose to do things by any means necessary, regardless of human nature. Therefore, anyone who dared to be an enemy of the Jiang family was destroyed by him in various ways, and the entire family died together. He is using the methods that normal aristocratic families use. He also uses methods that normal families dare not use. Methods such as expanding the family's influence through marriage of children are only child's play. When he discovered that some of the civilians below had the potential to rise, the Jiang ancestor would carefully collect information about them, and after determining where their opportunity lay, he would seize it and then kill them to silence them. It can be said that the road to a family's rise is completely bloody, cruel, and terrifying. The ancestor of the Jiang family was also an extremely smart and cautious guy. He recorded all of this in the form of a diary. His purpose was to make future generations remember his methods, and remember the opportunities and huge risks of the rise of the aristocratic family. Because he understood that most aristocratic families rose in a similar way. After completing the primitive accumulation of blood, they will cover themselves with a layer of human skin, a cloak of goodness, to conceal the true bloody body underneath. He recorded all of this in preparation for the birth of his family. He showed this record to the person in charge of the family after the family declined. He wanted his descendants to understand how a noble family should rise again. This diary can be regarded as a bloody, cruel, and terrible inheritance, belonging to the cultural and ideological inheritance of the aristocratic family. After reading it, Jiang Ziliu realized that his caution was indeed correct. The sudden rise of the common people could only be due to a great opportunity. The first thing the aristocratic family controllers think of is always to take away your opportunities, and to kill you by any means necessary, without giving you a new chance to threaten them. This is true for small and medium-sized families, and large families are even more greedy. If he follows the academy path, he won't even know how he died. There are civilians in the upper class, but they do not occupy the mainstream of power and authority. They can only be other people's vassal pawns. If they don't obey, they will be as miserable as Zhao Xinling. Zhao Xinling is an SSS and level super genius. If no one had taken care of her, she would have turned into ashes silently. After reading this diary, Jiang Ziliu became more cautious about the aristocratic families in this world. Places like Wuvong base that are slightly fair are always very rare. He also understood that this was not only true for the human race, but also for other alien races. It was the world dominated by the upper class and the aristocratic families. Unless he is invincible, he won't show up easily. Chapter 142. Among the Jiang family's harvest, in addition to some normal treasures, Jiang Ziliu also got some special harvests. For example, special items that are enough to drive countless noble families crazy. The essence of blood silkworm and water bear. In Jiang Ziliu's previous life, the tardigrade was just an ordinary creature with extremely strong survival ability. But there is an extraordinary world in this life. The blood of tardigrades and strange beasts combined and mutated, giving birth to a life with super strong survival ability. Blood silkworm and dark pattern water bear. The blood silkworm is an original alien beast from the negative universe. It is an extremely small creature that is difficult to kill. It can be said that as long as there is blood, it will not die and can be resurrected with blood. Fortunately, this thing is not a parasitic beast, otherwise its harm would be extremely terrible. It hybridized with the original water bear, producing a more advanced mutant. Bloodworm water bear worm. This kind of life later received nourishment from the power of ghosts in an extremely yin place, and underwent special mutations and acquired more advanced soul-like attributes. A mysterious netherworld spiritual pattern similar to the pattern of a contract formed on its body surface. Based on the original mutant, it grew into a more advanced silkworm-blooded water bear. This kind of insect may look inconspicuous, but it has a very special name, the immortal spirit insect. The silkworm blood tardigrade has an extremely long lifespan. It is an SSS-level life form and can live for as long as 100,000 years under normal circumstances. Moreover, some water bears that have evolved to a higher level can live for 1,000,000 years. Its only drawback is that its number is extremely small and it changes on its own into a state the size of a normal human cell. Therefore, this blood silkworm water bear is extremely difficult to catch. No one knows where it may be hiding, maybe in your hair or in the pores of your skin. It may also be hidden in the bodies of strange animals, in the pores of plants, in water, or even in space. It can be said that it can hide in any place that is initially suitable for the survival of life. This kind of life exists in a hibernation-like state most of the time. It is not active at all and its breath is extremely hidden, making it difficult for ordinary people to catch them. The blood silkworm and dark-patterned water bear will only produce special signals to mate with each other and give birth to countless offspring when the sun and the moon appear in the sky at the same time. They can lay up to 300 eggs in one litter. But these 300 insect eggs will be placed in various environments to revive. Only those that can truly hatch in various harsh environments can inherit the longevity ability of the blood silkworm and ghost pattern water bear. It is a great fortune if 1 to 2% of the 300 insect eggs can produce adult insects. At the moment when the blood silkworms and dark-patterned water bears are mating, if you are lucky enough to encounter a strong one, you can catch 1 or 2 of them. The most precious thing about them is their extremely scarce essence and blood. The most powerful thing about the blood essence of the blood silkworm and the dark-patterned water bear is that it can prolong the lifespan of other lives. A limestone-level creature that absorbs a wisp of blood essence from a blood silkworm or a dark-patterned water bear can extend its lifespan by 3,000 years. The black iron level can extend its lifespan by 1,500 years by absorbing a wisp of the essence of the blood silkworm or the dark-patterned water bear. At the bronze level, absorbing a wisp of the blood essence of the blood silkworm and the dark-patterned water bear can extend one's lifespan by 800 years. Silver level, absorbing a wisp of blood essence of blood silkworm and dark-patterned water bear can extend lifespan by 400 years. At the gold level, absorbing a wisp of the blood essence of the blood silkworm and the dark-patterned water bear can extend one's lifespan by 200 years. Diamond level people who absorb a wisp of blood essence from the blood silkworm and the dark-patterned water bear can extend their lifespan by 100 years. At the supreme level, absorbing a wisp of the essence of the blood silkworm or water bear can extend one's lifespan by 50 years. It could be said that this thing was a treasure countless times more valuable than an SSS-grade soul crystal, and it was something that those beast masters who were nearing the end of their lives would desperately want to obtain. The only drawback is that a life can only absorb a strand of this treasure, no more, no less. It was sheer luck that the Jiang family was able to obtain the blood essence of the blood silkworm and dark-patterned water bear. Jiang Ziliu realized that this thing existed as their foundation and had never been used. This is also because the three ancestors of the Jiang family are still far from the end of their lifespan. If it weren't for the sharp eyes of the forging throne, Jiang Ziliu would have overlooked this drop of blood essence sealed in the crystal seed, which looked very ordinary. This thing is just right for Jiang Ziliu. Because his parents' lifespan is a problem, his lifespan is very long, but the upper limit of his parents' growth is 9-star bronze level. Unless he reaches a higher level, there is no possibility for them to break through. Jiang Ziliu gave this thing to his parents, letting them each absorb a strand, extending their lifespan by nearly 800 years. But this time, his parents made a choice. They felt bored, but didn't want to go out and add other burdens to their children, so they chose a special way. Temporarily fall asleep. This was an idea that Jiang Ziliu's parents came up with after seeing the records in some books in the Dwarf King's treasure. In this regard, Jiang Ziliu chose to agree. It would be boring if you stayed in the small world for too long. But if they go out, the danger is still very great, and you never know where the danger will come from. After they sleep for a while, Jiang Ziliu grows to a higher level, and when he finds his eldest brother, his parents wake up. After using a special life-giving potion to put his parents into a deep sleep, Jiang Ziliu found what he needed most in Jiang's collection. A treasure that can evolve the beast-taming space. Chapter 143. The thing that can evolve the beast-taming space is called dead stellar core fragments. It is a substance produced when a star dies and during a supernova explosion. It is the product of dark energy, space force, and stellar core fragments. This thing possesses special power properties of dark energy, space, and time. It is one of the materials that can evolve the beast-taming space itself. Moreover, the fragments of dead stellar cores are relatively advanced materials. Using only one type of material can directly improve the beast-controlling space at the level of time and space. If combined with some special treasures, the beast-taming space can be maximized. Jiang Ziliu naturally has no shortage of such recipes. The Forge Throne is an extremely ancient entity, and the amount of knowledge stored in its mind is astonishing. It can be said that with the existence of the Forging Throne, Jiang Ziliu has basically solved his lack of knowledge and insights in beast taming. Jiang Ziliu's beast taming space has evolved once. This time, the dead core fragments of the star are very advanced and have more special space-time characteristics, so it is not as troublesome as the last time he evolved the beast taming space. After completing the preparation of the medicinal materials, he quickly used the fragments of dead stellar cores as the core material and spent nearly a month to prepare a special potion full of starlight. It's called the Stellar Space Potion. This thing is not simple, it is a real SSS level potion. If Jiang Ziliu had not already been a 7-star diamond level life form and had gone very far in the transformation of dark energy, and had not been able to achieve subtle manipulation of dark energy and mental power, he would not have been able to prepare this kind of potion. To prepare this supreme grade potion, one must at least have supreme grade mental strength, the life of a diamond level warrior, and the dark energy level. Even so, it took him a month to complete the preparation. There is no chance to rest during the whole process, and you have to concentrate and be extremely careful to succeed. If it weren't for the cooperation of probability judgment, he would have failed with a high probability. But after great effort, Jiang Ziliu succeeded and formulated this SSS level potion. It can be said that Jiang Ziliu has reached the supreme level in medicine preparation. Only after completing the preparation of this medicine did he begin to absorb it. The method of absorption is also very simple, that is to let the beast tamer Akun take the potion and recall it through the beast tamer, so that he can bring it back to the beast taming space. Only some special things can be stored directly in the beast taming space. For example, this medicine. But the test tube outside it remained outside on its own. After the potion entered the beast taming space, it began to take effect on its own. It evaporated like stars, spreading and blending into the entire beast taming space. Jiang Ziliu then summoned all the beasts, allowing the beast space to evolve without interference. As if taking a tonic, the entire beast controlling space continued to grow larger and its strength continued to increase. This process is not fast, it is just going on slowly. But this process is not completely autonomous. During the evolution of this beast controlling space, it is still constantly absorbing Jiang Ziliu's dark energy and spiritual power. The absorption of dark energy is to maintain the energy consumption of the expansion process. The purpose of absorbing spiritual power is to continuously imprint Jiang Ziliu's true mark on the newly grown space during this expansion process under the instinctive action of the contract mark. Otherwise, the newly emerged beast controlling space would be ownerless and out of his control. Only after his spiritual power forms an imprint, all parts of this beast controlling space will belong completely to him. The whole process lasted nearly 3 days. If Jiang Ziliu's spiritual power had not been extremely strong and the quality of the dark energy was not extremely high, he would not have been able to hold on. If there is insufficient dark energy or spiritual energy in the middle, the expansion of the entire beast taming space will stop automatically, which is equivalent to wasting the opportunity for the beast taming space to expand and evolve. If an ordinary diamond level beastmaster came, he wouldn't be able to last even 3 hours with such consumption, let alone 3 days. Jiang Ziliu successfully survived until the last moment of the beast's autonomous spatial evolution. However, ordinary beastmasters, even if they get such an opportunity, will not be able to hold on to the end. There are only a handful of people like Jiang Ziliu who persevered to the end in the entire human race. After 3 days, the entire beast controlling space had completely completed its evolution and improvement. Now his beast controlling space was giving birth to light on its own, and its size had also expanded greatly. The light appears because the core material he uses comes from stars. This also inherits the star's own characteristics as a supercelestial light source in the universe, allowing it to begin to become a small world with appropriate brightness on its own. The expanded beast taming space is a huge small world that is 10 kilometers long, 10 kilometers wide, and nearly 3 kilometers high. It is many times larger than the original beast taming space. This potion is indeed a super material made from a stellar explosion. Even a small piece of it can greatly improve his beast taming space. Such a large space can accommodate very huge beasts. At the same time, its space-time resilience has also been greatly improved. Now, even if a supreme beast tamer explodes its power in it, it is difficult to cause any damage to the beast taming space itself. With such strength, the beast taming space can fully accommodate 3 supreme level beasts. Moreover, after the evolution, the beast taming space itself has added new features such as removing traces of negative power of the beast tamer, and can more efficiently restore the vitality of the beast tamer, dark energy and other properties. After the beast controlling space was upgraded, Jiang Ziliu felt that it was clearly evolving into a small world. Jiang Ziliu also discovered an interesting phenomenon. That is, there was an invisible connection between the beast controlling space itself and his three beasts, which he could not explain. Jiang Ziliu asked the Forge Throne, and the Forge Throne suggested that he experience this connection on his own, which would be beneficial. What exactly this connection was, the Forge Throne had no intention of telling him for the time being. Jiang Ziliu himself has already made a guess. He analyzed the evolution of the beast controlling space and the evolution of the beasts, and they might become one in the end. Perhaps there is some connection between this and the demigod-level life above the Supreme. It's just that the Forge Throne thought that it was not the right time for him to come into contact with these things, and didn't intend to tell him the secrets. With the improvement of the beast-taming space, the connection between Jiang Ziliu and the beast-taming space has also been improved. He felt that if the beast-taming space evolved again, he would be able to control some of the rules within the beast-taming space and achieve a certain degree of rule-level control and application of the beast-taming space small world. This made Jiang Ziliu determined to find a way to continue evolving the beast-taming space. After completing this task, Jiang Ziliu began to think about the issue of his fifth beast. He is now a diamond-level powerhouse and has contracted 4 beasts, including the Sky Blue Rock Man Akun, the Thunder Dragon White Snake, the Life Fairy Thousand Faces, and the Forging Throne. But he can also contract 2 beasts. He didn't want to think about the 6th beast for the time being while forging the throne was being established. He asked Jiang Ziliu to continue on his previous path, heading east from Dajuanling. In a distant place in the east, he would have an opportunity. With the help of the mysterious metal plate on his body, he could create his 5th beast. Jiang Ziliu already had a guess in his mind about this, maybe his 5th beast was also at the level of the Forging Throne. After all, until now, he still couldn't see through the mysterious leaves on the mysterious metal plate at all, as if the existence of the Forging Throne was as mysterious as it was. Jiang Ziliu is now very much looking forward to this 5th beast master. Chapter 144. To the east of Dajuanling is a large area with swamps, rivers and lakes that are extremely dense. There are many water systems here, and various aquatic animals emerge endlessly. Moreover, there are many traces of the survival of dragon-like beasts here, which is why he planned to come to the east of Dajuanling when evolving the white snake by Niangzi. Dajuanling was divided into 2 supreme-level bases above the first-level bases. To the west is the Chang'an base group. To the east is the Yunmen's base group. Because the supreme core base of this base group is located in Yunmen's, not far to the east of Dajuanling. This is a super base located in a large lake. It is not so accurate to say that Yunmen's is a lake. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a super inland sea. The entire Yunmen Lake is more than 20,000 miles long, with densely packed islands and numerous aquatic animals as numerous as stars. After 5 months of long journey, Jiang Ziliu finally arrived at the Yunmen's base. It wasn't that he wasn't fast enough, but he was rushing over slowly in order to experience the interesting experience of seeing all kinds of exotic beasts and alien races along the way. In this process, he focuses on the experience. After all, reading a book is not as good as doing it yourself. The things you actually get from experience will always be much greater than what you get from reading a book. Not long after Jiang Ziliu came out of Dajuanling, he arrived at the Yunmen's base. Moreover, this time he came to the supreme main base. Because the main base of Yunmen's is actually a giant island turtle floating in the Yunmen Lake. It is nearly 100 kilometers long and nearly 50 kilometers wide. This size is not very big for a supreme-level base of the human race, and it is even smaller than a third-level base in the Chang'an base group. However, it is a genuine supreme base of the human race. This giant island tortoise is not an ordinary beast, but a special beast that can coexist with humans. The stronger and wiser the human race living on it, the greater the benefits it will get and the higher its growth rate will be. This is a symbiotic beast of the long-lived intelligent turtle type that grows by absorbing wisdom and spiritual power. Therefore, it allows humans to survive on it, build bases, and shelter the humans on it. So it is also called the base turtle. This base turtle can tell whether a person is good or bad, whether they have ill will towards it, and whether they have the potential for growth. Not everyone can climb onto its back and enter the base above. Therefore, there are only a few people who can gain the recognition of this island turtle and enter this supreme base, at least they must not be the bad kind. Compared to the brutal competition environment at Chang'an base, where the aristocratic families do all kinds of evil, people on Yunmen's side are much better off. These island turtles are drifting randomly throughout the Yunmen's, so the Yunmen's supreme base is also moving randomly. Not long after Jiang Ziliu arrived at the edge of Yunmen's, the Yunmen's base appeared. For some reason, Jiang Ziliu always felt that the timing of the appearance of this island turtle was a bit subtle, as it happened to be when he arrived here. It was as if the other person was waiting for him. It's interesting for you to find out the answer yourself, and it's not a bad thing for you. Forge Throne only gave a riddler answer to this question. Jiang Ziliu understood that this island turtle carrying the main base of Yunmen's had moved here deliberately and was waiting for him. It seemed to be sleeping, like a creature that could not wake up, but Jiang Ziliu felt that this huge creature was a cunning old immortal. Regardless of whether the other party had intention or not, or what the situation was, Jiang Ziliu still chose to make a probability judgment. If I enter this place, what are the chances that I will be in danger because of this island turtle? 75.6%. This number is not very high in Jiang Ziliu's opinion. But Jiang Ziliu, who is extremely familiar with probability judgment, understands that this is due to the existence of many unusual situations, or the different choices he made when encountering things. This probability is the worst-case scenario. Therefore, in Jiang Ziliu's opinion, as long as he doesn't act too high profile and doesn't seek death, he will not be in danger in this Yunmen's base. Jiang Ziliu disguised himself as a middle-aged man, and his strength was revealed to be at the 9-star silver level. In this appearance, he safely entered the Yunmen's base. The houses in the entire base are neither tall nor big, and it looks exactly like a small European city in the previous life. Judging from its appearance, this Yunmen's base is totally unworthy of the name of a supreme-level base. But if you look at the aura of the people walking on the street, it is completely worthy of the name. Because up to now, the weakest person Jiang Ziliu has met is also at the silver level. He had hardly ever encountered any beastmasters below the silver level, except for some children. Jiang Ziliu entered one of the 2-story hotels, ready to get some information. But when he actually stepped into this 2-story hotel, he felt a trace of spatial fluctuations. After entering, he found that it was an extremely huge area, comparable to the size of a village. Inside is a huge garden with countless small buildings standing among the flowers and green bamboos, giving it a natural look. Jiang Ziliu then realized that he seemed to be superficial. This 2-story building is actually a spatial treasure in itself. Inside it is a small dimensional space created based on the principle of opening a copy space. It looks only as big as a 2-story building from the outside, but it is as big as a village inside. Afterwards, he was led by the waiters. This place was indeed of the high standards that only a supreme-level base could have. The dark energy here is dozens of times denser than outside, and the atmosphere is naturally peaceful. This place is extremely suitable for resting or absorbing enhanced strength. The only special thing is that you cannot summon the beast directly here. You can only summon the beast in the second half of the exotic beast park. There, food, training, and activity venues can be provided for the strange beasts. Even if conflicts arise between people, simulated battles between the strange beasts can be held there. That is another small dimensional world of the entire hotel. This 2-story building that looks inconspicuous from the outside is actually a high-end place with all kinds of functions. The only special thing is that the price here is very high. To stay here for one night, you need at least 10 A-grade crystals, which is very expensive. Jiang Ziliu didn't care and stayed there for one night. But what he didn't know was that he entered a hotel not far from the entrance of the Yunmen's base, which was also one of the best hotels in the entire Yunmen's. Although the price is expensive, the stuff is really good. After a night's rest, Jiang Ziliu finally came into contact with this supreme level base. It took him 4 days to understand the situation here. This supreme base has very few people, less than 200,000, but more than 99% of its members are official personnel. It is the headquarters of a large chamber of commerce, the residence of a branch in the top world, and the location of 2 supreme universities. Among the 200,000 people in the Yunmen's base, each person is a silver-level expert. Except for a few family members, a considerable number of them have even reached the level of gold-level beastmasters. Here, anyone who appears on the street with a subtle aura could be a terrifying diamond-level beastmaster or even a supreme powerhouse. After all, when one reaches the gold level, a beastmaster can restrain his own aura. There are 4 great military guards stationed here: thick earth, mysterious water, swift wind, and fiery flame. They are the most powerful in the military and are comparable to the Azure Dragon Guards. At the same time, branches of some supreme adventure groups are also set up here. Powerful trading companies with backgrounds of supreme masters also established their headquarters here. It can be said that if you throw a brick randomly in this place, the person hit may be a diamond-level strongman, or even a supreme-level strongman. The people in the Yunmen's area have pretty good personalities because of the island turtles. Therefore, the most powerful people here like to hide their aura and travel around. After all, at their level, unless they have super talent or an extremely special super opportunity, the possibility of a breakthrough is very slim. So they restrained their temperaments and started to enjoy themselves, enjoying the mundane world of eating, drinking, playing music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The Yunmen's base holds the highest level auction in the area, where you can buy the highest level treasures. One advantage here is that no matter what is being auctioned, the other party will ensure your absolute safety within the base. This makes this place extremely attractive. Although there are auction agencies like other bases, there is no guarantee of security at all. Of course, as a supreme level base, there are a large number of copy spaces opened up by the human race. In the entire Yunmen's base, there are 10 SSS level copy spaces, 30 SS level copy spaces, and 100 S copy spaces. There are also more than 10 A, B, C, and D level copy spaces below the S level. It can be said that beastmasters have no shortage of opportunities for improvement and training here. Without leaving the base itself, a person can grow from birth to becoming strong. The copy space can provide sufficient resources and training opportunities. Find a way to get into the SSS level dungeon space there. There is a treasure I once had there, which will be very helpful for your future development. When he strolled to the Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy, the Forging Throne suddenly spoke. He sensed the hidden opportunities in this academy. There are 2 top-level Supreme Academies in Yunmen's base. One is called the Condor Beast Taming Academy, which focuses on the training of Sky-type beast tamers. The other is the Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy, which focuses on the training of water-based beast tamers. Both academies have many Supreme Masters and are among the top forces. Jiang Ziliu also didn't expect that there were relics of the Forged Throne in the copy space of the Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy. But since the Forging Throne said that this treasure would be useful to him in the future, he had to find a way to sneak into that SSS level copy space and get the treasure he needed. But this is not an easy thing to do. It was an SSS level copy space. Even if he used the demon's dream opening method to invade, it would most likely arouse the vigilance of the strong men from the Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy. If he wanted to sneak in, he had to go through formal channels and enter in a way that seemed flawless on the surface. Jiang Ziliu was not in a hurry about this matter. Before there was a reliable solution, he would not sacrifice himself for a treasure, no matter how good the treasure was. Chapter 145. He really couldn't think of a solution for a moment. So, when you are in doubt, use the probability method to make a judgment. In the Yunmen's base, what is the probability that I can find a way to safely enter the Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy's SSS level copy space? 100%. This answer shows that he can find a way. Moreover, Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy is not absolutely closed to the outside world. There are other ways to enter it. What is the probability that this method exists in the eastern part of the base's perimeter? 0. What is the probability that this method exists in the western part of the base's perimeter? 0. After repeated probability judgments, Jiang Ziliu found the location where the method came from, which turned out to be a civilian area in the base. It is called a civilian area, but that is relative to the Yunmen's base itself. The civilians here would be able to dominate other places just by their strength. Jiang Ziliu found the exact location. There were many two-story buildings here, but there were also many two-story buildings built inside. It was the civilian area of the base itself. The source of the unknown method is in a home in a civilian area. Jiang Ziliu collected information about this family and finally got the answer he wanted and understood what this method was. He conducted some investigation and finally found out the reason. It turns out that there is only one orphan in this family, but the orphan is extremely talented and has been admitted to the Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy. This civilian student with SSS and level talent is a young man named Chen Ziki. Since there are not so many things happening at the Yunmen's base, his situation is better than that of Zhao Xinling who has the same talent. But he just stayed safely in the academy. In the near future, the academy will allow students to enter an SSS level copy space in the academy for adventure training. But the SSS level copy space is too dangerous for them. Therefore, the academy requires students to bring at least one gold level strongman to participate in this training. Chen Ziki was an orphan and was not a member of any powerful force, so he could not get any help. Without such a helper like a guardian, the academy would not feel safe letting them enter. But for Chen Ziki, this is an event that he must attend. Because this is related to the college's future training plan for students, this is one of the major tests. If Chen Ziki can be selected, it will be very important for him who has no background and no other resources to support him. 3 days later, Chen Ziki returned home somewhat disappointed. He looked at his parents' portraits on the wall, feeling somewhat unwilling. These days, he thought of countless ways, but still couldn't find a beastmaster willing to help him. It's not that I can't find someone, but that there is no suitable one. He already felt that there was a big net behind him, which was pouncing on him and forcing him to surrender to those aristocratic families. The military base is also a good place to go. As long as he agrees, he can get asylum and all problems can be solved. But as a person with no background and only talent, he would be just a cannon fodder. This matter was told to him by a senior sister who was very kind to him. That means going to a dangerous battlefield, where there is no distinction between high and low, only the difference between life and death. What's more frightening is that people like him who have no background are usually sent to carry out extremely dangerous tasks. Because those with backgrounds know the situation, they will not take on dangerous tasks, and they are only given relatively easy tasks. Moreover, the assassination of talented humans by alien races has been ongoing. His protection is not as strong as that of children from aristocratic families, and the risk of being assassinated on the battlefield will rise to an extreme. He was sure that this was true. Because a senior schoolmate took a fancy to him, even though she was just an S-level beastmaster with a big background. The other party didn't like him, but wanted a child with better talents. Because of talent and strength issues within the aristocratic families, the competition for resources is also very fierce. Now no one is willing to help him, except that senior sister. The senior schoolmate was using this invisible method to force him to commit the crime, but the other party had a good grasp of the situation, which made him extremely helpless and unable to generate any murderous intent. The other party provided him with a lot of intelligence, a lot of information that he didn't know, which made him owe a lot of favors. This pulling and tugging made him neither hate nor be happy. Chen Ziki knew that once he agreed, he would become a son-in-law. Their future children can only take the senior's surname. This was intolerable for Chen Ziki, who was a little arrogant but had great ambitions. I can help you solve your problem. At this moment, a voice suddenly came into his ears, and Chen Ziki was so frightened that he directly summoned his own beast, the blue sky divine ape. This is a 2-foot-tall beast, and is also a special SS-level beast with high defense, strong strength, and a certain amount of spatial power. Chen Ziki's reaction was very correct. In such a small environment indoors, summoning a large beast is simply not possible, it will limit himself. This environment is most suitable for small beasts, which can effectively protect him. He also instantly realized that the other party might not have the intention of attacking him directly, so he summoned the blue sky divine monkey for defense. Chen Ziki turned around and noticed a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa in his home. From the looks of it, it seemed as if the other party had not moved at all and had always been there. Chen Ziki is a 9-star silver level beast master. If it weren't for the need to open more soul hidden stars, he might have already become a gold level or even diamond level powerhouse. But even so, he didn't feel any trace of the other person, as if he had ignored the other person after entering the house. Even though he didn't look that way when he got home. Strong. Super strong. Chen Ziki already had a clear understanding in his mind at this time. Sir, you're here for me. How can you help me solve this? Chen Ziki already had the answer in his mind, so he asked. He guessed that this person most likely wanted to enter the SSS level copy space of the Academy, where there might be something he wanted, or some kind of beast. Chen Ziki was not surprised by this. The Academy's SSS level copy space is extremely dangerous, and even terrifying supreme level monsters often appear. But this SSS level copy space is also very huge, and the resources and exotic beasts inside are of extremely high quality and powerful. Many rare resources that cannot be found anywhere else or are difficult to obtain are not lacking in these SSS level copy spaces. General SSS level copy spaces are not open to the public at all because they are too dangerous. An SSS level copy space appeared in the wilderness. It was either directly destroyed by human strongmen or strongly controlled by major forces. It was impossible for independent cultivators and beastmasters from small forces to have the opportunity to enter. Only the Academy's SSS level copy space will be open to a limited extent. The Academy does not have the energy or personnel to ensure the safety of all training academies, but it also does not want anything to really happen to these extremely talented guys. Therefore, a quasi-protector model such as inviting external aid emerged. Without the protection of the Guardian, the Academy would not allow students to enter the SSS level copy space for training. The requirements for this protector are very high. He must be powerful, experienced, and at least a 5-star gold level or above. Moreover, if these foreign players want to enter the SSS level copy space, they must not only ensure that their goals are not affected, but also pay at least 1000 A-level crystals of wealth to be eligible to enter. If something happens to the students inside, this foreign aid will be sent to the Academy's death squad and become a cannon fodder in the Academy's battles. Even so, people still compete to become foreign aid. Chen Ziki was a special case. The foreign aid he invited all agreed the day before and changed their minds the next day, and were all warned by powerful forces. Therefore, Chen Ziki had already made some guesses, and he was also certain that this person was not afraid of the family behind his senior sister. I can be your external aid, but after entering that SSS level copy space, you have to listen to me. And you can't ask what I do. Jiang Ziliu said directly that his current identity as a middle-aged man revealed the aura of a 9-star gold level strong man. This appearance was completely different from the one he used when he entered the base. After hearing Jiang Ziliu's request, Chen Ziki said, "Aren't you afraid of the family behind my senior sister?" Jiang Ziliu already knew about this, but this was the safest method he found through probability judgment. Any other method would have to be done secretly and would be more dangerous. Moreover, he will throw away this identity after using it, so he is not afraid of that noble family coming to investigate. I won't show up until the last day, and they won't think you'll be able to get outside help. But you have to continue to act lost and anxious these days, and don't let the other party notice your abnormality. Before you enter the dungeon space, you can go to the side door of your academy and take me in." Jiang Ziliu expressed his idea, which was to come quietly and show up at the last moment to catch the other party off guard. "Okay. I promise." Chen Ziqi's eyes lit up. He knew there were huge risks, but this was his only choice. And this method is indeed more effective. After carefully discussing the details, the two reached a cooperation agreement.